On my 18th birthday, my mom suddenly told me that our family has an ancestral system, and the total money of everyone in the world combined is not as much as our families. I couldn't believe it. It felt like my parents were joking with me. But little did I know, my mom said, "Don't be surprised later, your dad was scared to wet his pants by your grandpa back then." Upon hearing this, I was stunned. Is my grandpa still alive? My dad frowned and said, "Of course, but he's no longer on Earth." Before the conversation could continue, my mom interjected, "Your dad is right. We haven't sensed him recently, so we're planning to look for him." I exclaimed, "How is that possible? There's no planet beyond Earth where humans can survive." My mom, unfazed by my reaction, simply said, "Let's keep it simple. We are not ordinary people. Some of us can live for hundreds of years, and others can live for thousands. Not only do we not age, but we also possess unimaginable powers." Upon hearing this, I burst into laughter. My parents must have watched too many sci-fi movies. Seeing my disbelief, my dad turned around and brought a box containing a precious potion. He then explained, "This is the ancestral system passed down in our family. Inject this into your body, and you'll know everything. If you want to find us in the future, you'll have to quickly raise your level of authority. Furthermore, all the family assets have been transferred to your name." I rolled my eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. In our rundown house, what assets could we possibly have? If we sold the house, we might get over $1 million. Upon hearing this, my dad immediately pulled out a black card and said, "You can enjoy VIP treatment anywhere. If you don't believe it, you can check how much money is inside first." After quickly taking the card, I checked the balance, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, a full 8 zeros. Staring blankly, I asked my parents in disbelief, "This is fake, right? How much money does our family really have?" My dad and mom exchanged a helpless look, then shrugged, indicating they didn't know either. In any case, there shouldn't be anyone richer than us in this world. That statement felt like a bomb exploding in my head, buzzing loudly. It even reminded me of something a second-generation rich kid said online. He claimed he never cared if his friends had money because they surely didn't have as much as him. Compared to that, my parents' words were clearly more impactful. What surprised me the most was that the developer of this neighborhood is also part of our family's business. Usually, when my dad drives a Volkswagen, it feels like lowering his status. Just think, the money on that black card, one person could never spend it all in a lifetime. My dad mentioned that once you reach our level in the future, you can ignore the rules of this world. Then, you will also grow tired of this kind of lifestyle eventually. My mom then jokingly said, "If one day you get bored of Earth, just fly out and find us, it's no big deal." Just as I was about to speak, my dad inserted the syringe directly into my arm. I suddenly felt like I had been bitten by a mosquito, then my whole body trembled and I fainted. At that moment, a radiance appeared behind my parents, which then turned into a golden light shooting up into the sky. I found myself immersed in a world filled with data at that moment. The tycoon system stated that, following the previous host's command, all wealth has been unlocked. Ding began generating a comprehensive upgrade task, and the Ding system has changed hosts. I quickly woke up from the dream, feeling like I had just dreamt. My parents not only told me I am a second-generation rich kid, but also have superpowers, and I have to fly out of Earth to find my grandfather. Glancing at the time, I realized it was already morning, so I quickly got up to look for my parents. To my surprise, the room was completely empty. Suddenly, the system respectfully said, "Honorable 100th host, you don't need to search anymore. The 99th host has already gone to find the 98th host." I suddenly realized something and said to him directly, "You wouldn't happen to be the family heirloom my parents mentioned, would you?" After receiving confirmation from him, I instantly took a sharp breath. Other families' heirlooms are usually precious antiques or something, and the family heirloom in my own family turned out to be a system, of all things. The system then continued, saying that once your authority is elevated and you become powerful enough, you can leave Earth to find them. The task they left for you is to spend money and show off. After hearing that, I chuckled. Isn't it because I have no money that my girlfriend left me? Now that I have inherited this wealth, such things shouldn't happen to me again. The system indicates the issuance of the first task now, to let everyone know of your existence as a super rich person. The task completion time is limited to 1 year. I was momentarily at a loss for words. How can I let the whole world know I'm a tycoon? Spending money? But I don't know how to spend. Thoughts of buying cars and houses flashed through my mind. After all, I've always lived an ordinary life. Suddenly spending money, I really don't know how to spend. Just as my head was swelling, the system indicated issuing a new task for you. Go to a live platform now and spend 10 million, with the reward being a doubling of physical fitness. I was dumbfounded, let alone 10 million. In all my life, the largest sum of money I've touched was my university tuition. Most importantly, that 10 million occupies 10% of my black card, making it hard for me to splurge. The system says it's just a measly 10 million, our industry can basically earn 20 million in a second. This guy really knows how to boast, and he doesn't even need to draft. Who knew when the system asked what car is in your dream? I almost without hesitation said, Apollo's sun god. Shortly, 5 minutes later, my phone received a call from an unknown number. Seeing the last 3 digits are 888, I knew it was no ordinary call. An middle-aged man on the other end asked if you are Aiken. We have designed a unique custom sports car for you, and now we are here to confirm the handover process with you. I was stunned again when I heard this. When did I place an order? Could it be the tycoon system at work? But how did he manage to do it? The middle-aged man across from me continued, the vehicle will be modified within a week. Built upon the foundation of a sports car, it will have bulletproofing, automatic cruise, intelligent control, and other functions. We will hand it over in 2 weeks. I modestly said thank you. Just contact me when it's ready. The man across respectfully said, it's my honor to serve you. I suddenly felt like I was dreaming. It seems like cars of this caliber are all custom-made. Usually, it takes half a year or even a year. Why is mine so fast? The system said, you're making a fuss over nothing. You own 70% of that small company in the Four Circles, and you have nearly 90% of the shares in all the sports car groups. Who would dare delay the car you want? I was dumbfounded. Am I actually the boss of the Four Circles company? And you're not going to tell me that I also have shares in companies like Ferrari and Rolls-Royce, right? The system said, you truly live up to being the host. Companies like Aston Martin, Pagani, and many others have your shares. All of these combined are just a drop in the bucket compared to your assets. Do you have a sense of your family's wealth now? I was completely shocked this time. If this is true, a mere 10 million is nothing to me. Then, as if I had an epiphany, I said, what is money? Since I can't spend it all, I might as well spend it extravagantly. I immediately took action and opened my phone. Then I opened my account on the live streaming platform, immediately topped up 5 million, and upgraded my VIP level to 10. And at that moment, a scrolling subtitle appeared in all live rooms, congratulating the user Lin Jianlu for reaching VIP level 10, prompting everyone to cheer for him. Some commoners exclaimed, holy cow, which tycoon upgraded their VIP level again, while a group of idle people immediately launched an investigation. They discovered that this was someone who had only been around for 2 years, previously giving away at most a few hundred freebies. At this moment, someone couldn't help but suspect that he was definitely a fool, maybe even moving the company's funds to the live streaming platform to pretend to be a tycoon. At this moment, after completing the top-up, I had just recovered from my trembling hands. I still can't believe that 5 million just disappeared like that. The system mentioned that this was only the first step, with plenty more opportunities to spend lavishly in the future. You'll gradually get used to it. I was used to being ordinary, so the sudden change made it hard for me to adapt. It happened to be summer vacation, and out of habit, I clicked into a gaming livestream. This is my favorite streamer, Teacher Pooh. He specializes in comedic shows with a twist in the Game King of Glory. I used to see him giving away freebies, but this time, I won't be modest. I immediately sent him nearly 1,000 pandas, worth 500,000. The barrage-filled live room, which was already bustling, suddenly felt like a bomb was dropped, instantly erupting in excitement. The viewers below exclaimed, holy cow, where did this tycoon come from? I don't know if you need any accessories. I can make a monkey for you. Teacher Piao just got up from his chair and was startled to see the screen full of gifts. Although his live broadcast room is not lacking in wealthy viewers, he has never seen someone lavish money like this. So he said, thank you to brother Lin Jianlu for sending 1,000 pandas. I will let your house manager play with them later. At this moment, he also had some thoughts of making friends. Soon, I gained the authority of the house manager. And Teacher Pooh sent me a private message, bro, add me as a friend. I'll help you rank up in a few games. Without hesitation, I sent over my contact information. Then I said, I'll have a meal with you in the future in the Magic City. For now, I'll go check out other rooms. Afterward, I tipped 1,000 pandas and left his live broadcast room. As for what was happening in the room, I have no idea. After opening the follow list, besides Teacher Pooh, there was also a female streamer's room that was lit up. This female streamer is a talented one named Xingyu. She plays the piano and sings every night after 10 o'clock. At that time, I was still immersed in her singing. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded, not because of Xingyu's own fans. It was my arrival that attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Many people are wondering if this mysterious tycoon will continue to give rewards, so they are flocking in here with me. Due to my arrival, the room's population quickly reached 100,000 and is still rapidly increasing. Without hesitation, I directly splurged a fortune, sending another 1,000 pandas. Sinyu, sitting in front of the piano, instantly covered her mouth, then quickly took out a computer to calculate. 1 at 500 yuan, 100 is 5,000 yuan, 1,000 is 500,000 yuan, making a profit of 250,000 yuan in this wave. For a moment, he felt like he was visited by the goddess of luck. However, when he looked at my username, he furrowed his brows. In his live stream room, there are only about 2,000 people daily. This rare sight in the forest seems to be the one who stays in the live stream room every day. For a moment, he couldn't think of any words of gratitude, so he just kept bowing and thanking Mr. Lu for the reward. The comments section below is heating up. The tycoons are about to show off again. Let's boldly predict that this host will definitely become popular. Sinyu was still immersed in surprise when suddenly a comment on the barrage made him almost unable to contain his emotions, wanting to cry. I must say, although I don't know what happened to you, after watching your live stream for so long, I feel like you are not a very happy person. I hope your singing and piano playing can be faster and bring you joy. The comments section instantly fell into chaos. Mr. Lu not only has money but also has excellent flirting skills. I give full marks to this move. Sinyu wiped away her tears, calming her emotions, then asked if Mr. Lu had any specific songs he wanted to hear. I mentioned my favorite English song, listened to it quickly, and then sent out 1,000 pandas. This caused another sensation in the live broadcast room. After leaving the Xingyu live broadcast room, I resumed my great task of checking the wards. Regardless of the size of the anchor, as long as I am interested, they are all 99 panda enterprises. After spending the whole afternoon on the live platform, I finally completed the task of spending 10 million, feeling a bit numb. However, a legend emerged on this platform, a mysterious figure with the ID Lin Shenjianlo, who astonishingly spent 10 million in tips within 3 hours. At the same time, my body was instantly penetrated by an electric current. The state lasted for a full 5 minutes, and it felt like a rebirth. The system congratulated me as the 100th host, saying my physical qualities had doubled. This feeling made me shout out loud, and in just 5 minutes, my body had completely changed. I then asked the system what the current I felt was. The system explained that it was the energy accumulated by the 99th host, enough to transform you from an ordinary person into a superhuman. However, your father instructed that this energy must be distributed to you in the form of rewards, otherwise, it would have a negative impact on your growth. I can understand this, as this type of enhancement only provides short-term benefits. I can only receive it when I am truly powerful and my authority has increased. Suddenly, the system says I just contacted a butler for you, someone the 98th host once helped. He's standing at the door right now. After beating my dad for 7 days and nights, my family's wealth surpasses the total of the entire world. We not only have the ancestral system, but also our industries can make 20 million in just 1 second, which is unbelievable to me. The system immediately called my grandpa's butler, and the old man was so excited and incoherent as soon as he entered. You must be Master Aiken. I brought my granddaughter here today to hand over the assets to you. Upon hearing that, I quickly opened the way and invited them in. I only found out yesterday about our family's vast assets, Mr. Zhuang must tell me more. Zhuang Hanzhong hurriedly gestured and bowed, saying just call me Lao Zhuang. And this person next to me is my granddaughter. I'll leave your industries to my sons to manage. Also, I thought you might need an assistant. My granddaughter Zhuangying should be able to help you. I looked at the pretty girl next to me, feeling a bit shy, and quickly said, I'm not a company boss. I'm just a college student now. What would I need an assistant for? Zhuang Hanzhong explained that when using industry funds, you can't always handle everything personally. Don't be fooled by Ying's age. She has already finished her master's degree in economics and management at Oxford University. I suddenly realized that I know almost nothing about my own wealth. If I run out of money, I really don't know where to raise funds from. Luckily, this Zhuang Ying can help me solve this problem. After explaining everything, Zhuang Hanzhong left. I only realized when I stood on the balcony that his car turned out to be a Rolls-Royce. That shiny little golden man almost blinded me. There was even a dedicated driver in the car. Obviously, this old man must be quite wealthy. And such a person is actually just helping my grandfather manage some of the assets. After some interaction, Zhuang Ying also got to know my personality a bit. However, being a man and a woman alone in a room made the atmosphere a bit awkward. Zhuang Ying was the first to break the deadlock. Young master, how about finding a new place to stay first? Your home is really a bit too small. There's no way around it. My grandfather gave their family a small fraction of the shares. Thus, their Zhuang family became a quite large clan. Even Zhuang Ying's residence is a 500 square meter small villa. Zhuang Ying continued, "You have properties in almost all cities. Where would you like to live? I can arrange it for you." I gasped at the words, having properties in all cities. Even the richest person in China may not have such a large scale. I find that I am increasingly unfamiliar with our family. After a moment of thought, I directly said, "Let's go to Jiangnan, preferably a bit closer to Jiangnan University. I am about to study there." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ying immediately took out a tablet from her bag. Then, not knowing what was entered inside, a dense stream of locked shadows suddenly popped up all night. As a result, I quickly went up and took a glance. It seemed like it was all about places someone wanted to go. Soon, Zhuang Ying mentioned that they had found it, about 3.5 kilometers away from Jiangnan University. There is a villa area called Jiangnan Manor. It was designed by a European designer, covering 1,600 square meters, currently valued at 280 million renminbi. I was drinking water and almost choked on it. A rundown house actually costs 2.8 billion. Isn't it nearly 180,000 per square meter? This is truly prime real estate. Zhuang Ying seemed to enjoy watching me, with a look of innocence. He directly said to me, "If you want to go, I can arrange it immediately." Hearing this, I felt that this girl was efficient. "Let's leave now." Then, in the room, I took a photo of our family of 3 and headed towards the door. In that moment, I suddenly felt empty inside. This place where I lived for 20 years, now leaving at a moment's notice, made me feel like an orphan. Zhuang Ying immediately saw through my thoughts. "I will arrange for someone to clean this place regularly. If the young master ever wants to come back and visit, you are welcome anytime." I nodded without saying a word. However, Zhuang Ying immediately bowed and asked, "Shall we leave now?" After I confirmed, "Let's go downstairs together." When Zhuang Ying saw the Porsche Cayenne parked below, he was stunned. Does the young master usually drive this kind of junky car? It's really lowering his value. Little did I know, in his eyes, this junky car, when my dad confronted me, I thought it was rented. But from the way Zhuang Ying looked at me, I felt like I was being looked down upon. So I immediately said, "I've already ordered a custom sports car, it should be delivered in 2 weeks. And if you were thinking of hiring a driver, there's no need." As the young Master Aiken, I've been known as Chiu, the legendary car god, at a young age. Saying this made me feel a bit embarrassed. After all, I've barely touched a car in my life. But I've just undergone physical enhancement. With my reflexes and coordination, driving a race car is no issue, let alone going to Jiangnan City. Soon, I drove the car out, starting it up skillfully. Zhuang Ying sat in the passenger seat casually saying, "If the young master gets tired, let me drive." My grandfather's family owes their lives to the young master's grandfather. Without the young master's grandfather, I might not even exist. Even if we were to die in a crash on the road, at most, we'd just be returning the favor to you all. Is underestimating that serious? I thought to myself, what kind of extraordinary person is my grandfather? How can we make this family so devoted to us? I looked up at the sky. It seems like from today onwards, every day will be filled with countless surprises. We soon arrived in Jiangnan City. As a student of Jiangnan University, I have naturally heard of this Jiangnan Manor. I've heard from my roommate before that the villas here start at 80,000 per square meter, and the smallest villa has a building area of at least 200 square meters. I never dared to imagine this price. Many people work hard their whole lives and still can't earn this money. Now, I own the largest set in Jiangnan Manor. Zhuang Ying and I quickly walked into the service center. It feels more like a high-end coffee shop inside, and all the owners here enjoy free services. There was a very beautiful girl at the front desk. She greeted us with a professional smile as soon as we met. "I'm Xiuwen. May I ask what business you need to handle?" Zhuang Ying stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am Mr. Aiken's personal assistant. We are here to reclaim his No.1 villa." The waitress named Xiaowen was immediately taken aback and her face turned pale. Since this No.1 villa was sold several years ago, no one has lived in it. Their boss had instructed them that whenever someone comes to collect the villa, they must inform him regardless of the time. He quickly put on a sweet smile and said, "We still need to go through some procedures. Please show the homeowner's ID and property certificate." After speaking, he glanced over me and Zhuang Ying, wondering, could I be the owner of this No.1 villa? But he quickly shook his head, thinking, this young man is just too young. The owner must be middle-aged or elderly wealthy person. After listening to Xiaowen at the front desk, Zhuang Ying said, "Please find the property certificate. Someone should have delivered it by now." Upon hearing this, Xiaowen immediately made a phone call to inquire, and indeed it was delivered an hour ago. However, the other party used a courier service, and no one in their service center dared to open the owner's package. Soon, another staff member brought the package over. Then he told us that Mr. Chen must personally open it, please show his relevant documents. Zhuangying doesn't have that kind of status, keep my ID for me. I quickly took out my ID from my bag. The receptionist girl's expressions changed when they heard the word young master. They had just ruled out the possibility of this young man being the owner of Villa 1, but unexpectedly got proven wrong so quickly. After quickly sorting out the business, we made it to the VVVIP room. Zhuangying joked with me, young Master Chang, I assure you, as long as you wish. Tonight, any of them is willing to come to your villa to warm your bed. Shall I arrange it for you? Although I had been in a relationship with my girlfriend for 2.5 years, I was still a typical boy, so being flirted with like this made me blush. Seeing my embarrassed look, Zhuangying couldn't help but feel especially happy, and then teased, young master, you can't be like this. With your status, you will probably meet countless outstanding girls in the future. If you don't change your mindset early, you will have a hard time later. I thought to myself that being teased like this wasn't a big deal. I immediately said firmly, don't send someone to bring me the warm blanket, if you want to send someone, come yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuangying, who was still joking around, blushed instantly. The words I was about to continue with were forcefully held back. I secretly thought I had finally gained an advantage, so I smiled like a victor. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man received a call and hurried over. He then said to me that he was Wang Zhihai, the manager of Jiangnan Villa, and I could contact him directly for any issues in the future. Zhuangying also didn't want to waste words with him, after all, not everyone could speak to our young Master Aiken. Immediately, I said, we are tired from the journey, young Master Aiken needs to rest. Wang Zhihai suddenly became alert, it seemed he had overestimated himself. Although I appear approachable, but this assistant seems quite capable. So he immediately said, both of you, come with me in my car, there's still a distance to Villa 1 from here. Zhuangying coldly said, no, we'll drive ourselves, you lead the way. Wang Zhihai immediately felt dejected, and could only helplessly say, please follow me then. As a real estate manager, his choice of car naturally wouldn't be too low-end. It was a Maybach priced around 3 million. He was somewhat surprised when he saw my Porsche as my ride. If such a badass person drives this car, it seems a bit too low-key. 2 cars drove into the residential area, one after the other. There is only one special road leading to Villa 1, and a security guard is specially arranged. Although I was mentally prepared, I couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Because this villa is too damn huge, perhaps describing it as a palace wouldn't be an exaggeration. Looking at my expression, Zhuangying already knew that I was absolutely satisfied with this villa. I can't wait to go in and take a look now. Wang Zhihai seemed to have seen through my thoughts, and after handing the key to Zhuangying, he left. After Wang Zhihai left, I asked Zhuangying, what's wrong with you? Why are you so indifferent to Manager Wang? Zhuangying immediately said seriously, these people only deal with you because you have money. I saw greed and flattery in his eyes, no need to say more to such people. I nodded as if suddenly understanding something. Then, with great anticipation, I walked into the villa with Zhuangying. The luxurious floor tiles made me hesitant to even step on them. Zhuangying explained that these tiles are custom-made, with an added layer of artificial crystal on the surface, and each tile should cost around 5,000 renminbi. I felt like I was going crazy, isn't it over 30,000 renminbi per square meter? Even the prices in the city center are at this level, right? Looking back at the door, there are 2 blue and white porcelain pieces displayed. Zhuangying said that these are a pair of blue and white porcelain pieces from the Song dynasty, probably passed down from your ancestors. At the current price, each piece should be worth over 12 million. I gasped again, how extravagant were my ancestors to display antiques at the doorstep. Zhuangying mentioned it's not just at the doorstep. Can you see the painting on the wall? That's Van Gogh's Starry Night. I quickly ran over, and at the bottom left, it was written in Dutch. Translated, it says, thanks to my friends from Huaxia, who helped me when I was at my lowest. As a token of gratitude, I gift half to him, thanking the Chinese people. Van Gogh. I was already numb, but at this moment, the system revealed that the host of the 91st generation had helped him. Now, this painting is estimated to be worth around 600 million US dollars. I was completely dumbfounded this time. Now, I finally understand a saying, poverty limits your imagination. Zhuangying said, this is just the periphery, the classics are in the study. For example, that violin over there is Paganini's, and the piano over there is Chopin's sonata. I was too exhausted to comment, so I just prepared to lie down and do nothing. Little did I know, Zhuangying's next words almost scared me to death. My mom transferred 1 billion pocket money to me, but I wasn't happy at all. Because of our family's business, we earn 20 million every second. I've racked my brains to spend all this money. At this moment, I am sitting in a villa worth 300 million, asking the female housekeeper where she will be staying tonight. Zhuangying mentioned that all 20 villas nearby belong to you. I'll just find an empty villa to stay in. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. I felt several black lines pop out of my head. Can't we spend all the money in our family? Are all the villas in this area ours? Zhuangying mentioned that those villas smaller than 300 square meters are not yours. In the other second-tier houses, there is a team ready to serve the young master at any time, including cleaning staff, doctors, and more, totaling over 200 people. I couldn't help but gasp at the words. It's outrageous. Open the damn door. I've never experienced such a shock in my life. After speaking, Zhuangying left. As for me, I sat on the sofa and gave myself a hard slap. The intense pain made me realize I wasn't dreaming. Suddenly, I heard a rumbling sound from my stomach. My gaze shifted to the coffee table, where there was a satellite phone. Soon, I found the head chef in charge of my daily life. I dialed the number and asked if they could make me something to eat. The voice on the other end immediately said, "Good day, young Master Aiken. What would you like to eat? We can make anything you desire." I chuckled at their words. These chefs are not afraid to boast. If I wanted to eat whale meat, could they prepare it for me? The chef opposite me looked slightly surprised, but still asked how I would like it prepared, suddenly realizing they might actually be able to make it. Sure enough, the next moment, he mentioned that I have 10 private transport planes. Every week, they travel around the world to procure the freshest ingredients. Just yesterday, a new piece of whale meat was placed in the cold storage. If you wish to eat it, I will arrange it for you immediately. I rolled my eyes at once. Indeed, the wealthy can do as they please. 10 private planes, used as delivery planes for purchases. Is there anything more extravagant than this? I quickly mentioned that I was just joking earlier. In reality, I just wanted a bowl of noodles. Also, don't make it too extravagant, just add some seafood and vegetables. The chef opposite immediately responded, "Mr. Aiken, please wait, within 20 minutes, the staff will deliver it to you." Upon hearing this, I quickly hung up the phone, wondering if the lives of the wealthy are always like this. I then prepared to take a bath to relax, but I didn't expect the water here to contain a large amount of active minerals. Some components similar to hot springs. I felt it was a bit too exaggerated. Being a spendthrift is acceptable, but these unnecessary expenses are just wasting society's resources. Just after finishing my bath, there was a knock on the door. A young man, the head chef's son, delivered my noodles. Despite his young age, he is hardworking and capable. He handed me a box and said, "Mr. Chang, here are your noodles. This box has an automatic insulation function. Enjoy your meal." I was taken aback, took the takeout box back to the room, and when I opened it, I was instantly stunned. The noodles were unbelievably served in a basin-sized bowl, with an emperor crab and a few abalones inside. I couldn't help but wonder if this dish was extraordinary. Could it have been irrigated with Lafite from 82? After quickly finishing the noodles, I used the emperor crab's pincers to clean my teeth. Entering the bedroom, I saw a computer with a graphics card labeled 8090. The computer boots up in just 1 second. I'm used to listening to Xingyu sing every night, so I immediately clicked into his livestream. Perhaps due to my influence, his fan base has surged from 50,000 to 1.27 million. His pure singing voice has attracted many genuine fans. As soon as I entered, the lively livestream room exploded. I knew President Liu would come today. I waited all night, and sure enough, I caught him. However, Xingyu completely ignored the barrage and jokingly asked me, "Big spender, what song would you like to hear?" I said, as usual, just sing casually. I quietly listened, gradually relaxing in the music. Suddenly, I had some thoughts that made me blush. What kind of person is Xingyu after all? So I immediately sent a private message. I inquired about the two of us, and immediately added a green bubble. She told me not to get any crooked ideas. I instantly snapped my fingers in excitement, then listened to the music, and eventually fell asleep. The next day, I woke up at noon, and told the head chef that we were going out to eat today. Then I remembered that I forgot to address the main issue last night, and I haven't spoken to Xingyu after adding the green bubble. So I quickly sent a message apologizing, saying I moved yesterday and fell asleep listening to your song. I received his reply in a few seconds. He smiled and said, "It's okay, I know busy people like you." I mentioned that I just moved to Jiangnan City, and since the school is here, I plan to stay at Xingyu's often. I was taken aback upon hearing this. "You're still just a student? I thought you were in your 40s or 50s. I joked that I'm actually only 20, just finished my junior year, and now studying at Jiangnan University. Xingyu. It's quite a coincidence, I also study at Jiangnan University. But I study music, maybe not as good as you academically. Also, last night my fans were speculating about your identity. Some say you're a wealthy second generation who doesn't study martial arts, others say you're a big boss in a company. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. You're actually a college student. I rolled my eyes. Why must second generation rich always be seen as incompetent? I, at the very least, consider myself a well-rounded and outstanding college student, okay? Sinu speculated that I must be the son of some prominent family, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for me to spend millions on live streaming platforms. I responded, that might be the case, and also, from now on, don't call me a tycoon, just call me Aiken. Sinu sincerely said, you helped me a lot yesterday, my dad is in the hospital, and we needed this money. I'll definitely treat you to a meal when there's a chance, just don't mind if the place isn't fancy. I chuckled and said, that won't do, if you choose somewhere too expensive, I might not feel comfortable. After all, you might not believe it, but I only found out the day before yesterday that I'm wealthy. Sinu sent a mischievous emoji. Clearly, he didn't believe what I said. So, is it like in online novels, your parents suddenly tell you that they are billionaires? Rich, but he couldn't have imagined that my parents are more than just billionaires. They have no idea, they've already run off to some corner of the universe. We've only just met formally, exchanged pleasantries, and then said goodbye. I have a very important thing to do today. Just now, Shuangying sent me a message saying she needs to arrange a decent outfit for me. After all, right now, my whole body, put together, barely adds up to 1,000 yuan. I originally planned to casually find a mall and buy a decent outfit, but Shuangying told me that I have a private factory that customizes clothes for me and others who serve me. Someone will come in the afternoon to take my measurements. After that, I drove out of the residential area. After crossing a street, I arrived at the school gate. At this time, apart from the struggling graduate students, there aren't many people inside the school. I quickly found a parking space. I had just gotten out of the car when I heard a familiar voice. It was my roommate Chen Kai, who said, "Oh my god, how come you seem to have grown taller these days? I almost didn't recognize you just now." I jokingly cursed, "Get lost, you jerk. I'm still growing, don't you know? And why haven't you gone home?" Chen Kai mentioned that his family wanted me to pursue a master's degree. "Why did you come back here again?" I didn't know how to explain, so I just said that I recently moved to Jiangnan City. Chen Kai enviously said, "You, young man, really hide your talents. The houses in Jiangnan City have already risen to over 60,000 yuan. Just one set would require someone to work hard for half a lifetime." I laughed and said directly, "I won't hide it from you. My dad just told me 2 days ago that I'm a second-generation rich. I'm treating you to dinner this afternoon. How about going to the most expensive butler restaurant near the school?" Chiang Kai was immediately bewildered. The people there all spend at least 300 yuan, which is very extravagant for college students like them. I directly said, "Enough nonsense. This is for the sake of our 3-year roommates. I'm treating you to a meal, even if it means selling blood. We should choose a nice place." Chiang Kai followed behind me in confusion. But he knew I wasn't one to show off. I must have come into money at home. Coincidentally, as soon as we arrived at the restaurant, 2 people came towards us. One of them was my ex-girlfriend Jiang Yuan, and the other was her new boyfriend Wang Shui, whom she had her arm around. I hadn't reacted at that moment. Chen Kai instead smirked. What a small world. Chen Kai knew best how well I treated this lecturer. Almost every week, I would prepare a little surprise for him. I even saved up to buy an electric bike to take him to and from class. Things had escalated to the point where Chen Kai was angrier than I was. When my eyes met the lecturer clearly noticed that I had changed. Not only had I grown taller and even more robust, but he was certain he hadn't mistaken me for someone else. I didn't want to deal with them at all, so I just pulled Chen Kai into the restaurant. I don't know why, but even though it was a holiday, the restaurant was packed. A waiter approached us and asked, "How many in your party?" I glanced around and replied, "Just the 2 of us. The couple next to us is not with us." After the waiter left, the 2 of us started chatting. Chen Kai asked where you have moved to now, and mentioned visiting your place in the future. I didn't beat around the bush either, and mentioned that I live in Jiangnan Manor. If you find the school too noisy, you can stay at my place. There are plenty of empty rooms anyway, so might as well put them to use. It seems like Chen Kai didn't know that Jiangnan Manor is a community that only sells high-end villas. He just nodded and didn't say anything further. But Wang Xian on the side made an unfriendly remark, implying that speaking big words doesn't mean you won't slip up. As the current girlfriend, there must be hostility towards the ex. Others may not have heard of it, but he has, as his own home is inside Jiangnan Manor. He is well aware that the cheapest ones here are close to 20 million. Then he deliberately said loudly, "I thought your ex was just poor, turns out his character is also terrible. Some of the surrounding customers couldn't help but turn their attention towards us. Those who knew about Jiangnan Manor immediately showed a disdainful smile. Looking at my Taba outfit, buying a regular house in Jiangnan City is not easy, let alone Jiangnan Manor. Despite becoming the center of attention, I remained unfazed, as my mental resilience had increased significantly after the events of the past 2 days. At this moment, Jiang Yuan remarked that he has always been like this, pretending to be rich as his usual behavior. I chuckled, realizing that despite treating him so well, I ended up with such an evaluation. Is this what they mean by licking till the end and ending up with nothing? Suddenly the system prompts, silencing the couple in front of me, rewarding a 2% increase in task completion. Random reward, an item rejected by the host's ancestors. I was stunned on the spot after hearing that, although I have no idea what the rubbish rejected by my ancestors is. But based on my understanding of the system in the past 2 days, this so-called rubbish is only so for my ancestors. For me, it might be an unimaginable treasure. I immediately stood up and cursed, how dare a bunch of rubbish mock me. I'll tell you, everyone here is just a bunch of younger brothers. Finally, they've shown their true colors to me. What did you say? When has Wang Xian been counted like this before? Which person who knows his identity hasn't bowed down like a dog in front of him? How could a poor boy from an ordinary family dare to speak to him like this? I said, be my buddy, you're not worthy. Fang Chen said word by word, you're asking for trouble. Wang Xian stood up abruptly from his seat. He was tall and sturdy, looking even more robust than Fang Chen. He reached out to grab Fang Chen's collar, but what he didn't expect was a strong hand gripping his wrist. Wang Xian was not weak, but compared to Fang Chen's strength and body, he seemed somewhat feeble. Fang Chen slowly increased the pressure of his palm, causing a look of pain to appear on Wang Xian's face. However, to save face, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Hey, what are you doing? This is a public place. Are you trying to start a fight? Chang Kai immediately stepped in to separate the two. Fang Chen had no intention of fighting there. He gently pushed Wang Xian back into his seat, then straightened out his slightly disheveled collar. Wang Xian glared at him resentfully, subtly twisting his wrist. He had clearly suffered a lot just now. Fang Chen seemed thin and weak, so how could he have such strength? Humph, uncultured pauper. Waiter, can anyone just come in here? Wang Xian shouted loudly, convinced that Fang Chen and his companion couldn't afford to eat there and were just trying to discuss them. Hearing the commotion, the lobby manager rushed over with 2 security guards. Waiter, these 2 troublemakers are causing a scene here. Get the security to kick them out. Wang Xian shamelessly demanded. Fang Chen gave him a fierce glare, his face filled with disgust and disdain. Then he turned to Jiang Yuan beside him and said, Jiang Yuan, I have something to say. Your judgment is really not that great. What's going on? Is someone causing trouble? The 2 security guards approached aggressively. That's right, these 2 just assaulted someone. People around saw it all, Wang Xian accused first, showing his bruised wrist. Sir, could you please explain? The lobby manager, experienced in handling such situations, could tell that there was a conflict between the 2. She wouldn't blindly believe Wang Xian's side of the story and accuse Fang Chen and Chang Kai of causing trouble. Hello, my friend and I came here to eat. This person not only made sarcastic remarks but also tried to attack us. I acted in self-defense, Fang Chen calmly explained. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. Everything will be clear then. Wang Xian's face changed instantly. He had forgotten about the surveillance cameras. If the footage was reviewed, his actions would definitely be seen as unjust. You are a well-known establishment here. Do you let anyone in? Wang Xian seemed determined that the 2 of them couldn't afford to eat there. Look, the outfits of these 2 combined are not even enough for a meal here. Clearly, they are here to cause trouble. The lobby manager glanced at both of them. Wang Xian straightened his chest, intentionally showing off his Rolex watch on his wrist and his designer clothes. On the other hand, Fang Chen and Chang Kai, with all their attire combined, probably couldn't match the price of one of Wang Xian's shirts. Their spending power was indeed questionable. Do you really need to concern yourself with whether we can afford to eat here? Fang Chen was starting to find the situation amusing. Even if they couldn't afford the meal, no restaurant would kick out customers. If they did, their reputation would surely suffer. Lao Feng, forget it. These 2 are really off-putting. Let's go somewhere else. Chang Kai whispered in Fang Chen's ear. But this sentence was immediately heard by Wang Xian, who thought that the 2 of them had backed down, so he became even more unbridled. See, they are planning to leave now. Isn't this just picking a fight because they can't afford to eat? Wang Xian said arrogantly. Ha, can't afford to eat? Fang Chen felt like he might have been too low-key. He turned to the lobby manager and asked, Hello, may I ask how to address you? I am the lobby manager of this restaurant. My surname is Bai, the lobby manager said politely. For some reason, she seemed to think that this young man was extraordinary, despite his modest appearance. I would like to dine here immediately, is that possible? Fong Chen said. Oh, I'm sorry sir, but our seats are already full. Manager Bai thought Fong Chen was trying to prove that he could afford to eat here. However, a proper meal for two would probably cost over 1,000 yuan, which was a bit extravagant for an ordinary college student. Not only her, but many onlookers also thought that Fong Chen was pretending to be rich. Even if he did pay, he would probably have to live on instant noodles in the days to come. Is that so? If I remember correctly, this restaurant should reserve some special seats for guests with special status, right? Well, Manager Bai's expression changed instantly. This was an unwritten rule in the high-end dining industry, and Fong Chen was right. The restaurant did reserve a few seats, but ordinary people were not qualified to use them. It's okay, I know your reserved seats are not to be given to just anyone. Give me 2 minutes, I'll make a call. Just now, Fong Chen learned something interesting through Xiaoyi. Fong Chen took out his phone and dialed Zhuang Ying's number. Young master, what's up? Do you need my help with something? Zhuang Ying was having lunch. As his personal secretary, she also enjoyed the services of this excellent team of chefs. Xiaoying, do me a favor. My friend and I are dining at Bartolo's Spanish Art Restaurant on Academy Road, but the seats are full. Can you help me talk to the owner here? Is that all? Zhuang Ying didn't think much of it. Your father should have given you a black card, right? Just show that card, and anyone with a bit of insight will give you the highest treatment. Oh, Fong Chen didn't know the card had this function. It seems you don't know. Although the money inside the card may not be much, it represents a certain status, Zhuang Ying said. At least in the whole Jiangnan city, there should be no more than 10 people with such a black card, one of whom is a high-ranking official in Jiangnan city. Do you understand? This card actually has this effect? Not to mention Jiangnan city, even in Yanjing, as long as you are in business, they will give you face. So, there's no need to talk to their boss about this little matter. There's actually a private matter to deal with. Fong Chen lowered his voice. I met my ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend here, and they are mocking me for not being able to afford to eat. Is that so? Zhuang Ying was amused. With your wealth, there is nothing in this world that you can't afford to eat. Alright, I got it. Give me 2 minutes. Putting on airs. When Fong Chen put down his phone, Wang Xian started muttering again. Manager Bai, you might receive a call later. Manager Bai looked puzzled. Who would call her? Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Manager Bai's phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was the owner of this restaurant. She couldn't help but glance at Fong Chen, then answered the phone. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Xiao Bai, just now headquarters called me directly, asking if a young man had arrived at your branch? There are two, and... But before she could finish, Mr. Su immediately interrupted her. That young man named Fong Chen absolutely cannot be offended. Fulfill all his requests no matter what. He emphasized again, remember, all requests. If he is not satisfied, not only will you have to leave, but our store will not be able to continue, even the headquarters will be in trouble. I understand. Manager Bai's voice trembled a bit. Although this branch was valuable, it was not considered much in the eyes of the wealthy. But the headquarters of this store was a huge catering group from Spain, with industries in many countries around the world. It was not easy to bring down. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary young man had such terrifying power behind him? Are you Mr. Fong Chen? Manager Bai hung up the phone and immediately adopted a respectful attitude. Yes, that's me, Fong Chen nodded. I'm sorry for the oversight just now. We will arrange a seat for you immediately. Please follow me. Wait, what do you mean? We were here first. Why should he be seated first? Wang Xian, unaware of the situation, immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Why? Fong Chen sneered, just because I am the owner of this store, is that enough? While the two were arguing just now, Xiaoyi had already informed Fong Chen that this Batlo Spanish Art Restaurant was part of the Spanish Barlot chain catering group, with 92% of the shares controlled by Fong Chen. As for the remaining 8% of the shares, they were not unacquirable, but were rewarded by the group to those who made outstanding contributions. Even if he wanted to acquire 100% ownership and privatize the entire group, it would be a breeze for Fong Chen. The Batlo Spanish Art Restaurant was a prominent part of this group's industry, with all locations selected and managed directly by the headquarters. All staff were only involved in management and service. Therefore, from this store to the entire Barlot chain catering group, it was almost entirely owned by him. The management of this part of the Barlot chain catering group was entrusted to the Zhuang family, so a call from Zhuang Ying almost scared the headquarters staff half to death. It was a prestigious event for the boss to dine at one of the stores under his name. How could there be no seat available? You are the owner of this store? Wang Xian smiled. Nowadays, the legal representative of the catering industry needed to display all certificates in the lobby, and the name on the business license was a person named Su Gaowei. When did you change your surname to Su? Weren't you surnamed Fong? Oh, I mean the one with the grass character. Wang Xian's words were a double entendre, blatantly mocking Fong Chen for being cuckolded by himself. The seamless connection indicated that any normal person would suspect that the two had known each other for quite some time. Fong Chen's eyes showed a hint of hostility for the first time, but unfortunately, this was a society governed by law. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and beaten Wang Xian. However, for some people, there were things more unbearable than being beaten. You don't believe me, do you? Fong Chen smiled. Manager Bai, do me a favor, help me kick these two out. This store will never allow these two to enter again. Yes, Manager Bai remembered clearly that Mr. Su had asked her to fulfill all of Fong Chen's requests. Security, escort these two troublemakers out of here. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a little flustered, thinking that if the two of them were just kicked out like this, they would probably become the laughingstock of the school in the future. After all, there were quite a few people around the school who knew Wang Xian. With a little investigation, Zhang Yuan's identity would naturally become well known. Do you still want to do business? Wang Xian appeared confident. This is the first time I've heard of someone wanting to kick out customers. Aren't you afraid of damaging your reputation in the future? Manager Bai, we have already checked the surveillance footage, a waiter whispered to Manager Bai. The dispute was indeed initiated by the gentleman with his girlfriend, and he was the one who started the physical altercation. That makes it easy. Manager Bai smiled slightly. As long as they were in the right, there was nothing to fear. We naturally welcome normal customers, but we have always detested troublemakers in our store, Manager Bai said. Our staff have already gathered the evidence from the surveillance footage. We have proof that you provoked first with your words, and the gentleman on the other side was the first to use physical force. If you have any complaints, you can report to the commercial department. Wang Xian naturally knew he was in the wrong. Even if he caused trouble, as long as he showed this video clip, no one could find fault with him. Although Wang Xian was a second-generation rich kid, his father was just a shareholder in a grain ticket company, and his name might not be recognized by many. At this moment, he felt powerless. How do you feel? Angry? Fong Chen suddenly put on a playful smile. I know you have money, but what can you do? This store is mine. If you have the ability, buy this store. Wang Xian almost couldn't help but want to strike again at Fong Chen's provocation, but when he thought of Fong Chen's monstrous strength and the two vigilant security guards, he had to endure it. Oh, I forgot to tell you, not only is this store mine, the entire Barlot chain restaurant group is mine. If you want to buy this store, you probably have to buy the entire group first. Wang Xian's face turned purple and green. He was not sure about the market value of the entire Barlot chain restaurant group. It might not be comparable to globally famous groups like Michelin, but the listed companies in the ticketing and catering industries were definitely not on the same level. Manager Bai, it's up to you. Fong Chen waved his hand and followed a waiter towards the reserved VIP area of the restaurant. Do you want to leave on your own, or should I have the security escort you out? Even when kicking people out, Manager Bai still maintained a smile. The surrounding gossip made the two even more embarrassed. Continuing to stay here would only make things more awkward, so Wang Xian angrily left Zhang Yuan behind and walked out. Wang Xian, wait for me. Zhang Yuan grabbed her bag and chased after him. What's going on? Didn't you tell me that Fong Chen was just a poor boy from an ordinary family? Wang Xian was full of anger and frustration, and he could only vent it all on Zhang Yuan. I don't know either, Zhang Yuan said pitifully. When he was with me before, he could only afford gifts by doing part-time jobs outside. I never knew his family was so wealthy. It's not that simple. Wang Xian had never suffered such a big loss before, so he's rich, huh? I want to see what he's capable of. Wang Xian, what are you going to do? Don't act recklessly. What's wrong? You still care for him? Wang Xian roared fiercely. No, we broke up a long time ago. How is that possible? Zhang Yuan wasn't worried about Wang Xian doing something to Fong Chen. She was just concerned that Wang Xian's actions might cause trouble for herself. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I just want to teach him a lesson. The restaurant had a very special location. Almost every customer coming in from the entrance would see it first, but it didn't seem out of place in the entire restaurant. Mr. Fong, here is your menu. The waiter brought a very exquisite booklet. Fong Chen noticed that this menu seemed different from the others. It seemed to be specially prepared for him. 2 tomahawk steaks, medium rare, 1 Argentine prawn, 1 foie gras. The price of each dish could make an ordinary college student break out in a cold sweat, but for Fangchen now, it didn't feel like much. He had probably spent more on any single ingredient in the seafood noodles he had last night. He knew Chiang Kai probably felt embarrassed to order, so he decided to order together. Of course, he didn't waste, only ordering enough for 2 people. That's all, please make it quick for us. Fangchen felt like he heard Chiang Kai's stomach growling. Don't worry, we will arrange it for you as quickly as possible. The waiter bowed and left. Damn, Fangchen, you've been hiding it from us so miserably. As soon as the waiter left, Chiang Kai suddenly looked like he was going to devour Fangchen. 3 years as roommates, and we didn't know you were so rich. You, a tycoon, always borrowing money from me, a poor man. You. Calm down, calm down. Fangchen pressed Chiang Kai down. Didn't I tell you? I only recently found out how much money my family has. I wasn't pretending before. Seeing Chiang Kai's disbelief, Fangchen added, think about it, in these 3 years, have you seen me spend lavishly or drive a luxury car to school every day? Well, that's true. Chiang Kai thought carefully. Fangchen really did look ordinary in these 3 years. No matter how well he pretended, after such a long time together, the truth would eventually come out. Come on, tell me, how much money does your family really have? Chiang Kai asked cautiously, as if afraid someone nearby would hear. Fangchen shook his head. I don't even know how much money I have. Do you believe that? Chiang Kai shook his head. Obviously, no one would believe such a statement. Wait, that place you mentioned earlier, Jiangnan Manor, what kind of place is it? Chiang Kai suddenly remembered the point of conflict between Fangchen and Wang Xian. Oh, it's the villa area over 3 kilometers from the school. Didn't Ding Minghui ask about it last time we had a dorm dinner? The property prices there are very high, right? Chiang Kai held out 5 fingers. Is it in that range? Close, but for my family's house, you'd have to add another finger. 60,000? Chiang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, as if it wasn't too exaggerated. No, what I mean is, add another finger to the tens place. Damn! 150,000? That's robbery, isn't it? If it weren't for being in the restaurant, Chiang Kai would have almost slammed the table. In my hometown, with 150,000, you can buy a whole set of houses in some remote areas. I remember that place sells villas, right? How big is your house? At least it should have a building area of 400 square meters, right? Chiang Kai calculated in his mind. The long string of zeros that popped up in his head almost made him pass out. Alright, stop calculating. When you have time, I'll take you guys to play at my house, then you'll know. Fangchen felt that if Chiang Kai kept asking, it might hurt his confidence. After all, any pair of calligraphy or decoration in his house could possibly be worth more than the price of the whole house. La Fan, the few of us made a promise 3 years ago, if one becomes rich, do not forget one's friends. Now you are truly rich, don't forget us, your brothers. Don't worry, if you guys have any entrepreneurial ideas, just tell me, I will definitely support you. Although Fangchen couldn't help everyone, he would definitely support his roommates. Alright, we've already had some ideas. Oh, Fangchen suddenly became interested. In their dormitory, Fangchen was the only one studying physics, while the other 3 were studying computer science, and what they liked the most was games. Tell me about it? Hey, buddy, in these 3 years, we haven't spent time on games and chasing girls. While you were in love, we developed a prototype of a game. As long as we can make it, it will definitely be a hit in the market. Chiang Kai sighed. It's a pity that we lack funds, can't set up the game server, and lack manpower, so we had to give up, otherwise who would bother with this damn graduate study? Is an initial investment of 10 million enough? Chiang Kai sprayed the water he had just drunk out of his mouth. Who could handle 10 million just like that? What's wrong? Not enough? Fangchen was not very familiar with the gaming industry, but developing a large game indeed required a large amount of capital investment, which was understandable. Is 1 billion enough? Chiang Kai suddenly coughed violently. How much money did Fangchen's family have? No, it's not that it's not enough. In the initial stage, this game is only for mobile users, and the development funds do not need that much. It's just that you're willing to invest without even looking at it. Aren't you afraid we'll cheat you? I trust you guys. Fangchen laughed. Even if it fails, it's just a loss. We can try again. Alright, you're amazing. Chiang Kai was speechless. Is this how rich people play now? Losing tens of millions and saying it's just a loss? Organize all the game-related information. I'll have my personal secretary coordinate with you guys at a convenient time. If everything is fine, the funds can be in place immediately. Fangchen added, but I'm only responsible for providing the money, you guys figure out the rest. Got it. As long as there's money, nothing is a problem. The two of them chatted more and more enthusiastically, and soon their ordered food arrived. They were talking with their mouths full, and in the end, they didn't hear clearly what each other said. Since they had decided to continue developing this game, Chiang Kai directly gave up his plan to take the graduate entrance exam. He wanted to put all his energy into completing the first step of his career. After eating and drinking their fill, Fong Chen went straight back to his villa, as he had someone coming to tailor clothes for him in the afternoon. Just as he returned home, he received a call from someone he hadn't been in contact with for a long time. "Jiang Yi, you're really not thoughtful. It's been so long since we graduated, and you've only called me a few times? Every time I contact you, how come today you suddenly have an epiphany?" Every time Fong Chen talks to this old deskmate, it feels like going back to the busy yet beautiful era of high school. "I heard you had another breakup recently, here to comfort you." Although Jiang Yi said this, there was no comforting tone in her voice. "Come on, I still don't know who you are. If you don't curse me, I'll light incense for you. Please lift my curse of the scumbag girlfriend quickly." Enough joking, let's talk business." Jiang Yi laughed twice and then became serious. "In half a month, it's our high school reunion, and our homeroom teacher wants us to go back and take a look." "Sure, is that all? It's been a while since we've seen each other, it'll be nice to catch up." Fong Chen was quite happy to hear this news. "It's natural for us to be happy to get together, but don't forget, those few people in our class will definitely go back to show off. You better be prepared. New mission alert." Xiao Yi's voice suddenly came in. "Mission requirements, stand out at the school reunion. Mission reward, increase completion rate of level 1 task by 2%, and receive an item accidentally lost by ancestors." Fong Chen's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Yes, there must be people going back to show off, but this time he must become the brightest new star in the show-off world. There's still half a month left, my sports car should be arriving soon. Since he wanted to show off, he had to display the most dazzling show-off in the world, dazzling everyone present. But after thinking for a while, he couldn't think of a really impactful way. "Young master, I've brought people to customize your clothes." As Fong Chen was pondering, Zhuang Ying walked in with a middle-aged foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking like a designer. "Let me introduce, this is Mr. Helam, the chief designer of the Royal George Blum high-end private customization in England." Zhuang Ying introduced, "The clothing used by the English royal family is all designed by Mr. Helam." "Wow, the royal designer from England?" Fong Chen was shocked again. He originally thought Zhuang Ying would bring in an internationally renowned designer to tailor his clothes, but he never expected to invite the royal designer from England. What George Blum was, Fong Chen had never heard of or understood, but a designer qualified to design clothes for the royal family needed no further explanation. Not only that, with so many princesses and princes in the English royal family, these designers were probably busy every day. Inviting the chief designer directly to Huaxia was a bit too much for his own face, right? "Zhuang Ying, is this George Blum private customization also under my name?" Fong Chen asked quietly. "Not exactly, but your ancestors have a good relationship with the English royal family, so they are willing to share this private brand with us. Every tailor in our private factory has trained there, and Mr. Helam is also our long-term chief consultant." Wow! If Zhuang Ying had told Fong Chen that this brand was also his own, it would have been fine, but he accidentally heard another shocking piece of information. Their family actually had a good relationship with the English royal family, no wonder they could invite this chief designer over. "Mr. Helam, this is Mr. Fong Chen. We invited you here this time hoping you could design and make a few suitable outfits for Mr. Fong." Mr. Helam's somewhat weathered face suddenly lit up with a smile. In fact, he was initially reluctant to take on this long-term senior advisory role because he was not young anymore, and flying around all the time was a huge challenge to his body. However, the Fong family offered a price he couldn't refuse, a salary of £5 million per year plus a private jet for transportation. All he needed to do was to help train a group of students at the private factory of the Fong family each year and occasionally produce some works. In comparison, the conditions offered by the English royal family were much worse than this. If it weren't for the inability to change nationality, he would even be willing to work as a full-time designer for the Fong family. Since Fong Chen appeared, Fong Hui had never invited Helam to visit Huaxia in order to live a normal life. This time, Helam came with a special task. "Mr. Fong, long time no see. The last time I saw you, you were still a baby in swaddling clothes." Helam said politely. "Has Mr. Helam designed clothes for my parents as well?" Fong Chen read a lot of information from that sentence. "Yes, but that was a long time ago. I heard that Mr. Fong Hui wanted you to live a normal life, so he kept it hidden for a long time. Now he has handed over all his property to you, so I have been invited to come again." "Mr. Helam, you don't have to be polite. If we really count it, you are still my elder. By the way, the Queen of England asked me to bring a message." The royal family and the Fong family have not been in contact for many years. She invites you to visit England when you have time. Definitely, definitely. Fong Chen appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was pounding. The invitation from the Queen of England. Perhaps there are few people in the world with such prestige? Shall we begin? Helam first took measurements of Fong Chen's body, then asked him about his preferred styles and designs. Relying on his many years of experience, some initial ideas had already formed in his mind. By the way, Mr. Helam, other clothes can wait, but could you first help me customize a set of slightly formal, yet not too extravagant clothes suitable for public occasions? I have to attend our high school reunion in half a month. Oh, it's a small matter. Half a month should be enough time for me to rush it. Normally, it takes Helam about a month to handcraft a set of clothes. Shortening the time by half would indeed take up a lot of his time and energy, but if it could earn Fong Chen's favor, it would be worth it. Then I'll trouble Mr. Helam. Half a month was quite tight, so after bidding farewell to Fong Chen, Helam immediately headed to the handmade factory under Fong Chen's name. Young Master Fong, are you going to attend the high school reunion in half a month? Yes, it's the 70th anniversary of our high school. The school has invited many well-known alumni, but we will just be other alumni. Fong Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. In fact, the so-called high school reunion was just a gathering for successful graduates to show off. As for those who truly cared about the school, they were few and far between. Young master, if you want to become a well-known alumnus, it's actually quite simple. How is that simple? Fong Chen smiled bitterly. I'm not the owner of a well-known company, nor am I a political figure. Even if I have some money now, no one knows me. It's simple. Just donate a sum of money to your alma mater in your own name. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Fong Chen slapped his thigh. For his alma mater, what the school valued more about these alumni was their influence and what benefits they could bring to the school. Although this was very practical, it had to be admitted that excellent hardware conditions were an indispensable part of cultivating talent in schools. Xiaoying, how much cash do I have available in my account now? For the part of assets I control, including all domestic and foreign banks, the liquid assets amount to approximately 500 billion US dollars. What? How much? Fong Chen even thought he misheard. 500 billion US dollars. Cough, cough, cough. Fong Chen didn't know what 500 billion US dollars meant, but he only knew that even the world's richest person had just over 100 billion US dollars in assets, and this amount included fixed assets, while Fong Chen's liquid assets were more than 4 times their total assets. Wait, what do you mean by the part of assets you control? Young master, don't you know? The Fong family's assets are divided into 7 parts, managed by 7 large organizations or families for you. Our Zhuang family is only responsible for the smallest part. You. Stop. My head is spinning. Fong Chen walked to the balcony, took a deep breath. The dizziness subsided slightly. He tilted his head 45 degrees to the sky, trying not to laugh out loud. The life of a wealthy person is truly lonely as snow. Back in the room, he opened his email and indeed received an invitation from his alma mater, Hai 2 Middle School. Respected alumni of the 2016 class, we sincerely invite you to attend the 70th anniversary celebration of Hai 2 Middle School. We await your arrival on July 21st. For any inquiries, please contact the principal's office at 854-5740. There are still 17 days, so there is time to prepare. Fong Chen was determined to achieve the 2% completion rate of the task with his authority, so he must be the most shining person at the school celebration. He picked up the phone and immediately dialed the principal's office number. Oh, what should I do? In the principal's office of Hai 2 Middle School, a middle-aged man in his 50s was looking dejectedly at this year's college entrance exam results report. This man was the current principal of Hai 2 Middle School, Zhu Ming. Although it was the final high school in Haihua City, Hai 2 Middle School had always been overshadowed by Hai 1 Middle School for decades, and the status of the perennial second place had hardly changed. Now, even the position of the perennial second place seemed to be in jeopardy. No. 3 Middle School had outstanding results this year, trailing by only 1 percentage point in the admission rate to first-tier universities, a very small gap. As a long-established final high school, although No. 2 Middle School's strength was not on par with No. 1, it had an overwhelming advantage over the schools below it. This situation made Zhu Ming deeply uneasy. The education budget from the municipal government was limited every year, with the majority going to No. 1 Middle School, leaving the rest of the high schools with less than half of No. 1's funding. With this disparity, No. 1's momentum naturally grew stronger. Faculty strength, educational resources, hardware facilities, all required funding, and schools outside of No. One had to find ways to manage on their own with the meager funds available. But schools are not profit-making entities. How could they solve these funding gaps on their own? After inquiring, Zhu Ming learned that in recent years, No. 3 Middle School had an outstanding alumnus who had been successful in business for over a decade, establishing a large-scale enterprise that even went public in the United States last year. At last year's school anniversary, this alumnus donated 10 million renminbi to help the school's development, which explained No. 3 Middle School's current momentum. Over the years, No. 2 Middle School had also produced some excellent alumni, many of whom were successful entrepreneurs and donors. But who could come up with such a huge amount of money? Just barely filling some financial gaps in the normal development of the school was already quite a stretch. At this rate, Zhong will soon be surpassed by Sanzhong. As the principal, Zhu Ming felt unprecedented pressure. Looking at this report card, he seemed to have gained a lot of white hair in an instant. This year is the 70th anniversary celebration of the school. According to tradition, a solemn celebration event is held every 10 years to allow alumni to come back and see the school, and of course, to hope that successful alumni who cherish their alma mater can generously contribute to the school's development. Starting a few weeks ago, the school has been contacting those alumni one after another, but to Zhu Ming's disappointment, whenever the topic of donations came up, more than half of those entrepreneur alumni would start making excuses, which chilled Zhu Ming's heart. Ding-ling-ling. The phone in the principal's office rang. Zhu Ming had already received dozens of calls that morning, but most of them were inquiring about the specific time and activities of the anniversary celebration. This one probably no exception, right? Is this the principal's office of Manhwa Zhong? Came a young voice from the other end. I would like to inquire about the anniversary celebration. Yes, I am the current principal Zhu Ming. May I ask which year of alumni you are? Haha, Zhu Ming has actually risen to become the principal? Fang Chen chuckled in his heart. He was most afraid of this vice principal Zhu during high school. He would almost mysteriously appear at the windows of various classrooms every night during self-study, and Fang Chen was caught by him more than once. Principal Zhu, I am a graduate of the class of 16. Fang Chen said. A hint of disappointment appeared on Zhu Ming's face. 16 graduates, so they are only juniors now. They haven't even completed their studies, let alone be able to help the school. But since they are former students, Zhu Ming naturally couldn't show this attitude. Students who have feelings for their alma mater might succeed in the future, right? Every student who wants to come back is naturally welcome. Principal Zhu, do you remember me? My name is Fang Chen. Fang Chen? Having been in the education industry for decades, Zhu Ming had too many students' names in his mind. He really couldn't recall it for a moment. You forgot. When I was in the second year of high school, you caught me secretly eating during self-study, then you took me to find our class teacher, and our class teacher was also eating stinky tofu in the office, and you scolded both of us. Thinking of this, Fang Chen still found it a bit funny, and when you left, you even took a piece of stinky tofu with you. Ahem, oh, I remember now, it's you. Mentioning this incident, Zhu Ming's face immediately turned red. In his mind appeared the face of a mischievous but academically excellent boy. I remember you got into Jiangnan University, right? Your year was truly the most outstanding among the students I've taught. It was not just a compliment. Fang Chen's year had the highest rate of admission to top universities in the history of Zhejiang, even approaching Yizhong. If every year students were like this, Zhu Ming wouldn't be so distressed. By the way, are you coming to the anniversary celebration? Zhu Ming instantly put aside his troubles, and chatting with such a student was a very interesting and nostalgic thing. Yes, we happen to be on summer vacation, so we plan to come back to see our alma mater and teachers, Fang Chen casually asked. By the way, principal, how are our school's college entrance exam results this year? It's hard to say. Zhu Ming sighed heavily. The gap between us and Yizhong is getting bigger and bigger. Sanzhong is also catching up. They might surpass us next year. How could this happen? I remember there has always been a big gap between Sanzhong and our school, right? The education funding at Sanzhong has increased a lot in recent years, with improvements in hardware, software, and teaching staff, while our school. Sigh. Fang Chen finally realized that Zhong's development situation hasn't been very good recently, the biggest problem being insufficient education funding. Isn't this just what he was looking for? Principal, it's like this. I called to discuss something with you. I wanted to ask, does the school accept donations from students? Fang Chen asked. Of course, we welcome alumni like you to contribute to the school's development. Zhu Ming didn't have high expectations. After all, Fang Chen was just a junior student who hadn't graduated yet. How much money could he have? And he remembered that none of the parents of the class of 16 students were particularly wealthy. Fang Chen, it's not about the amount of the donation, just give what you can. First, tell me the amount of your donation, and I'll make a record of it now. Does the school only accept cash donations? Fang Chen asked. Ha, we accept donations of any type. Do you remember the statue at the school gate? That was donated by a well-known alumni. Since that's the case, then I'll donate the funds for 10 buildings. What? 10 buildings? Xu Ming's voice trembled, then he forced a smile. He thought Fang Chen was joking with him. Fang Chen, you shouldn't joke like that. Principal Zhu, I'm not joking. I plan to donate 1 billion to support our school. Besides building teaching and laboratory buildings, you can use the remaining money to improve our school's facilities. Fang Chen remembered how the air conditioners in the classrooms were broken when he was in high school, making it unbearable to attend classes in the summer. Wait, Xiaofang, are you serious about what you're saying? Xu Ming still couldn't believe it. Even if it was a big boss of a listed company, how many people would be willing to donate 1 billion to a high school in one go? Of course, I'm serious, Principal. We've known each other for so long, when have you seen me lie? After careful consideration, Xu Ming realized that although Fang Chen was mischievous at times and not as studious as other students, his character was very upright. It was just that this matter was of great importance, so it was natural for him to have doubts. Alright, I'll transfer the money to the school's account first, and then we can discuss further, Fang Chen said. Let me make a call, please wait for me a moment. Xiaoying, help me transfer 1 billion to my high school's account. Although Fang Chen didn't know the school's account, Xiaoying was a product of a mysterious civilization, and there was nothing on earth that it couldn't find. Sure, send me the account details, and it will be in the account in 10 minutes. 1 billion in funds was nothing for Fang Chen, who had trillions of dollars in liquid assets. Even if it just sat in the bank earning interest, the annual profit would be calculated in billions, not to mention the huge family business helping him with investments. Could this brat really be teasing me? Xu Ming put down the phone and began to daydream, wondering if Fang Chen's promise was real or fake. Less than 5 minutes later, the school's finance department called. PR. Principal, something big has happened. The voice of the finance department's director, Yu, sounded anxious over the phone. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the school's funding again? Xu Ming was taken aback. Recently, the school gritted its teeth and purchased a batch of the latest teaching equipment, which was only made possible by taking out a loan from the bank. If something goes wrong, it will be a big problem. No, there was a large sum of money added to the school's account just now. A whole billion. What? Xu Ming gasped. Where did this money come from? Have you investigated? I confirmed with the bank. It's from a private account, but the bank cannot disclose the identity of the sender, so I can't determine where it came from. I know who it is. Xu Ming's breathing suddenly became rapid. He couldn't believe that everything Fang Chen said was actually true. 1 billion in funds, and it just appeared in the account like that? Who is it? It's a donation from a student who graduated from our school. Xu Ming suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Director Yu, come to my office this afternoon. We need to plan how to use this money. Maybe in the future, we can even surpass the first high school. Alright, I'll come in half an hour. Principal Zhu, did you receive that money? Fang Chen called Xu Ming's office again. Yes, I received it. Xu Ming's tone became extremely excited, almost on the verge of tears. With this money, the educational strength of the school will definitely see a qualitative growth. Unlike universities, high schools have fewer instruments and equipment, and are much smaller in scale. If 1 billion were to be invested in a university, it might not even cause a ripple. But if it were in a high school, the changes it would bring would be earth-shattering. Let's discuss the use of this money first, Fang Chen said. Let's use half of it to build 10 teaching buildings and laboratories for the school, then. Fang Chen, slow down, Xu Ming interrupted him. You know how small our school is. We only have 4 teaching buildings in total. You want to build 10 at once, where are we going to put them? Fang Chen laughed, realizing his oversight. I made a mistake in my consideration. Principal, you have more experience. Why don't you make the arrangements? I trust you. Although Xu Ming was known as the night study killer in the school, he was an outstanding teacher in the city every year. His character was beyond doubt, and he would definitely use all of this money wisely. Here's my preliminary idea, Xu Ming said. I plan to use 10 million to build another teaching building and laboratory for the school, then improve the school's hardware facilities. Remember how you used to complain about the school's air conditioning? This time, let's replace them all. It's about time. Fang Chen clenched his fist. This was his dream for 3 years in high school. And part of the funds, I plan to hire some top-level teachers from the province to work at our school, and establish a scholarship to support outstanding students from disadvantaged families and reward those top-performing students. You've thought it through, Principal. Let's go with your plan. Then let's name this fund after you. Let's call it the Fongchen Fund. What do you think? That's not necessary, Fongchen smiled. I'll just be the initiator of this fund. Maybe in the future, many alumni will be willing to donate. Let's call it the Son of the Ocean Fund. Manhwa City is near the sea, and they are all children who grew up by the sea. The name Son of the Ocean is very fitting. Alright, I'll go with your suggestion. Fongchen, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Manhwa Second High School, thank you. Xu Ming said sincerely. How can I not contribute to our alma mater since I also graduated from No. 2 middle school? It's only right, Xu Ming said, making Fongchen feel a bit embarrassed. Fongchen, don't blame me for being nosy, you're only a junior in college now, how do you have so much money? Xu Ming was worried that Fongchen might have taken a wrong path and had some concerns. Well, actually, I only found out recently. My parents have been traveling around the world, so they handed over the family business to me to manage. Ha, I didn't expect that. Your family is quite powerful, huh? Xu Ming laughed. Nowadays, many wealthy families choose to raise their sons frugally and daughters lavishly. It seems that Fongchen is one of them. But using so much money all of a sudden, won't there be any problems with your family business? Oh, don't worry about that. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for my family, Fongchen added. By the way, Principal Zhu, is 1 billion enough? If not, I can donate more? There was once an interesting story of flaunting wealth online. Waking up every day on a 100 square meter bed, walking 2 minutes to a 500 square meter bathroom to freshen up, then walking 5 minutes to a wardrobe with over 10,000 different styles of clothes for all seasons, under the guidance of a personal stylist, choosing what to wear for the day. Although Fongchen's life has not reached such extravagant levels, it is not far off. In fact, if he wanted, this story could become a reality. In the following period, Fongchen's days became a bit calmer. He spent his days playing games with friends or watching dramas and movies, a typical summer break for college students nowadays. A few days ago, Chang Kai and the others presented their game proposal, and Zhuang Ying submitted the ideas to a game company under her name, receiving high praise. As for what comes next, it's quite simple. Fongchen invested 20 million to register a game company, owning 70% of the shares, while the remaining 30% was split among his 3 roommates, who only accepted after Fongchen insisted. As for the subsequent tasks like hiring, selecting a location for the company, etc., they would have to figure it out themselves. Fongchen didn't want to waste his energy on those things. That night, he logged onto the Bamboo platform as usual to watch live streams. To his surprise, within just over a week, his personal account on the platform had gained millions of followers and tens of thousands of comments, either seeking a relationship or asking for support. This computer is really something. It can display tens of thousands of comments without lagging. Fongchen praised, these all-in-one machines are really well made nowadays. Host, which eye did you use to see this all-in-one machine? Xiao Yi's voice rang in his ears. Isn't it? This computer only has a screen, no main unit. Isn't it an all-in-one machine? Fongchen bent down, but under the computer desk, there was nothing but a flawless white animal skin. Host, did you see the few cables behind the computer screen? It was only then that Fongchen noticed a small connector between the computer and the wall, as if some cables were directly connected into the wall. Is the main unit inside this wall? Fongchen looked puzzled. There is a small supercomputer under this villa. What? A supercomputer? Fongchen was astonished. This was an internationally renowned strategic technological product used for defense and scientific discoveries, and here he was using it to play games, watch videos, and live streams? This was made by your father a long time ago based on the design I provided, occupying an area of about 200 square meters, so the processing speed is much slower, probably only about 5 trillion calculations per second, but it is already sufficient for your daily use. Damn, when was this thing installed here? If it were said that the supercomputer was originally installed in this place, Fongchen would never believe it. Just over a month ago, Miss Zhuangying thought that this place was most likely where you would live in the long term, so she transferred it from Mr. Fong Huai's original residence. Damn, I have nothing to say. Fongchen once again received a blow from his own family. He had been living here for over a week and only now found out that there was a supercomputer installed under this house. If others were to find out, it would probably cause quite a stir, right? Xiaoyi, can you help me block those junk emails directly? No problem. Fongchen's computer screen flashed, and all the non-essential information was automatically filtered out. Warm welcome to level 10 VIP user Lin Jianlu entering the live broadcast room of host teacher Pu. 666666. Welcome Luzong. Luzong, have you seen the private message I sent you? As long as you're willing, I can come warm your bed tonight. Are you shameless upstairs? Don't seduce my husband. Lu Zong is here? Do you want to drive together? Our team is just missing one person. Teacher Pooh had just finished a game, and one of the teammates happened to go offline, so he directly invited Fong Chen to join. Sure. Since Fong Chen had nothing else to do, he joined Teacher Pooh's team directly. By the way, I don't have an account in this region. Which brother can lend me one? No need to return the favor, just send the account directly to Teacher Pooh. Fong Chen shouted directly in the barrage. Lu Zong, use mine is a diamond account. Pa, daring to say diamond, use mine, I'm a king in this region with 700 points. You guys fight over it, I just want to see what Lu Zong means by no need to return the favor. Add one upstairs. Teacher Pooh's team were all master or above in rank, and soon he sent a master account over. Fong Chen logged into the account, without saying a word, he directly recharged 100,000 renminbi on this account, which converted to points, was a full 10 million, enough to buy all the non-limited skins at least once. Lu Zong is generous. Who is it? So lucky. Damn, Lu Zong, next time you want to borrow an account, you must say it in advance. I just came in to watch the live broadcast. Lu Zong, let me introduce you, these are all my former teammates when I played professionally, they have all retired now, Baldy, Shadow, and Kid. Hello everyone. Fong Chen connected to the team's microphone and greeted the former professional players. He still remembered that the first League of Legends match he watched was Kid's match. Oh my, Lu Zong's voice is so nice. This voice is a waste not to have a career in singing. Upstairs is so creepy, but I like it. Lu Zong, what position do you play? I play mid, I'm used to this position. Fong Chen directly picked Victor, the mid lane hero he played most often, waiting for Lu Zong to be blown up by the opponents. Who dares? Lu Zong will pay to kill you. Lu Zong, you can't hire actors. Although Fong Chen's skills were not bad, he was still weaker compared to these professional players. However, Shadow had been helping to catch the enemy mid laner, and even the last 4 people worked hard to help him withstand the enemy's attacks, allowing Fong Chen to achieve a pentakill in the end. What is meant by money can make the devil turn the grindstone, this is probably the most accurate portrayal. They played until 10 o'clock, and fans were already shouting in the barrage. It's 10 o'clock. Looks like Lu Zong is about to slip away. Where is the Lu Zong proposal team? Miss Sinu's room is the meeting point. Ha ha, Lu Zong, are you trying to slip away? He, it's a habit, it's a habit. Fong Chen laughed. Okay, then I won't keep you. Teacher Park also said straightforwardly, by the way, China Joy is in 3 days. Are you interested in coming to Shanghai to play? Okay. Fong Chen had wanted to go for a long time, but he never had the spare money. Okay. When you come to Shanghai in 3 days, look for me directly, I'll introduce you to some friends. Great, see you in Shanghai in 3 days. I heard you're also going to China Joy this year? Fong Chen had just finished watching Guo Xinyu's live broadcast as usual and was about to go to bed when Guo Xinyu messaged her. You too? Are you going too? Yes, because I've gained a lot of fans recently, so the Bamboo platform invited me as a guest, and I might appear at the Bamboo platform's booth. Guo Xinyu sent a mischievous emoji. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal then. Fong Chen had always wanted to see Guo Xinyu's true appearance. Perhaps this was her first time showing her face after live streaming for so long. Where can that be? You've helped me so much. I should be the one treating you. Guo Xinyu's current fans had increased to over 2 million, and the Bamboo platform had signed a long-term contract with her a few days ago. This contract brought her enough benefits to help her pay off her family's debts and improve her life, all thanks to Fong Chen. Okay, then I won't be polite. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Fong Chen no longer refused. You might be disappointed, I'm not as good looking as you imagine, don't forget, the viewers in the live room all call me Xiao Biluo. Guo Xinyu said mischievously. I don't believe it, you girls always think you're not pretty or thin enough, a woman's mouth, a ghost that deceives men. Okay, it's late, I'm going to sleep, see you in Shanghai later. It was already past midnight, and Guo Xinyu was feeling the constant drowsiness. Okay, you go to sleep early. Fong Chen was still energetic, perhaps because his body had been strengthened. No matter how late he slept, he woke up full of energy the next morning. Wait, did I forget something recently? Fong Chen, who had just closed his eyes to sleep, suddenly bounced up from the bed. Xiaoyi, you haven't given me the reward for the last task yet. The trash that the ancestors didn't want to hear sounded very awkward, but Fong Chen believed it must be something that would shock him greatly. Host, you finally remembered, if you don't claim the task reward within a week, you won't be able to receive it. Xiaoyi said. Your sister, why didn't you remind me or just give me the reward directly? Fong Chen said angrily, if he hadn't suddenly remembered, this task would have been almost a waste except for that bit of completion progress. This was instructed by the 99th generation host, Suddenly Xiaoyi imitated Feng Huai's tone. "This stinky kid is always forgetful. If you have the chance, give him a little lesson to help him remember in the future." Xiaoyi not only perfectly imitated the voice but also the tone. Feng Chen had some complaints, but since this was instructed by his old man, he couldn't blame Xiaoyi. However, this time he did learn his lesson. After completing the next task, he must be the first to claim the reward. The reward for completing the school anniversary task is even more generous than this time. "Alright, give me the reward for the task first," Feng Chen said, eager to find out what exactly the junk his ancestors didn't want was. As soon as he finished speaking, a square space appeared in Feng Chen's mind, a space that was not connected to the world he lived in, but existed independently. "Xiaoyi, what is this? Is this an independent space?" Feng Chen felt as if he were in a science fiction world. "Yes, this is a movable independent space created using spatial science. In theory, this space can be very large, not limited by permissions. Right now, you can only use a cubic meter of space." Wow! Even with just a cubic meter, that's enough to do a lot of things. "How did you do it? The civilization that created me is much more advanced than Earth. This kind of space technology is not difficult for them. What about your civilization?" Feng Chen had never asked Xiaoyi about her origins. Due to excessive resource exploitation, the entire star system was destroyed. "My data stream accompanied the gamma rays from the destruction of the star and arrived on Earth, entering the ancestor of the Feng family from 99 generations ago, and has been passed down to now." "I see." Feng Chen couldn't believe he inadvertently learned about Xiaoyi's origins. Perhaps the fate of his family began to change from that time? "How do I use this space?" "The host just needs to control it with your mind." Feng Chen tried to bring the space closer to himself. Indeed, his vision became closer, and this cubic meter of space was almost empty, with only a small bottle in it. Feng Chen took out the small bottle. "Is this some kind of antique?" "If you insist, then yes. This is something from the time of the 15th host, passed down over the years and quite valuable," Xiaoyi said, "but the real reward is inside this bottle." "Oh?" Feng Chen quickly opened the bottle, and a herbal fragrance rushed out, invigorating his spirit. The small bottle contained 5 irregular black objects, about the size of a barley grain. "What is this stuff? It's not thousands of years worth of boogers from my ancestors, is it?" If Feng Chen's ancestors were still alive and heard this, they would probably beat him to death on the spot. "These are the failed products obtained when the 15th host was refining elixirs." "What? Elixirs? Cultivation?" Feng Chen couldn't help but comment. "This is a kind of science," Xiaoyi said seriously. "After extracting and refining components from many plants, they have great benefits for the human body. Although Earth's plants are somewhat inferior, refining them can't achieve immortality, but it can prolong life, maintain youthfulness forever." "And these are the failed products made when the 15th host accidentally blew up the furnace while refining the elixir of immortality for Qin Shi Huang. Originally, he was going to throw them away, but I kept them." "Me? Qin Shi Huang?" Feng Chen was speechless again. How did Qin Shi Huang get involved in this? "The 15th host learned a lot of alchemy knowledge from my database. He was an alchemy master back then. Although he couldn't produce anything good, as long as the materials were sufficient, extending one's life by 10 or 20 years was not difficult." "That's amazing." Even modern medicine finds it difficult to extend the life of a dying person by a few days. Our ancestors were truly capable. When Qin Shi Huang was close to death, he asked his ancestors to help him refine the elixir of immortality. Xiaoyi chuckled. "But even the most precious medicines on Earth couldn't achieve that. He only managed to create 3 pills that could extend a person's life by a dozen years." "What happened next?" Feng Chen became increasingly interested in this historical account. Later, these 3 pills were intercepted by Zhao Gao, but that's not what the original host had to consider at the time. He had already developed a method to unlock human potential, so he took what Qin Huang had rewarded him with and single-handedly fought his way out of the chaotic palace. Truly my ancestors are formidable." Feng Chen felt a strong sense of pride. "So what use are these 5 pieces of trash? Can they prolong life?" "Not really," Xiaoyi said. "These are all failed products, with some issues in their effectiveness. However, after analyzing the ingredients, I found that they can rapidly regenerate aging cells, not to cure all diseases, but as long as it's not losing limbs, they can treat any injury or illness. Including cancer and AIDS? They can be treated." Wow! Since that day, Feng Chen had already forgotten how many times he had exclaimed this. The fact that diseases considered incurable by humans could be treated, if released to the medical community, would be a bombshell. Such treasures were just discarded trash by his ancestors. What else could be more wasteful? Compared to them, he realized he was already quite frugal and modest in his spending. If even the discarded trash had such effects, what kind of miraculous treasures did his ancestors accidentally lose? Fong Chen was already eager to complete the next task. He carefully placed the small bottle back in the space, even though it was not needed now. Who knew when it might unleash tremendous effects? Hey, Lu Zong, where are you now? I'm still stuck on the overpass. To rush to the Magic City, Fong Chen had gotten up early that day, but he underestimated the allure of China Joy. On this day, countless enthusiasts from various cities rushed in, and by 6 or 7 o'clock, the traffic had become extremely congested. Teacher Park, why don't you go ahead first? I'll come find you at the venue later. With no improvement in traffic conditions for the time being, Fong Chen didn't want to keep them waiting, especially since Teacher Park had also made plans with many friends today. Teacher Park's real name was Lu Yimo, and he had settled in the Magic City after making his first fortune in the professional gaming scene. Normally, he wouldn't mind waiting a bit longer, but today he had an appointment with a big shot at the venue, who was not only the boss of Bamboo Live but also one of the most famous rich second-generation individuals in the country. In his mind, even if Fong Chen was wealthy, he couldn't compare to that person. While Fong Chen might have money, that person's family, though not the richest in the country, definitely ranked in the top 3. The names of the sons of these top 3 families were well known in society, and Fong Chen wouldn't be on the same level. Lu Yimo invited Fong Chen to the exhibition just to expand his network. Alright, I'll be honest with you, today I also made an appointment with Prince Wang. When you arrive at the venue, give me a call, and I'll introduce you to them. Okay, see you at the exhibition later. Fong Chen replied enthusiastically. The young Prince Fong Chen naturally knew who it was, the son of one of the top 3 tycoons in Huaxia, Wang Lin's son Wang Song. His famous quote, "I never choose friends based on wealth, because they definitely don't have as much money as I do," went viral on the internet, making him a very popular internet celebrity. However, it must be said that although he is a second-generation rich kid, Wang Song is also very capable and has a strong sense of values. Sometimes when he argues with people online, he impresses many. With his status, he had never interacted with people like this before, but now he unexpectedly had this opportunity, making him marvel at the wonders of fate. What's going on up ahead? We've been stuck for 2 hours, why isn't anything moving? Fong Chen had been holding his pee for a long time, and the long wait was testing his patience. If only we had a plane. Fong Chen casually remarked. Host, you do. I know I do. The seafood and beef at my house were transported by private plane, Fong Chen complained, but there's no runway here to land, so even if we had a plane, it would be useless. No, I'm not talking about your private plane, I'm talking about your private helicopter. I have a helicopter too? Fong Chen was surprised. Yes, if you have a plane, why is it strange to have a helicopter? Thinking of this, he quickly dialed Zhuang Ying's number. Young master, have you arrived in the Magic City? Zhuang Ying was enjoying a sunny morning in the villa while applying a face mask. Don't mention it, it seems there's a traffic accident on the road. This convoy hasn't moved for hours. At this rate, I don't know if I can make it to the Magic City before dark. Oh, it's just a small matter, send me your location, I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. Zhuang Ying seemed to treat flying a private helicopter as casually as taking the subway or bus. Fong Chen immediately sent her his location. Please wait a moment, there's a private helicopter waiting for you at the Magic City airport, it will take at most 20 minutes to arrive. Okay, thank you, Xiaoying. Money is really great. Fong Chen put down the chair he was sitting on and lay down, he would soon bid farewell to this ghostly place. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, a roar sounded in the sky, a completely black helicopter descended from the sky, causing many people to exclaim in amazement. Damn, isn't this too exaggerated? Fong Chen thought it would be a small helicopter, but this helicopter was almost as big as a transport helicopter, right? The huge wind pressure seemed to crush all the vehicles below. Host, this private helicopter was modified from a retired American AH-64 armed helicopter, with a total length of 17.8 meters and a width of 5.23 meters. Mr. Fong Hui quietly bought it a few years ago for $120 million US. Isn't my dad's style too bold? Fong Chen was dumbfounded. Why did this helicopter stop? Is it here to pick someone up? My god, I've never seen such a big helicopter in all my life. Is it a private helicopter? Not necessarily, maybe someone is injured or sick and needs to be taken to the hospital urgently? Hurry up and take a picture. It will definitely go viral when posted online. As people around were discussing, 4 people in black suddenly descended from the helicopter, holding something like a rope to securely fasten a nearby Porsche Cayenne, and then quickly returned to the helicopter. Wait, what are they doing? Aren't they here to pick me up? Why did they tie up my car? Just as Fong Chen was at a loss, the helicopter took off, effortlessly lifting the over 2-ton Kayan into the sky. Hey, put me down. Fang Chen has flown on a plane before, but this is the first time he's flying in this way. Who knows if this rope is strong enough? If it accidentally breaks, falling from such a height would turn him into a meat sauce. Host, rest assured, the power system of this helicopter can lift even a tank, let alone a car. And this rope is specially made, it's impossible for anything under 10 tons to break it. But even if you say that, I'm still nervous. I feel like I'm going to throw up. In Fang Chen's wailing, the helicopter flew smoothly towards the venue of China Joy, unknowingly being recorded by many and shared online. Fang Chen had no idea that just a few minutes later, this video had gone viral on major social media platforms and even made it to the top trending list on Weibo. Heartless rich guy. Traffic jam on the Jiangnan Bridge. A Porsche owner actually called a private helicopter to fly over the congested road. This trending topic immediately dominated Weibo's headlines because Fang Chen didn't cover his license plate, and even his license plate was exposed online. Not only that, a helicopter dragging a car in the sky was too conspicuous. Almost everyone who saw it couldn't help but take photos or videos, as such a sight is once in a lifetime. Louis Mo and many old team members had already arrived at the China Joy venue. Among them was another figure wearing a duckbill cap, accompanied by an extremely attractive internet celebrity. This person was undoubtedly Wang Song. High profile, likes internet celebrities, wealthy, these were his biggest labels, but he didn't reject these labels, as they were the most fitting descriptions of himself. Come and see this. Wang Song's phone displayed the video of a Cayenne being towed into the sky by a huge helicopter, a scene that few dared to film even in movies. Wow! Isn't this too cool? Louis Mo snatched Wang Song's phone and repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the video. I thought I was already high profile enough, but I never expected there would be someone even more high profile in this world. Stuck on the highway, he actually called a private helicopter for transport. Isn't that too exaggerated? Wang Song sighed. But this person is so strange. That Cayenne costs only a few $100,000. Compared to this helicopter, the class difference is too big. Lou Emo's teammate Shadow said. With their wealth, they couldn't afford this helicopter, but they could afford this car. Could this helicopter be the one recently featured on the Didi Chopper app? I remember they offer helicopter services, just a bit pricey. No, that helicopter is a private one. Wang Song said, 3 years ago, when my dad and I attended a private auction in America, we saw it. It's a retired military helicopter that was modified, and it was eventually auctioned off for $120 million by an unknown domestic tycoon. Principal Wang, didn't your dad want to buy it? Louis Mo asked. Principal Wang was Wang Song's nickname, given by his friends and online followers. How could he? My old man also bid, but he stopped at $1 billion. Why, isn't the helicopter worth that price? Of course it is, but it seems like my dad knew the bidder, and it looked like many people at that auction gave him a lot of face. As long as he wanted something, no one would bid too high. Thinking back to the mysterious figure who bid in the VIP room at that time, Wang Song is still very curious now. You should know that representatives of big families such as the Rothschild family, the Morgan family, and others were also participating in the auction. So many people were giving face to that mysterious buyer, so his identity must be amazing. So you mean that person is very likely related to the mysterious tycoon from before? More likely than not. Wang Song nodded. If given the chance, he really wanted to meet this person. Hey, look at Weibo, that helicopter seems to be flying towards the China Joy venue. Lou Emo's teammate Sun Long shouted. Really? They thought that person might have some important meeting or urgent matter to attend to, which is why they chose this method. Could it be that they just took a helicopter to arrive at the exhibition early? That would be too extravagant, wouldn't it? Let's go out and take a look. Wang Song couldn't care less about the charming internet celebrity next to him. For him, the identity of the car owner was much more attractive than the beauty. The internet celebrity stomped her foot in dissatisfaction but quickly picked up her LV backpack and followed. How many people were waiting in line to be Wang Song's girlfriend? Even if it was just for a week, it would be enough for her to gain numerous benefits. She couldn't give up halfway like this. Vroom vroom vroom. The loud sound of the engine came from the sky, and sure enough, the helicopter landed outside the China Joy venue. Many people who had rushed over were already outside, forming a huge circle, waiting to see the true face of the car owner. Oh no, I'm afraid I'm going to be famous now. Fang Chen looked bitter. There were at least a few hundred people surrounding the area below. As soon as he stepped out of the car, countless cameras would be pointed at him, snapping away. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, it would be impossible. I should have never asked Xiaoying to help me with this. Fang Chen regretted his decision. His appearance was too ostentatious. Finally, Fong Chen's car landed. The four well-trained men in black once again descended from the helicopter, coiled up the ropes tied to the car, and quickly returned to the aircraft at lightning speed. Mission accomplished, returning. The helicopter roared again and soon disappeared into the sky. Suddenly, this Porsche became the center of attention, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Fong Chen couldn't even leave if he wanted to. I can only ask for help now. Fong Chen immediately called Lu Yimo. Teacher Park, help me. Director Lu, you're already here? Where are you? What do you mean by help? Lu Yimo was puzzled by Fong Chen's words. It's just that. My private helicopter dropped me off at the venue entrance, and now there are people everywhere. I'm afraid I'll be swarmed as soon as I get out of the car. Can you help me disperse the crowd? Fong Chen said hesitantly. Damn, Director Lu? Is that your car? Lu Yimo still couldn't connect Fong Chen with the owner of the Porsche. He thought Fong Chen was still stuck on a bridge or highway. Hold on, let me talk to the principal and figure something out. Teacher Park, who is it? Wang Tsong overheard his own name when Lu Yimo was on the phone. It's the friend I was going to introduce you to today, the popular Lu Zong on the bamboo platform. Oh, I know. Wang Tsong nodded nonchalantly. There were plenty of wealthy people on live streaming platforms, but Wang Tsong didn't befriend just anyone. Perhaps he was just an ordinary nouveau riche. That Lu Zong is in that car right now. Lu Yimo pointed to the Porsche. What? You mean the person in that car is the Lu Zong you mentioned? Immediately, Wang Tsong couldn't remain calm anymore. The person who could get that helicopter, even making his father give face, definitely wasn't just an ordinary wealthy person. Are you sure? It was him who called, asking us to help evacuate those people. Ha, making such a big fuss, now they know to ask for our help? Wang Tsong chuckled gleefully, but he immediately called the security guard. He was the biggest investor at China Joy, no doubt about it, he still had that power. Soon, a group of security guards surrounded and began evacuating the crowd. Everyone, please make way. This is one of the special programs for today's exhibition. Please make way for a path. So it's a special program? I thought some big shot was coming. But it's impressive that the organizers could get a helicopter like that. Have you forgotten who the organizers are? President Wang could definitely get a helicopter, right? Is that really the case? Why do I feel like we're being fooled? Before long, the surrounding people dispersed, and Fong Chen took the opportunity to drive into the underground garage. After making sure no one was watching nearby, he walked out. He shook his head helplessly. Well, I probably won't dare to drive this car again in the future. Xiaoying, can you help me get a car? My car is probably already posted online, and I dare not drive it anymore. Fong Chen quietly sought help from Zhuangying in a corner. Ha ha ha. Zhuangying on the other end of the phone laughed so hard that wrinkles appeared. In fact, there were small helicopters at the airport in the Magic City, and she could easily have the helicopter pick up Fong Chen and have someone else deal with the car. She did this just for fun, but if Fong Chen found out about this attitude, he might have murderous thoughts. You're still laughing. I was almost mistaken for a gorilla at the zoo just now. Fong Chen said gloomily. Okay, I'll have someone send the car over to you later. What kind of car do you prefer? There are many large 4S stores in the Magic City with warehouses reserved for you, offering various brands and styles. Get me a Maserati 430. The sun god Apollo was Fong Chen's dream, and the Maserati was his previous small goal. He liked Maserati just for the logo, not so much for the appearance or performance of the car. Okay, I'll have someone drive it over to you later. Phew! Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he walked out of the underground garage. Along the way, he encountered many good Samaritans, but looking at Fong Chen's white t-shirt worth 40 to 50 yuan, they didn't connect him with the mysterious figure who had just made a grand entrance. Thanks, Teacher Pooh. I'm out. Where are you guys? Fong Chen dialed his phone again. Oh, we're at the square where you just landed. President Wang is here too. I'll introduce you guys in a bit. Okay, I'll be right there. Fong Chen jogged all the way and quickly found Lu Yimo and the others at the entrance. Teacher Pooh. He had seen them many times on live broadcasts and online, so Fong Chen immediately recognized President Wang and Teacher Pooh. As for the other people, although not very familiar, they looked somewhat recognizable, probably former members of the old IG team. You're the dear general from Lin Xinjianlu? Lu Yimo couldn't believe it. Fong Chen was just too young. Fong Chen hadn't posted his photo on his social circle, so Lu Yimo had thought Fong Chen was at least in his 30s or 40s. Yes, it's me. I'm Fong Chen, 20 years old this year, studying at Jiangnan University in Jiangnan City. Fong Chen shook hands with them. Hello, Lu Yimo hadn't recovered from his surprise yet. Let me introduce you first. These are my teammates. We played games together a few days ago. This is Principal Wang, you must know him, so I won't introduce him further. Principal Wang, I've heard so much about you. This was the first time Fong Chen had seen the real Wang Song, and he seemed quite down to earth. I didn't expect to find a young tycoon like you hidden in our country. Wang Song greeted him warmly. Can I ask you a question? Are you selling that helicopter? I'll offer $1.5 billion. I won't let you lose out. Fong Chen suddenly realized why Wang Song was being so friendly. He had his eye on the helicopter. In fact, Wang Song had another motive. He wanted to know if the helicopter really belonged to him. What's up, Principal Wang? Are you interested in my helicopter? Fong Chen joked. To be honest with you, both my father and I were at that auction. If you hadn't bid, we would have gotten our hands on it. Wang Song really liked that helicopter. Ha, my dad bought that helicopter, it has nothing to do with me. But if you're interested, that one is not available. However, my family has an AH-1 type armed helicopter modified into a private plane. If you offer a suitable price, I might consider it. This information was just shared with him by Zhuang Ying. It seemed that his father really liked these kinds of armed helicopters turned private planes. He had about 20 of these helicopters under his name, each priced at over $100 million. Deal. You're my friend now. They quickly struck a deal, using billion and US dollars as units. Teacher Piao and his friends were stunned. This was how rich people talked. By the way, do you want to borrow a car first? Your Porsche probably can't be driven around casually anymore, right? Ha ha ha. Wang Song chuckled mischievously. No need. My assistant will bring me a new car later. I won't be driving that one anymore. If you're not going to drive it, why not give it to me? Teacher Piao's friends couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Rejecting $1 million car just like that, they were itching to have it. China Joy, short for China International Digital Interactive Entertainment Exhibition, features various games, animations, digital products, and most notably, a large number of beautiful cosplayers that attract otaku fans. As they walked, Fong Chen was dazzled by all the long legs around him. It seemed that wherever he went with Principal Wang and Teacher Piao, he would attract a lot of attention because he was a completely unfamiliar face to online users. Having spent quite some time on the road, it was already noon by the time they strolled around a bit. Principal Wang directly invited Fong Chen and the others to have lunch together, as he had already reserved seats at a nearby hotel. Since Guo Xinyu wouldn't show up until the afternoon, they had agreed to have dinner together, so Fong Chen readily accepted. Lao Fong, take my car. Teacher Piao pointed to his orange Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. The principal's car only has 2 seats, you know. Teacher Piao glanced at the beautiful internet celebrity sitting next to Principal Wang, but she seemed different from the one photographed by netizens recently. She must have changed again, but this was already a common occurrence. What about them? Fong Chen pointed to Sun Long and the others. It's fine, we all drove here ourselves. You guys go ahead. Alright. Fong Chen got into Teacher Piao's car. It was his first time riding in a sports car, and even though his own was being customized, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. With the roar of the engine, the orange Lamborghini roared out and followed the limited edition Porsche 918 driven by Wang Song. Wang Song chose a nearby 5-star hotel for lunch. Originally, they just wanted to eat casually, but since Fong Chen came, they couldn't be too low-key, even though they had already gotten to know each other during the short time they spent together earlier. By the way, Lao Fong, we still don't know what your family does. Your family must be quite wealthy, and your parents are probably not ordinary people. Maybe our parents know each other. The conversation at the table suddenly opened up, and Wang Song was very interested in Fong Chen's background. Well, my family does everything. To be honest, I don't even know what industries my family is involved in. I only found out last week that my family is so wealthy. As for my parents, they are no longer around. Fong Chen had repeated this sentence many times over the past week. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Fong Chen's statement that his parents were no longer around meant they were no longer on Earth, but Wang Song understood it as them being deceased. With this misunderstanding, Wang Song could now understand the previous half of the sentence, assuming that Fong Chen had inherited a large sum of money from his parents. Upon hearing Wang Song's words, Fong Chen knew he had misunderstood, but he didn't explain. If one day he were to delve into it naively, it would be interesting. He could only silently apologize to Fong Hui and Xiaolan in his heart. By the way, Lao Fong, our company, Bida Entertainment, is planning to make a movie, but we are a bit short on funds. How about it? Are you interested in investing? Once it's done, we'll share the profits based on your investment. Wang Song happened to have some trouble recently, and Fong Chen's interest was piqued. Principal, with your family's wealth, you still need me to finance a movie? Ha, the wealth belongs to my old man. He gave me some startup capital and left me to manage it myself. But recently, I've made quite a few investments, and my funds are a bit tight. Wang Tsong laughed. Although he had a considerable amount of money in his private vault, it was kept for emergencies and couldn't be used casually. Fang Chen patted his chest. All right, how much more funding do you need? I'll cover the rest. You're not even going to ask how much more funding is needed, and you're just going to cover it all? Wang Tsong was a bit stunned. The movie he planned to make was not an ordinary urban or college-themed film but a fantasy epic of monumental proportions. It wasn't a movie that could be made with just a few million investments. Wang Tsong was a die-hard fan of novels. Ever since the novel Battle Through the Heavens came out, he had been completely captivated by that world. There had been a TV series adaptation of the novel before, but it was heavily criticized by viewers. The special effects in the movie Shushan Chuan decades ago were much better than the TV series remake. The joke of the Dozong expert riding a horse to the scene had been overplayed by netizens, and even Wang Tsong couldn't help but want to drag the director out and give him a beating. In order to create his vision of Battle Through the Heavens, Wang Tsong had spent a huge sum of money to acquire the adaptation rights, filming rights, and more for the novel. He had even invited a Hollywood special effects team. Just the budget for this part had already reached a staggering $250 million. But the preparation of props, actors, directors, and more that followed required another huge investment. In the early days of Wang Tsong's entrepreneurship, Wang Lin had given him a startup capital of $500 million. With his own abilities, he had multiplied that amount by more than 10 times in just a few years. His current net worth had exceeded $7 billion. But most of this money is fixed assets, and he only has less than $1 billion in liquid assets that he can use. He can't possibly invest all this money at once, right? If the box office doesn't do well, wouldn't it be like pouring water into a bamboo basket? According to Wang Tsong's budget, to achieve the best results, the total investment may need to reach a staggering 10 billion yuan. Such a huge investment has never been seen in the film and television industry, and no one dares to take such a big risk. According to Fang Chen, if he covers the remaining funds, he will have to come up with nearly 5 billion yuan. Although his net worth is definitely not low, such a large sum of money is not something that can be easily taken out. I may need another 5 billion. Wang Tsong said truthfully. No problem, I'll provide the 5 billion. After hearing Wang Tsong's thoughts, Fang Chen also became somewhat excited. He used to secretly read this novel every night in high school, and he was also disappointed after watching the TV series of Battle Through the Heavens. With Wang Tsong having such a good idea, he definitely had 100% support. Are you serious? I'm serious. Fang Chen said firmly. Are you doubting that I can't come up with this mere 5 billion? Louis Mo and others sitting beside them rolled their eyes instantly. Such a huge number as 5 billion, most people may not earn even 1% of it in their lifetime. Only these two dared to add the word mere as a prefix. Where can I get it? Wang Tsong did not doubt Fang Chen's financial strength. After all, his father is a person who even his own father Wang Lin has to give face to. It's possible that he is even richer than his own father, but assets are one thing, and liquid assets are another. 5 billion is not a small amount. Don't worry, you handle the actors and directors, and if the money is not enough, come to me. Fang Chen said confidently. This sentence was usually said by Wang Tsong to others when investing. When this sentence was used on himself, Wang Tsong truly had a very special feeling. You may not believe it, but someone just said to me, if you need money, come to me. Wang Tsong casually posted this sentence on his Weibo. Wang Tsong has millions of fans. As soon as this Weibo was posted, the comments below exploded, and the heat rose at an extremely fast speed, reaching the second place on the hot search list in an instant, second only to the helicopter incident in the morning. President Wang, you also have times when people throw money at you. I want to know which tycoon can say this to the president. Could it be the young master from Kyoto? Wait, don't forget that the president is at the China Joy event today. Although the staff claimed that the helicopter incident was a special program arranged by the organizer, based on my years of experience, it must be a cover-up. The person involved in this incident is likely the one who said this sentence. We all had 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so outstanding upstairs? Did you secretly take extra classes? At Tsinghua University, recommend admission. At Peking University, recommend for graduate study. As soon as this Weibo was posted, the heat of the two Weibos skyrocketed, and some people even took photos of Wang Tsong and others entering the hotel. But unfortunately, the resolution was a bit low and Fang Chen's face couldn't be clearly seen. But one thing is almost certain, the owner of the helicopter is very likely the one who went to find President Wang. Because everyone drove there, no one dared to drink. Although their identities were very special, they were all young people with many common topics, especially when they were criticizing the same thing. They quickly established a revolutionary friendship, and soon everyone started calling each other brothers. Wang Song had some things to discuss in the afternoon and couldn't stay at the venue. When they walked out of the hotel with Fang Chen, the car arranged by Zhuang Ying was already waiting at the hotel entrance. However, this car seemed different from what he had imagined. Wasn't he expecting a Maserati 430? Why was there a supercar with a Maserati logo in front of him? Damn, you said someone would send a car for you. Is this the car you were talking about? Wang Song widened his eyes. He recognized this car, the Maserati MC12, with only 50 units globally and only 2 in Huaxia. But he knew the owners of those 2 cars, and none of them were surnamed Feng. Obviously, this car was not among those 2. A middle-aged man in a suit got out of the car and respectfully walked up to Feng Chen, then handed him the car keys. Young Master Feng, Miss Shuang asked me to bring you the keys. This. Feng Chen was puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be a 430? Why send this toy here? Feng Chen was getting anxious as he noticed many people around were already paying attention and even taking photos with their phones. Such luxury cars were not common, and the owner was the center of attention. Well, recently, due to some issues with the company, that model of car was found to have safety hazards, so they were all urgently recalled. Miss Shuang knew you liked Maserati, so she had me bring this car instead. This woman is causing trouble again? Feng Chen was annoyed but helpless. The car was already here, and he needed a vehicle for transportation. Hey, Lao Feng, where did this car come from? I remember there were only 2 in Huaxia. Did you get this car from a foreign tycoon? Wang Song asked with interest. I don't know either. Feng Chen turned to the middle-aged man who brought the car. Uncle, do you know? The middle-aged man showed a strange expression. Young master, don't you know that you own 78.2% of Maserati? Every time there's a new model, the factory sends a few finished cars to Huaxia first. Those are not included in the limited edition total. Alright, I have shares again. Feng Chen rolled his eyes and then gave an innocent look to Wang Song. You're awesome. Wang Song gave a thumbs up and then posted on Weibo. Just now, I had a meal with the largest shareholder of Maserati, and only after the meal did he realize this. Today, I was stunned by money. We're leaving now. When you're free in a few days, I'll come to Jiangnan City to talk about film investment. Before leaving, Wang Song and Feng Chen exchanged contact information. Wang Song really didn't want to stay with Feng Chen for another moment. In comparison, he felt like a poor man. Xiaoyi, can you help me delete those photos? Feng Chen glanced around. Standing next to such a cool sports car, it was difficult not to attract attention. Host, you can't do this. Don't forget, the first stage of unlocking permissions requires you to make a loud name for yourself. I can easily meet your request, but the task progress will be greatly discounted. Wait, don't delete them yet. Feng Chen immediately stopped it. Xiaoyi was right, perhaps this was the stepping stone to boost his fame. Host, considering your slow task progress, it may be very difficult to complete the first stage of unlocking permissions within a year. Now, a large-scale task is being initiated. Do you accept? Can I still choose? Feng Chen was somewhat surprised. According to the routines in those novels, this kind of task is usually mandatory, and if failed, there would be various punishments such as elimination. If I refuse, will you kill me? The system's maintenance requires the host to provide energy and life. The system will not do anything harmful to the host's life. Xiaoyi's words undoubtedly reassured Feng Chen. Refusing the task will only slow down the unlocking of your permissions. Alright, since that's the case, I accept. Without any punishment, Feng Chen had no psychological burden. Now, release a major task. Task content, reduce your $500 billion in liquid assets through normal consumption within a year. Task reward, completion degree unlocks permissions based on specific circumstances. What? Reduce my liquid assets? Isn't this task too easy? Feng Chen was very surprised. Isn't it just spending money? Is this task worthy of being called a major task? Host, in order for you to understand your liquid asset situation, I will continuously track this part of your liquid assets. A long string of numbers suddenly appeared in front of Feng Chen's eyes. After counting, it was exactly $500 billion, but in the next second, this number began to change drastically. $500. $05 billion, $500. $1 billion, $500. $08 billion, $500. $12 billion. Almost every second, his $500 billion in liquid assets were rapidly changing, sometimes decreasing, sometimes increasing, but always rising at a relatively slow rate. This rate seemed small, but with this huge base, it was almost tens of millions of dollars changing every second. Fang Chen hadn't even started spending money yet, but in less than a minute, his liquid assets had increased by nearly $200 million. When will this money decrease? Host, do you still think this task is easy? Xiaoyi asked. What's going on? This portion of your liquid funds is constantly undergoing some short-term financial activities in the hands of your managers, so naturally, this money will continue to grow. If you don't spend money quickly, you will never be able to spend a penny of the initial $500 billion. You're ruthless. Fang Chen cursed. At this rate of making money, he would probably have to spend several $100 million a day just to barely use up the daily income. Not only that, the international currency exchange rates are also very complex, and there might be a huge fluctuation one day, increasing the $500 billion by a large percentage. For an ordinary family, they wouldn't be able to spend in a lifetime what Fang Chen earns in a minute. There used to be a very interesting joke online, saying that Jack Ma from Alibaba wanted to buy a sports car. Well, the money is enough now. Now, this kind of thing actually happened to Fang Chen. In 3 seconds, the extra money in his account was enough to buy any sports car in the world. Ah, spending money is a daunting task. Fang Chen sighed. He never thought that after living for 20 years, he wouldn't worry about how to make money but would start to worry about how to spend it. Forget it, there will always be a way. Fang Chen forced a smile and then got into the Maserati MC12. Fang Chen, have you arrived? Just as he parked the car back at the venue, Fang Chen received a message from Guo Xinyu. I'm already at the venue. I just had dinner with Teacher Park and Principal Wang, and now I'm back. Fang Chen replied. I see, my performance starts at 3, you must come and support me. Okay, I'll come over in a while. I'm still looking forward to the meal you promised to treat me. As they chatted, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's lips that hadn't been seen in a long time. The performance was about to start soon, and Guo Xinyu should be doing her makeup at this time. Fang Chen didn't want to disturb her, so he decided to wander around the venue. Fortunately, the hotel was not too close to the venue, and not many people recognized Fang Chen, so he felt relaxed and at ease. There were many beautiful women at the expo, all fair-skinned and with long legs, exuding confidence as they appeared at events like China Joy. However, Fang Chen was more interested in anime figures, especially the Mobile Suit Gundam series. He seemed to have a mysterious obsession with them. With a wall of otaku merchandise and a set of rooms in Yanjing, it was already evident that these figures were expensive. In the past, Fang Chen didn't have much money, so he could only admire the limited edition figures from afar. But now, even if he wanted to create a batch of 1:1 scale models around his mansion, it wouldn't be difficult. Waiter, I'll take all of these, pack them up for me. I want this one too, yes. Give me one of all the limited editions. Fang Chen was buying like a nouveau riche, but luckily the store had a discount offer for large orders, providing shipping services for customers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to transport this mountain of figures back with his sports car. Hello, your total comes to 418,240. Will you be paying by card? The store clerk flashed a bright smile, knowing that the sales on the first day were substantial, which would result in a significant commission. I'll pay by card. Fang Chen took out his black card and muttered to himself, is this too cheap? I can't even wipe out the change I made in these few minutes. In just half an hour, the amount in his account had increased to $587 billion. Within that short time, his assets had increased by nearly $1 billion, all in US dollars. Please send them to this address. Fang Chen left an address and walked out of the figure store, dialing Zhuang Ying's number. Xiaoying, do you know how to contact the designer of the Gundam series from the Sun Country? Also, find some architects and mechanical engineers to come over. I want to build a 1:1 scale Gundam model at the entrance of my house. Yes, the one like in Odaiba, Sun Country. I want an exact replica. What? Requirements? No requirements, just hire the most expensive ones, use the best and most expensive materials. I'm not short of money. The more expensive, the better. What? Estimated 80 million renminbi? No way. That's too cheap. Have those designers revise it properly, preferably costing several billion. I'm not running a fever. I'm not sick either. It took a long time for Fang Chen to convince Zhuang Ying that he wasn't crazy or stupid, just that his behavior was a bit abnormal. Just a few days ago, he had discussed not being so extravagant in daily life, so why was he suddenly spending so lavishly? However, Zhuang Ying wasn't worried that his extravagant ways would have any negative consequences. Harsh as it may sound, with Fang Chen's wealth, as long as he stayed away from vice, he could never squander his assets in this lifetime. On the contrary, his current lifestyle and spending attitude were what she considered appropriate. It was almost 3 o'clock, and Fang Chen was already waiting near the booth of the bamboo platform. In the next few days, they would not only launch many digital products sponsored by the Bamboo platform, but more importantly, many popular anchors would come to the scene to meet their fans. So China joy for the live streaming industry. It can almost be considered a small-scale fan meeting, and even on the last night, President Wang prepared a large concert, with many talented hosts appearing on stage. Although there were only a few days, Wu Xinyu had already become a quasi-first-line host, especially because she had never shown her face before. Today, the fans who came to the scene to catch a glimpse of her were like a sea of people. The seats arranged at the scene were already full, and the remaining people could only stand. In addition, the security personnel had set up a cordon, making it almost impossible to see the performers' faces clearly. However, this small matter didn't faze Fang Chen, as President Wang had given him something good before he came. "Sorry, you can't go any further." A security guard stopped him. Fang Chen took out a small card from his pocket with the words VIP pass on it. President Wang told him that with this, no one at the entire venue would dare to stop him. "Sorry, sir, I was abrupt just now. You are free to move around inside." The security guard immediately stepped aside to let Fang Chen in. This VIP pass was not something that anyone could get. The people who possessed it were at least multi-millionaire big bosses or some people with special status, whom these small security guards couldn't afford to offend. Although he entered the inner area, all the seats inside were already taken. In fact, this morning when the exhibition started, people had already filled this area because the audience seats were first come, first served. Only after the seats were full would security come to maintain order. Fang Chen walked to the front and center position, where a young couple was snacking. It was clear that they had arrived early to secure the seats, not because they were wealthy or had status. "Hey, buddy, let's talk about something." Fang Chen patted the shoulder of the young man who was about the same age as him. "What's up?" The young man was chatting with his girlfriend and was suddenly interrupted by Fang Chen, showing some impatience. "How about giving me this seat? Are you crazy?" The young man cursed and immediately turned back. He had started queuing outside the venue at 5 in the morning to grab this front and center seat. How could he just give it up? "I'll pay for it." The young man ignored him, but the girl turned her head. "How much are you offering?" 100,000. Fang Chen directly stated an irresistible number. Yun, I fought hard to get this seat. We can't." Smack. The girl slapped the young man's head. "Are you stupid? 100,000 for a seat, only a fool would refuse." 100,000 yuan was almost a huge sum for students. With a little planning, they could travel to several countries. The cost was just giving up a seat. Was there anything more cost-effective than this? "Hey handsome, how many seats do you want?" the girl asked excitedly, afraid that Fang Chen might change his mind. "One is enough." "Okay, I'll sell you my seat, but I don't accept credit or installments. Give me your QR code," Fang Chen said directly. The girl took out her phone and handed over the QR code. With a buzz of the phone, 100,000 yuan actually arrived. "Handsome, now we're even. You can't default on payment." The girl immediately grabbed her bag and left her seat as if fleeing, as if afraid that Fang Chen would change his mind. The boy hesitated for a moment, then picked up his things and followed. Money really can make people do whatever they want. Fang Chen sat comfortably in his seat, and no one dared to sit in the seat next to him. Everyone had seen him spend money to buy the seat, 100,000 for one seat. This rich man really didn't care about money. "Look at you, if you ran a little faster, that 100,000 would be ours." A voice of complaint came from behind Fang Chen. He ignored it, as the previous performance had ended, and it was time for Guo Xinyu to take the stage. "Everyone has been looking forward to the next performance, right?" The host walked to the center of the stage. "Recently, our Bamboo platform has produced a live streamer with 1 million fans. This is her first appearance on stage. Let's welcome Miss Xinyu to perform a piano solo of Pirates of the Caribbean and a medley of songs. Here she comes." The fans below shouted excitedly. "Lu General, summon Lu General. Lu General, where are you? Lu General, I know you're watching." As fans of Xinyu's live stream, they all knew that there was a very wealthy fan who was a big supporter of Xinyu. Teasing Xinyu and Lin Xinjian Lu had always been the theme of the live chat, but even though they were now at the scene, the rhythm remained unchanged. The stage was custom-made, and as the music played, a crystal piano was slowly brought out onto the stage, with a girl in a light blue dress, looking like an elf, in front of the piano. Wu Xinyu was not particularly tall, probably around 165 centimeters. Her black hair cascaded behind her, and she wore a crown-like headpiece made of crystal, adding to her serene beauty in contrast to the turbulent piano music. She didn't have the typical internet celebrity face, but rather a symmetrical oval face. Her eyes, nose, and mouth, individually, were not particularly outstanding, but when combined on her face, they appeared incredibly sweet. The wolf whistles from the audience below were constant, breaking the mysterious image of Auntie Chow. Based on her looks alone, she could easily attract a large number of fans. After a song, she sang several very catchy songs. Fong Chen noticed that the songs she sang were ones he had requested on the live platform before. The performance lasted nearly half an hour, with continuous applause, cheers, and admiration from the audience below. Before Guo Xinyu left the stage, she bowed deeply to the audience in the center of the stage. At that moment, her eyes met Fong Chen's. Fong Chen's lips curled slightly, and Guo Xinyu also showed a charming smile. They had never met before, but it seemed as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. Perhaps this was what they called understanding. "Where are you? My performance just ended." Guo Xinyu couldn't wait to send a message to Fong Chen. "I'm in the audience, are you backstage? Can I come find you now?" Fong Chen asked. "Yes, but can you come in? It seems that only staff and performers are allowed backstage." Guo Xinyu expressed concern. "No problem, I have a way." With his VIP pass, Fong Chen easily entered the backstage area. There were many live streamers from Bamboo Platform, some even more popular than Guo Xinyu, but Fong Chen didn't even spare them a glance. Finally, he found the figure he was looking for in front of a dressing table. Guo Xinyu had changed out of her performance outfit and was now wearing a clean white t-shirt and pleated skirt, removing her makeup in front of the mirror. On stage, she is a noble and aloof princess, but off stage she seems to transform into a quiet and obedient girl next door. Fong Chen did not disturb her, but quietly waited behind her. Ah! Guo Xinyu, who had just finished fixing her makeup and turned around, was startled by Fong Chen behind her. "Are you Fong Chen?" When they locked eyes on stage earlier, Guo Xinyu seemed to have already known the answer. It was a magical feeling. "What, not what you expected?" Fong Chen smiled. "No, I just thought someone like you would be more." Guo Xinyu couldn't find the right words to describe it. Should be decked out in designer labels, wearing gold chains and brand-name watches, with two flatterers following behind? Fong Chen chuckled, because most second-generation rich kids seem to have this kind of problem. "Ha, yes, that's exactly what I was going to say." Guo Xinyu laughed, "But you're different from those second-generation rich kids. I don't see any signs of arrogance in you. Like I said, I only found out about my family's wealth a week ago. I lived a normal life for the past 20 years, so naturally I don't have those issues." At this moment, Guo Xinyu seemed to truly believe what Fong Chen said. "I hope you never change in the future. By the way, you've been waiting for me for a long time, haven't you?" Guo Xinyu said apologetically. "It's okay, I saw you removing your makeup just now, so I didn't want to disturb you." Because of the stage effect, Guo Xinyu's makeup was not light, and he had been waiting behind her for almost 20 minutes. "Am I very different from what you imagined?" Guo Xinyu flashed a cute smile. "You're even more beautiful than I imagined." Fong Chen spoke sincerely. "Now that you've shown your face today, I'm afraid your Weibo fans will explode. I believe you'll have more and more fans in the future." Guo Xinyu blushed instantly. No girl could remain indifferent when praised for being beautiful. "It's not even 4 o'clock yet, it's too early for dinner, let's go out for a walk," Guo Xinyu suggested. "Aren't you in a hurry?" "No, I've completed today's performance. The day after tomorrow can be arranged freely. There's just one more performance on the last day." "Alright, let's go for a walk then." Guo Xinyu said goodbye to the backstage staff and walked out with her bag and Fong Chen. Xinyu. To their surprise, a group of fans had blocked the exit backstage, and Guo Xinyu and Fong Chen were caught off guard as they walked out. Guo Xinyu was not a celebrity, just a live streamer, so naturally she didn't have any bodyguards to handle these issues. She hadn't expected her popularity to be so high. "Look, there's a guy next to Xinyu. Could he be her boyfriend? So handsome." "No, Xinyu said she doesn't have a boyfriend, he must be a pursuer, right? Do you think this guy could be Mr. Lu? How could it be? Mr. Lu is so rich, he couldn't be this young." "You know nothing. Last time I watched Teacher Park's livestream, they were in a team driving. I heard Mr. Lu's voice, he's a young man." Thank you all for your support, please make way, my friend and I are leaving," Guo Xinyu politely said. Fortunately, her fans were relatively well-mannered, not the crazy type. They just wanted to take more photos of Xinyu. After all, her face had been a mystery until today. "Xinyu, is this your boyfriend?" a bold fan asked. "No, he's not." Guo Xinyu shook her head. "But you should all know him, he's the #1 fan in my livestream room." Guo Xinyu finished speaking and then flashed a mischievous smile at Fong Chen. Her answer undoubtedly revealed Fong Chen's identity, as the identity of Lu Zong was even more intriguing than Xinyu's appearance. They never expected to have such a special encounter today. "Hey handsome, are you really Lu Zong? Oh my god, I see my husband. Honey, I'll give birth to a monkey for you, look at me." "Stop shouting, Didn't you see Lu Zong and Miss Sinyu together? Maybe they're already having an affair. What chance do you have? Guys, I just got dumped. Girls, I got dumped too. Fong Chen and Guo Xinyu exchanged a glance, then both gave a wry smile. The fans nowadays were really something. Not only did they talk nonsense in the live broadcast, but their comments in real life were also so irrelevant. After finally getting rid of these fans, they were both exhausted. If nothing unexpected happened, photos of Fong Chen and Guo Xinyu would have already appeared on Weibo, and the live broadcast room tonight would probably become very lively. Ha ha, Guo Xinyu suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Fong Chen asked curiously. Look, Guo Xinyu handed him the phone, and indeed, their photos had already appeared on Weibo. The comments below had already exceeded 10,000, but there were far more comments about Fong Chen than Guo Xinyu. Miss Sinyu, the vengeance of stealing a husband is unforgivable. Girls, my roommate wants all the information about this guy before he dies. I am the roommate upstairs. Girls, I'll call him husband first. What is all this? Fong Chen slapped his forehead. Look, you're about to replace President Wang as the national husband. Guo Xinyu laughed. By the way, did you have lunch with President Wang and the others? Yes, didn't I tell you? What's wrong? Oh, you're going to be famous. Guo Xinyu opened a set of photos showing him and Wang Song and others entering and leaving the hotel, as well as a blurry photo of him getting into a sports car. Compared to the photos taken with Guo Xinyu just now, his identity was now clear. Mysterious Lu Zong from Bamboo Platform finally appears. Lu Zong and President Wang and others spotted at a 5-star hotel. President Wang claims he was paid to death. Lu Zong's Maserati MC12 performance analysis. Lu Zong's real identity exposed, suspected to be the illegitimate son of the richest man in China. In just a few minutes, all kinds of information about Fong Chen had appeared on Weibo. Guo Xinyu was right, he was really going to be famous. It had to be said that netizens' imagination was really powerful, even coming up with things like being the illegitimate son of the richest man in China. Clearly, some marketing accounts were just making things up. However, from today onwards, there would definitely be another super-rich second-generation figure online, just like Wang Song. Many people had already started looking for Fong Chen's Weibo, but because Fong Chen's appearance had changed a lot, almost no one could recognize him from these not-so-clear photos, so no one had really uncovered his true information. Are you hungry? How about we go eat first? After dealing with those troublesome fans, it was already past 5 o'clock, and the two of them had wandered around for a while and were now starving. It's a deal. I'll treat you to dinner today, you can't refuse, and you can't pay. Guo Xinyu stubbornly said. Okay, today I'll be a sugar baby to you. Fong Chen joked. Don't try to please me, I'm not a rich woman at all. In front of you, a big tycoon, I'm nothing. Guo Xinyu smirked mischievously. Tell me honestly, was it you who caused the helicopter incident that went viral this morning? You know about that too? Fong Chen was at a loss. While it seemed grand, from an ordinary person's perspective, he would probably curse himself for it. Alright, it was me. Fong Chen admitted, but my full-time assistant arranged the helicopter. I had no idea. I was hanging in the air alone for half the time, almost scared out of my wits. Thinking back to that moment, his legs were still a bit weak. Really you? Guo Xinyu covered her mouth. It was just a joke. After all, many wealthy businessmen and second-generation rich were present at the venue today, and there were definitely quite a few who could arrange a private helicopter. Okay, let's not talk about that. Tell me the place, I'll drive you there. Fong Chen didn't want to continue discussing the topic, as there was probably a lot of criticism online by now. Let me see, I've already reserved a seat at a well-known seafood restaurant in the Magic City. It's not very high-end, but there's usually a long wait. There's also one near our school, and I heard the food is really good. Guo Xinyu had heard from friends. Despite not being too upscale, the average cost per person was still several hundred, which was probably a week's living expenses for her. Okay, wait for me here, I'll go to the underground parking lot to get the car. Okay, Guo Xinyu obediently replied. Not long after, a dark purple Maserati MC12 stopped in front of Guo Xinyu, attracting numerous gazes with its cool appearance. This, wasn't the car you were driving a Porsche Cayenne? How did it change to this? Guo Xinyu didn't mind what car she rode in, but sitting in such a luxurious sports car was a bit of a psychological burden for her. I had no choice. The license plate of my Cayenne was posted online. If I drove it out, I'd be in big trouble. So I had my assistant arrange a car for me. Fong Chen helplessly shrugged. The car I originally wanted had some issues and had to be urgently recalled by the factory, so this was the only option left. Listening to Fong Chen's tone, driving this car was actually not a choice. If Wang Song was here, he would probably open Weibo and start criticizing Fong Chen again, right? Are we really going in this? Since the family business had problems, she hadn't ridden in even an ordinary car many times. She felt uncomfortable for a moment. If you don't get in, there are many people waiting in line who want to get in. Fong Chen pursed his lips. Many posers with hot bodies and sweet looks were already eagerly looking in their direction. For them, this exhibition was also an opportunity to meet second-generation rich. Alright, Guo Xinyu got into the car. The sports car had a lower center of gravity, and Fong Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse of a sight under Guo Xinyu's pleated skirt, but unfortunately, there was a very anti-human invention in this world: safety shorts. Let's go! Fong Chen quickly pushed those messy thoughts away. Although he didn't know the location of this seafood restaurant, Xiaoyi had already input the best route into the navigation system. V-Room. With a powerful roar of the engine, the car turned into a dark purple lightning bolt and raced along the road, naturally attracting attention all the way. Suddenly, a rather bold idea emerged in Fong Chen's mind. Guo Xinyu has a sweet voice and a background in music education. Although being a small-time anchor can earn her a decent amount of money, isn't it a waste of talent? Perhaps Guo Xinyu's biggest dream is to become a legitimate singer? The entertainment industry is full of mixed motives and hidden rules, and Fong Chen is well aware of this. It's not about personal integrity. Sometimes one is just caught up in such a big melting pot. But Fong Chen absolutely will not allow this to happen to Guo Xinyu. Therefore, the best way is to take control of everything in his own hands. Xiaoyi, do I have any entertainment companies under my name? Fong Chen asked in his mind. No, compared to those large investment projects, the initial investment in the entertainment industry is too large, and the return period is too long. Many years ago, you withdrew from the entertainment industry. That's great! Fong Chen exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He wanted to invest in projects with a long return period, not only to help Guo Xinyu but also to complete that major task. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Fong Chen, what are you doing? There are mosquitoes, mosquitoes. Ha ha, Fong Chen pretended to swat at mosquitoes. Xinyu, do you have any dreams? Ha? Guo Xinyu was caught off guard by Fong Chen's sudden question. What do you mean by dreams? Of course, to help my family out of their current financial difficulties and provide the best education for my younger siblings. I'm not talking about that. I mean your personal dreams, Fong Chen clarified. Do you want to continue being an anchor on this live platform? Of course not, Guo Xinyu bit her lip. Every music student dreams of having a magnificent stage and countless cheering fans. My dream is to be a singer. I've been waiting for you to say that. Fong Chen heard the answer he was most satisfied with. So, what do you think? Are you interested in becoming my artist? Is your family in the entertainment industry? Guo Xinyu was surprised by Fong Chen's invitation. Well, it's somewhat related. Fong Chen didn't have much confidence, as he didn't really have any entertainment or media companies at the moment. Aren't you afraid of losing money by signing me? Although I study pop music, there are too many music students nowadays. It's like trying to stand out in a sea of competitors. What's there to be afraid of? I'd be even happier if I lost money. Fong Chen muttered quietly. His personal assets had already increased by nearly $1 billion today, and if things continued this way, his wealth would only grow, perhaps never to be exhausted. Ha? What did you say? Nothing, I mean I believe in your talent. If you're willing, I can help you find professional teachers for systematic training. Of course, you may have to put in a lot of effort and dedication yourself. After hearing this, Guo Xinyu fell into silence. This was indeed a very good opportunity. Although she hadn't spent much time with Fong Chen in person, she could tell that his invitation was sincere. When she was a broadcaster, many small media companies had approached her, but during the interviews, some had made inappropriate requests based on her appearance, so nothing came of it. The education she received as a child did not allow her to sell her body for fame, and her family's situation was not dire enough to resort to such measures. She had her own dignity. Don't worry, if you're willing, I will help you reject anything you're not comfortable with. Just focus on music. Really? Of course, what benefit would I get from deceiving you? Fong Chen asked. Indeed, apart from this body and appearance, there was really nothing worth Fong Chen's attention. With his wealth and status, even in the entertainment industry, there would be a long line of people wanting to be associated with her. So why would he bother deceiving a relatively unknown and just starting to gain some popularity small anchor like her? I'll consider it and give you an answer in a few days. Sure, I'll wait for your decision. Fong Chen was confident that Guo Xinyu would agree. Fong Chen, can I ask you a question? Guo Xinyu's face suddenly blushed, but Fong Chen was focused on driving and didn't notice her subtle change. What question? Go ahead. Why do you want to help me? Are you trying to pursue me? You, don't think too much. Fong Chen's mouth stuttered a bit. Although he had several romantic entanglements, he had only truly been in a relationship with Zhang Yuan for 2 years, and even then it was Zhang Yuan who took the initiative. He didn't have much experience in dealing with this kind of situation. "Well, I just think you sing and play the piano well. It's a pity to be just an anchor, so I want to help you." If someone were to lean on Fang Chen's chest, they would definitely hear his strong and rapid heartbeat. Luckily, the sky had darkened, otherwise his face would have been redder than Guo Sinyu's. The most feared thing is when the air suddenly becomes quiet, and the atmosphere becomes awkward. But fortunately, they had already arrived at their destination. This seafood restaurant was called Barrent Seafood Restaurant, located in Wangsan's Bada Plaza. It seemed that because it was the peak tourist season and holiday season, the plaza had suddenly become very lively. Parking spaces were equal for everyone, and Fang Chen had to circle around a few times before finally finding a suitable parking space. When they reached the entrance of Barrent Seafood Restaurant, the queue was almost long enough to start a battle royale game outside. "Oh no, we missed our turn." Guo Sinyu's number was 125, but because business was particularly good today, the turnover rate was high, and they were already calling number 138. "It's okay, I remember that in general, if you miss your turn, you move back 3 tables, right? Let me go ask." Guo Sinyu didn't realize that she had grabbed Fang Chen's arm with both hands. "Sorry, because of some special circumstances in the past few days, those who want to dine can only take a number and wait at the back." The waiter apologized. "I see." Guo Sinyu suddenly felt a bit disappointed. It was hard enough to invite Fang Chen to dinner, and it turned out like this. At this rate, they would probably have to wait in line for another 2 to 3 hours. Fang Chen glanced at her expression, and inexplicably reached out to rub her head. After doing this, he realized what he had done, and his cheeks turned red, even redder than Guo Sinyu's. "Leave it to me, I must have dinner here tonight." Fang Chen walked up to the waiter and said, "Hello, please call your manager for me." "Who are you?" With so many customers, the waiter was already tired and a bit annoyed. "Our manager is busy, how can he see you? If you want to eat, take a number and wait in line." Fang Chen sneered. He could understand the waiter's feelings, but being scolded like this for no reason, how could he be happy? "I'll say it again, call your manager, or you'll face the consequences later." The waiter was immediately intimidated by Fang Chen. She looked up at Fang Chen, feeling a bit scared by his gaze. "This is the front desk, please call the manager, someone is looking for him." In the end, she did as Fang Chen said. After a while, a man who looked to be in his early 30s, with a fairly handsome appearance, quickly walked out. "Manager, these 2 people are looking for you," the waitress said, glancing at Fang Chen. "May I help you with something?" The manager asked politely. "My friend and I would like to have a meal here, but it's too crowded. Can you arrange a seat for us as soon as possible?" Fang Chen took out the black bank card that Fang Hui had given him. The manager was about to say something, but when he saw the card, his pupils dilated for a moment, and the words he wanted to say were held back. As a store manager, he had received special training and instructions. During the training, there was a lesson on recognizing extraordinary individuals, which included special bank cards. The bank card in front of him belonged to the first group of people that absolutely should not be provoked. The training instructor had emphasized repeatedly that if they didn't want to be thrown into the Huangpu River the next day, they must provide the best service attitude and fulfill all requests when encountering the owner of such a card. "Hello, esteemed guests." The manager immediately bowed 90 degrees. "I will arrange a seat for both of you right away." "Thank you." Fang Chen nodded and led a surprised Guo Sinyu into the restaurant. "Did you offend these 2 guests just now?" the manager asked the shocked waitress. "I." The waitress trembled all over. Seeing the manager's attitude, if she still couldn't understand what was going on, she would probably be a fool. She seemed to have offended someone she shouldn't have. "This way, please." The manager personally led Fang Chen and Guo Sinyu to an elegant seat. The seat was near the window, offering a view of the enchanting night scene of the city. It was also distanced from the surrounding tables, creating a quieter atmosphere. There were a total of 4 such seats, reserved for special guests, which ordinary people were not qualified to use. "I apologize on behalf of the waitress earlier. I hope her rudeness did not disturb your dining experience." The lobby manager brought the waitress in front of them. The waitress lowered her head, looking like she had done something wrong. The lobby manager had reminded her earlier that she must seek forgiveness no matter what. If the other party had a bad temper and insisted on pursuing the matter, the owner of the restaurant behind the scenes might suffer. "It's okay," Fang Chen waved his hand. "I know you work hard all day, but never vent your emotions on customers. That should be the biggest taboo in the service industry. Just be more careful next time. Thank you for your understanding." The manager breathed a sigh of relief when Fang Chen didn't pursue the matter further. To show our apology, today's expenses are waived for both of you. You can scan the QR code on the table to order, and we will arrange it for you as quickly as possible. Okay, we understand. Thank you. The waitress followed the lobby manager out as if she had been granted clemency, probably learning a vivid lesson today. Even if her mood was bad in the future, she wouldn't dare to treat customers with such an attitude. Fong Chen, Guo Xinyu pouted. Didn't we agree that I would treat you to a meal today? Now it's all free. What's going on? It's still you treating me, no difference, ha ha ha. No, it's different. Without spending a penny, Guo Xinyu looked distressed. She originally wanted to thank Fong Chen for his help, but she didn't expect Fong Chen to have such a big face that he could get a free meal at any random store. Next time when I'm free, I'll treat you, this time doesn't count, Guo Xinyu said. Even if we go to a different restaurant, it might be one that I own myself, or I could still get a free meal. Don't waste your effort. Fong Chen didn't even know how many restaurants he owned, even this seafood restaurant might be under his restaurant group. Humph. It's so difficult to hang out with you rich people. Guo Xinyu pretended to be angry. Alright, let's eat first, don't argue with your own stomach. Fong Chen opened his phone to order, since it was free, might as well not waste it. Gurgle. After a busy day, Guo Xinyu's stomach made some noises, making her blush and lower her head. You didn't hear anything just now. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything at all, ha ha ha. Fong Chen couldn't help but laugh. Guo Xinyu was quite down to earth. By the way, Xinyu, what's going on with your family? I remember you said before that you started as a live streamer to earn tuition and living expenses without burdening your family. During the meal, the two chatted. Guo Xinyu's face was full of worry as she continued. Maybe this is fate. Guo Xinyu's father, Guo Shu, was a construction contractor. 2 years ago, due to an accident where 2 workers died, Guo Shu, as the employer, was demanded to pay over 2 million in compensation. This caused financial problems, the family business collapsed, and they were left with millions in debt. Despite Guo Shu's ability, he could have solved these problems over time, but he was diagnosed with uremia at that time. Guo Shu's health deteriorated, and until a suitable kidney for transplant was found, he had to rely on dialysis to stay alive, making the family situation worse. Fortunately, she met Fong Chen, who generously donated money on the live streaming platform, helping her pay off a large portion of the debt. Have you found a kidney donor? Fong Chen knew it was a difficult task, as many uremia patients lose their lives while waiting. Not yet, Guo Xinyu shook her head. I don't know when we'll find a matching kidney. Although their situation improved, Guo Xinyu still hoped her family could return to their happy and peaceful life. I'll take some time to visit your father. Fong Chen suddenly remembered the alchemical pills he recently obtained, which could cure cancer, so uremia should be manageable. However, this suggestion carried a different meaning to Guo Xinyu. It was their first meeting, and taking him to see her father felt inappropriate. Well, let me thank you on behalf of my father first. After some thought, Guo Xinyu nodded. The meal they ordered arrived, a seafood feast, but the quality didn't match up to the most extravagant seafood noodles they had before. Suddenly, Fong Chen seemed to miss the meals cooked by his chef. By the way, when you have time, I'll take you to my house to eat. The food made by our chef will be unforgettable for you. Fong Chen didn't care whether Guo Xinyu would misunderstand, he just simply wanted to bring her to eat the food those chefs often made. Okay. Guo Xinyu's heart was pounding. Was Fong Chen hinting at something? To be honest, facing someone like Fong Chen who was outstanding in appearance and had a prominent family background, no one could help but be moved, especially since Fong Chen had helped her. After spending time together, she could feel that Fong Chen was not a playboy. But someone as outstanding as him, was she worthy of him? Hey Xinyu, aren't you live streaming today? Fong Chen casually asked while eating. He had been watching Guo Xinyu's live streams for a long time, and unless there was a special situation, she was online almost every day. Oh no, I forgot. Guo Xinyu slapped her head. I promised my fans to do a live broadcast outdoors after today's performance. How about you live stream while eating? Fong Chen didn't mind, as it was Guo Xinyu's job, and even if he appeared on camera, it didn't matter, especially since they had already been seen together today. So, should I really come? You won't be unhappy, right? Guo Xinyu asked cautiously. Why would I be unhappy? Just go ahead and stream. With Fong Chen's approval, Guo Xinyu quickly took out her phone and started the live broadcast. She had promised her fans to start at 7, and now it was already 7:30, but there were still tens of thousands of fans chatting in the live stream room. Xinyu, you actually stood us up today, come on, who are you secretly meeting with? Humans are always unreliable. Don't you know? Today at China Joy, someone saw Xinyu walking with a handsome guy, and they say that guy is Lu Zong. No way. Has our Xinyu been kidnapped like this? Thinking that tonight Sinyu might be devoured by Luzong, I feel like I'm going to die. Sinyu, come out. Ha, was Sinyu showed her phone to Fong Chen. You're in trouble, my fans are now collectively attacking you. Host Sinyu is online. With the system's prompt in Guo Sinyu's face appearing on the screen, the live stream room exploded, and the number of viewers immediately jumped from tens of thousands to over 1 million. Oh my god, has an angel descended to Earth? I finally get to see Sinyu's face. I'll call her my wife first, anyone who disagrees will go solo later. I'll be the first to disagree. Sinyu, where are you? Is Luzong with you? Are you guys together? Sinyu, Luzong must be a rich playboy, don't let him deceive you. Hello, everyone, Wo Sinyu greeted her fans warmly. Sorry, we were waiting in line to eat and I accidentally forgot about the live stream promise. Guo Sinyu stuck out her tongue, and that cute expression immediately caused a commotion among her male fans. Today, I'll do an eating broadcast for you. Right now, I'm eating at a seafood restaurant called Barrent. I'll show you what I'm having today. Guo Sinyu pointed the camera at the food on the table. Why is that? Heavens, how can you eat so much and still be so thin? Is there no justice in the world? Upstairs, idiot. It's obvious that so much food can't be eaten by just one person. Didn't you see there's also a set of utensils on the opposite side? Sinyu, who is sitting across from you, is it Luzong? I want to see my husband's face. No one is allowed to steal my husband. Except for Sinyu, no one is worthy of my husband. Yes, I had a meal with Lu today. Was Sinyu admitted honestly. Lu was also at the China Joy venue today. I owe him for helping me gain so many fans, so I invited him to dinner to show my gratitude. You may not believe it, but I just wanted to treat Lu to a meal, and he pulled out a card I didn't know about. The restaurant actually took us to the VIP area and even gave us a free meal. Sinyu, you don't need to explain, we believe you. Sinyu, keep it up. Hurry up and win over Lu, then you can be a wealthy wife in the future. Normal operation, everyone take a seat. With Lu's financial power, there must be people lining up to treat him to a free meal. Requesting to see Lu's face plus 10,086. Lu, they want to see you. Wo Sinyu didn't directly call out Fong Chen's name. Using the title Lu on the live platform was more appropriate. Let's see then. Fong Chen shrugged, there was nothing to keep secret now. He. Wo Sinyu unapologetically aimed the camera at Fong Chen's face for a close-up. It has to be said that Fong Chen's features, enhanced through genetic modification, became extremely perfect, with almost no flaws to be found. And this perfection was not the slightly effeminate beauty of the current popular young idols in the entertainment industry, but a sunny feeling. Wow, so handsome, right? Rich and handsome, you can do whatever you want. Why? We all came to this world by defeating millions of competitors with our abilities. Why is someone else's starting line the finish line we can never reach in our lifetime? Lu, is it my fault for being handsome and rich? Together. Lu, say something. Lu, come clean, do you want to pursue our Sinyu? Lu, was that helicopter this morning really yours? Lu, heard you stunned Principal Wang with money today? Is that person he mentioned really you? Hello, I am Lin Shenjian Lu. Fong Chen pretended to be calm, but he was at a loss on how to respond to all those questions. Today I will be a war correspondent and interview our Lu for everyone. Guo Sinyu suddenly became interested, forgetting the food on the table that had not been eaten much. Sinyu, you are so funny. Yes, quickly interview Lu, we want to know if what's said on Weibo is true. Yes, everything you said is true. That helicopter is mine, and that Maserati sports car is also mine. Fong Chen admitted openly. Lu, so what happened between you and Principal Wang today that made him react so strongly? Wo Sinyu randomly picked a question from the barrage. Oh, he wanted to make a movie based on Battle Through the Heavens himself. Everyone knows this, but he lacks some funds. I said I would cover the difference, and then he posted that Weibo. You scoundrel, shut up. A red barrage floated across the screen, and the ID in front of the barrage was the most familiar person to everyone. Wang Song was actually watching their live broadcast. Ha, Principal Wang is here. Everyone, come and see. Expose the truth on the spot, Principal Wang, is it true? Principal Wang, what does it feel like to be flaunted in front of you for the first time without being able to refute? I just came online to see, didn't expect to catch you badmouthing me behind my back. You wait for me, in a few days, I will go to Jiangnan City to take care of you, then inherit your estate. Let's see how much money you really have. Wang Song posted another red barrage and then exited the live stream. Can't be true, right? Could it be that Mr. Lu is really richer than the principal? Maybe, after all, the principal has only been in business for a few years, but even if Mr. Lu is rich, he shouldn't be richer than President Wang's father, right? Mr. Lu, can you tell us how much money you really have? Are you a fool upstairs? Do you think someone would tell you if you asked such a question? These are all trade secrets. Actually, there's nothing I can't say, Fong Chen said lightly. Suddenly, a lot of 666 floated on the barrage. Everyone was waiting for Fong Chen to give them a mind-blowing number. But I'm really sorry, I really can't tell you, because I don't even know how much money I have. 6666, Mr. Lu is the real deal at pretending. This is the most outrageous thing I've heard this year. I don't love money like Jack Ma, don't know beauty like Lu Dongcheng, average looks like Gu Wenla, the ugliest in the family is Lin Rohan, and now there's one more, Mr. Lu who doesn't know his wealth. Great summary upstairs. Isn't this Hard Language Sisters Eating broadcast? I clicked on the title to come in. How did it turn into Mr. Lu's personal show of wealth? My mom asked me why I'm kneeling in front of the computer. The interaction with netizens continued for over an hour. Fong Chen and Guo Xinyu chatted happily with the viewers while eating, and soon they had almost finished what was in front of them. Alright everyone, we've finished eating, now we plan to head back. I'll end the broadcast first. I'll continue singing for you all tomorrow night. Guo Xinyu also prepared to end the live stream. Xinyu, you must promise me, you're really going back to your own room, not running to Mr. Lu's several thousand square meter villa. Oh no, I have a feeling, Xinyu will definitely have a disaster tonight. Upstairs, I have the same feeling, let me go cry for a while first. Mr. Lu, be gentle. These people, always talking nonsense. Guo Xinyu blushed and turned off the increasingly explicit barrage in the live stream room. She glanced at Fong Chen. Thankfully he didn't notice what the viewers had just said. Let's go, I'll take you back. Where have you been staying these days? Fong Chen asked. Oh, it's arranged by the platform, at the Gozan Hotel, the closest one to the venue, Guo Xinyu said. By the way, where are you staying? I should have a few properties in the Magic City. I'll ask my assistant later. Ah, are young people nowadays also fond of bragging? A middle-aged man passing by sighed. Obviously he had heard what Fong Chen had just said. But Guo Xinyu didn't mind, because she was very clear that Fong Chen was likely telling the truth. Xiaoying, check if I have any accommodation near the Magic City? Fong Chen called Zhuangying directly. He was almost certain that he would get a positive response. I've arranged it for you. Zhuangying knew that Fong Chen wouldn't be returning to Jiangnan City that day, so she had arranged accommodation for him early on. As one of the country's economic centers, although the housing prices were high enough to make people shudder, it was nothing to Fong Chen. Are you alone tonight or with someone? Of course, I'm alone. Fong Chen blushed. He naturally understood what Zhuangying meant by with someone. Tsk, young master, you're not very proactive. I thought you could bring that girl named Guo Xinyu back. Zhuangying teased. She liked to browse Weibo in her spare time, and although Fong Chen and Guo Xinyu's affair hadn't made headlines, it was also on the hot search list. Am I that kind of person? Fong Chen said, it's our first meeting, I'm not that casual, and neither is she. Ha ha ha, it seems that the young master is really moved. Looks like I need to do something to win the future young lady's favor in advance. Zhuangying said with a smile. What are you up to? I warn you not to mess around. I haven't settled today's matter with you yet. Fong Chen was a little flustered, knowing Zhuangying's unpredictable ideas. Although she called herself young master repeatedly, Zhuangying seemed to have figured out Fong Chen's temper, knowing his limits and what would make him angry. Fong Chen didn't know that besides obtaining a master's degree in economics management, Zhuangying also studied psychology. I won't mess around. Don't worry, I just want to arrange better treatment conditions for Miss Guo's father. Since you have a team of foreign experts, I'll schedule a full-body checkup for Miss Guo's father to determine the best treatment plan. Thank you. Although Fong Chen had better solutions in mind, if he were to cure Guo Xinyu's father's uremia overnight, it wouldn't be something easily overlooked. But if the treatment was under his control, everything would be simple. Of course, Zhuangying said, oh, by the way, you have a property at Tangcheniping by the Huangpu River. If you want a villa, it might be a bit further away. That's fine, send me the address later, I'll go there myself. Sure, your house there uses fingerprint password locks. We have already updated your information, so you can move in directly. I've arranged for cleaning during the day. Got it, thank you. Fong Chen checked the location of the house and immediately drove there. Tangcheniping was a well-known property in the country, with its location being just one of its advantages, the most well-known being its exorbitant prices. Although it was an apartment-style residence, Fong Chen estimated that the price would definitely not be cheaper than his villa in Jiangnan City. After all, according to the information Zhuangying provided, his unit was on the top floor, indicating its high price. Fong Chen's Maserati's license plate seemed to have been registered in the security system, allowing him to drive into the apartment complex smoothly. True to its reputation, Tang Chinipin's underground garage was like a luxury car exhibition, with Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Rolls-Royces everywhere. Even his Maserati MC12, worth over 10 million, was just average among them. Damn, I'll get one of each when I go back. I don't believe I can't spend all that money, Fong Chen said defiantly. Taking the elevator to the top floor, as he opened the door with the fingerprint lock, a 427 square meter top-level flat appeared before him. At over 150 meters in height, he could overlook the entire city and even see the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower. Living in such a house was the ultimate dream of countless people striving in the city. Xiaoyi, how much is this house worth? Fong Chen asked casually. This house has a total indoor area of 427 square meters, and the current unit price is between 260,000 to 300,000. However, this house was built for you, so you didn't pay a penny. Ha? Why? Was it a gift from someone else? No, Tangshan Group belongs to you. The current chairman of the group is Miss Zhuang Ying's uncle. But if you want to play as a chairman, those shares can be returned to you at any time. Ha, no need, let him continue to manage it. Fong Chen smirked and said, letting him spend money is fine, but if you let him make money, it might not be long before this group is bankrupted by him. The house was already cleaned up, and Fong Chen took a bath and lay down on the bed. He usually didn't like to play on Weibo. 2 years ago, when he was working for the student union, he registered an account to repost some propaganda materials from the student union, but he never used it again since then. Nowadays, many internet celebrities rely on Weibo to sustain their popularity. If Fong Chen wants to complete the first stage of the permission task and increase his visibility, it seems like a very good way. By the way, Xiaoyi, if I buy Weibo, can I control the popularity as I wish in the future? Fong Chen suddenly had an idea. Host, this is cheating. I strongly condemn your behavior. Xiaoyi made a middle finger gesture in Fong Chen's mind. Actually, if you really want to use this method, there is no need to buy it, because the Earth's network has no blind spots for me, and I can freely change the data. Then help me? I refuse. Xiaoyi said firmly, but if there are any unfavorable remarks on the internet, I can help you block them. That's fine. Fong Chen said casually. If he really let Xiaoyi take control of the hot searches on Weibo, wouldn't he lose a lot of fun himself? His dream now is to spend money every day, show off, flirt with girls, that's it, simple and happy. Fong Chen logged into his Weibo account. The only dynamic on Weibo was the promotion from 2 years ago. He changed his profile picture and changed his Weibo name to his own name. Ding dong! Just as he was about to go to sleep, a message from Guo Xinyu popped up on the screen. Fong Chen, are you asleep? Not yet, I was just about to sleep. Are you going back to Jiangnan City tomorrow? I should be, in a few days. It's the anniversary of my high school, and I plan to go back to see my teachers and classmates. Well, then, we'll have to meet again in Jiangnan City. What's wrong? You seem quite lost without seeing me. Fong Chen teased her. No way. Guo Xinyu sent an emoji, but on the other end of the phone, Guo Xinyu did look a bit down. She hoped Fong Chen would come to see her performance 3 days later. Well, then, when I return to Jiangnan City, I'll accompany you to see your father. I've contacted a few top international experts, which should help with your father's condition. Thank you. This time Guo Xinyu didn't refuse. I feel like I owe you more and more. It seems like I can only work for you and repay these favors in the future. Ha, it's okay. I accept payment in kind. Fong Chen joked. Humph, you big rogue. Guo Xinyu blushed again. Alright, it's time to sleep, or you'll lose your hair. I'll be leaving early tomorrow. I'll contact you when I get back. Okay, good night. Good night. Fong Chen put down his phone, smiled foolishly, and stared at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. This feeling seemed really nice. Hello? Who is it? Can't you let people sleep? Fong Chen, still half asleep, reached for the phone vibrating next to his pillow. You lazy pig, it's time to get up. Fong Chen was a bit grumpy when he woke up, but that voice that made him feel weak all over took away all his fighting spirit. Xinyu, why are you up so early? It's already 8 o'clock, not that early. Guo Xinyu had vocal training every morning, which was a mandatory exercise for music students like her. 8 o'clock isn't early? Now it's summer vacation, even when I'm in school, I never get up before 10 on weekends. Fong Chen said confidently, his roommates slept even later than him. Are you getting up or not? I'm getting up. Fong Chen lazily climbed out of bed. I'm going back this morning, don't miss me too much. I won't miss you. Humph. I'm ignoring you, I'm going to practice the piano. Goodbye. Guo Xinyu hung up the call and sent a message. Be careful on the road. Got it. Fong Chen smiled knowingly. But he really should have gotten up earlier today. These days are still the peak travel season, and if he doesn't want to get stuck on the highway again, it's better to leave early. Otherwise, if he has to call a helicopter again, he might end up in the headlines. The apartment offers meal delivery service. Fong Chen called the apartment service center. Is this the service center? Yes, sir. Do you need breakfast delivery? We have. Please send me a bowl of shredded pork and pickled vegetable noodles, no onions, thank you. Fong Chen didn't even wait to hear what breakfast options were available before placing his order. The staff at the apartment service center were puzzled. The Tangchen Ipin is a top-notch apartment, where the residents are all wealthy individuals who are very particular about their food and lifestyle. Therefore, the food they provide is of high quality. Xiaolan, what's wrong? Why that expression? A staff member at the service center couldn't help but ask, looking at the expression of the operator who just took the call. The owner on the top floor just called to order breakfast. Guess what he wants to eat? What? He wants to eat shredded pork and pickled vegetable noodles. Xiaolan couldn't help but show a wry smile. How do these rich people think nowadays? We offer free high-end breakfast, but he insists on eating a bowl of pickled vegetable noodles that cost 8 yuan? Haha, I thought he wanted to eat sea cucumber and abalone. The staff member laughed. It's normal, the big bosses get tired of luxury foods. Sometimes they just want to change it up and eat some cabbage and tofu. President Wang often eats barbecue at roadside stalls. Don't worry about it, quickly find a noodle shop to buy from. You're right. They didn't want to keep the residents waiting, so they immediately called a nearby noodle shop with good taste. Boss, please deliver a bowl of shredded pork and pickled vegetable noodles to the Tangchen Ipin service building. Yes, you heard right, pickled vegetable noodles. Slurp. Fong Chen enjoyed the noodles in his bowl. Not bad, the taste is good. It would be perfect with a rice ball. After finishing his meal, he quickly tidied up and realized that the custom-made sports car and clothes he ordered should be arriving soon. It was time to go home. He took the elevator to the underground garage, but when he saw his car, he frowned. His parking spot was blocked by a silver gray Porsche 918, priced at over 14 million, almost on par with his Maserati, but this model was officially released in 2013, 10 years after his car, and being limited edition, its actual value was naturally higher. What's going on? Fong Chen walked up to see what was happening. Perhaps the owner had an emergency and left the car here temporarily? Normally, the owner's contact information would be left on the front of the vehicle. But to his surprise, there was someone in the car. It was a young man in his early 20s, sleeping heavily with his arms wrapped around the steering wheel. He seemed to have had too much to drink. Are the rich kids nowadays so reckless? Getting drunk like this and still daring to drive? Fong Chen felt a surge of anger rising within him. Lately, incidents like this had become all too common, with some wealthy young people speeding on the roads after drinking, causing harm to innocent people. Fong Chen despised these individuals, who often had powerful backgrounds and could easily get away with a slap on the wrist after causing harm. Despite the public outcry online, nothing seemed to change. Hey! Fong Chen tapped on the car window. Wake up! Who the hell are you? How dare you disturb my sleep? Get lost! The young man was clearly still drunk, and a strong smell of alcohol wafted out as he rolled down the car window. Move your car out of the way, you're blocking mine. Fong Jiayu said sternly, but he didn't want to engage with a drunken fool. If it's blocking, then it's blocking. Don't you have legs? If you can't drive, then you can't leave the house? The young man glanced at Fong Chen with extreme disdain. Ha! Fong Chen chuckled at his words. I'll give you one more chance. Move your car now, or I'll call the police. Driving under the influence could land you a few years in jail, which might not be so bad, right? Jail? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? I'm not leaving. See what you can do. If you have the guts, smash my car. The young man seemed intent on confronting Fong Chen. That's a good idea. Fong Chen also grew angry and looked around. There happened to be a large fire axe in a nearby fire cabinet. Fong Chen walked over to the cabinet, smashed the glass with his foot, took out the fire axe, and weighed it in his hand. It felt just right. What are you planning to do? The young man panicked at the sight. My car costs 14 million. Can you afford to pay for it if you smash it? Heh, just 14 million. Even if I smash 10, so what? Fong Chen walked to the front of the car and swung the axe down. With his doubled physical abilities, his strength had become terrifying. The axe nearly split the entire car door in half. The young man was terrified and scrambled out of the car, fearing that Fong Chen's next swing might hit him. Are you crazy? Shut up! Fong Chen glared at him coldly, causing the young man to shrink back. Crack! Crash! Bang! In a matter of minutes, the luxurious sports car was reduced to a pile of scrap metal under Fong Chen's axe. He tossed the axe aside, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and exclaimed, "That felt good. You're asking for it." The young man, seeing Fong Chen drop the axe, grew bolder. He was taller and more confident than Fong Chen, believing he could easily overpower him in a bare-handed fight. Bang! Fong Chen's foot landed squarely on the young man's chest, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. 14 million, right? Give me your card number, and I'll transfer the money right now. Fong Chen stood over him, displaying his dominance. Do you know who my dad is? The young man, clutching his chest as he got up, clearly hurt from Fong Chen's kick. I don't know who your dad is, Fong Chen shrugged, but I do know that if the police find out you were driving under the influence, not only will you be in trouble, but your dad will be too. Even if he's Li Gang. This era is no longer the time when officials cover up for each other and manipulate everything. As long as there is evidence, no one can be above the law. I advise you to turn yourself in. It's better not to make me personally take you there. Thinking back to the tragic incident that happened in Jiangnan City, where a Maserati female owner took away several young lives due to drunk driving. Although Fong Chen is not a superhero, if such a thing happens for the first time, it can happen a second time. This time, luck was good with no casualties, but there is no guarantee for the next time. At least this young man must pay the price for his actions. Let's settle our accounts first. Fong Chen walked towards the young man. What? What are you going to do? The young man couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Stop talking. Fong Chen pulled out a wallet from him. Although there wasn't much money inside, all the bank cards and documents were there. Hey, Xiaoying, do me a favor, transfer 14 million to the account number 622,202 x times x times x times x times x times x times x. I just smashed someone's car. I didn't provoke anything. There was a brainless drunk who parked his car next to my parking spot and refused to move it, so I had to smash his car. Alright, the money will be in your account shortly. Fong Chen threw the wallet back, and he also remembered the guy's name, Sun Yuwei. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Sun Yuwei received a text message on his phone, and he actually received 14 million in his account. Without blinking an eye, smashing a car and spending tens of millions, although Sun Yuwei's family was wealthy, he didn't think he could do such a thing. Most of the young masters in the Magic City are known to him, but he definitely doesn't recognize this face. You smashed the car, what else do you want? Sun Yuwei was already overwhelmed by Fong Chen's momentum, and seeing him not leaving, he became nervous. As I said earlier, we're even now. I'll handle your drunk driving incident. Do you want to turn yourself in or should I call the police? Don't push it too far, I didn't hurt anyone. Interfering in others' business will not end well. Sun Yuwei backed off as soon as he heard about calling the police. Although he drank last night, if his alcohol level was checked, it would definitely be over the limit, and he smelled of alcohol all over. Even a fool would know he had been drinking, and the surveillance footage in the underground parking lot would make it clear. It seems you haven't realized what you did wrong yet. Well, then I'll meddle in your business one more time today. Fong Chen directly dialed the police station's number. Put the phone down. Sun Yuwei, in his haste, forgot about Fong Chen's formidable combat skills, and the result was another footprint on his chest. Damn! Are they filming a movie here early in the morning? Another young man who had just come down saw Sun Yuwei being thrown up in the air. Most of the young people living in this area are children of prominent figures, and although they usually have nothing to do, such scenes are rare. He immediately took out his phone and captured the scene. Bro, did you smash this car? The young man pointed to the smoking scrap metal nearby. Yeah, this idiot got drunk in the middle of the night and parked his car across my parking spot. I tried to reason with him, but he insisted on being difficult, so I had to smash his car. Fong Chen said unabashedly. Impressive. But this car is not cheap, it's worth at least over 13 million. You may be angry, but it's not worth it. That young man is also a wealthy master, but he is reluctant to buy a Porsche 918. The car he drives himself is only worth 4 or 5 million, which is heartbreaking to see. It's okay, I don't care about the price when smashing cars. I can afford to compensate for any car, Fong Chen said arrogantly. At this moment, the phone at the police station also rang. Hello, police station? I want to report a case of someone driving drunk. Yes, it's in the underground parking lot of Tangchenipin. No one is injured. Okay, I'll wait here for you. Fong Chen hung up the phone and looked at Sun Yuwei, who was already dumbfounded, with a cold smile. Just wait and see. Fong Chen didn't know that the young man just now had recorded all the scenes on his phone without missing a single detail. He casually smashed a car worth over 10 million and said such words. When did such a star of disaster appear in the city? A few minutes later, this video appeared on the internet. At this time, most netizens were already offline, but young people on vacation at home saw the video for the first time. I don't care about the price when smashing cars. I give this statement 32 likes. Oh my god, Over 10 million, what a rich man. Even if it's given to me, it's good, what a waste to smash it. Brothers, does anyone feel this person looks familiar? Damn! That Maserati. That's Chairman Lu's car. This person is Chairman Lu. It's Chairman Lu. That's normal. Even Principal Wang admitted that he was stunned by the money he threw around. This idiot has really hit a wall. Look, Chairman Lu doesn't seem to intend to let him off the hook. Support Chairman Lu, those who drive drunk should die. Everyone pay close attention, this guy must be punished. Support Chairman Lu. In just a few minutes, this video went viral. Fang Chen had caused such a big stir in just 2 days, even he himself didn't know. Although his actions were exaggerated, he gained unanimous approval from netizens. Smashed your car, right? Okay, I'll compensate you and that's it. You drove drunk? Sorry, no matter who you are, you must accept the legal consequences. Soon, a police car arrived at the underground parking lot. Smelling the strong alcohol, several police officers frowned. With such a heavy smell all night, who would believe that only 7 or 8 bottles were consumed? They skipped the testing directly. Take him away. 2 police officers took Sun Yuwei into the car. Sir, you reported the case just now, right? Yes, it was me, Fang Chen nodded. We will handle the drunk driving incident, but as for this car, don't worry, I have compensated him in full for the value of this car. It's enough for him to buy a brand new one, but this scrap metal probably needs your attention. Before the police officer could speak, Fang Chen spoke again. To show my apology, I plan to donate 10 million to your police station to help our police update their equipment. The police officer was stunned. What? Does your police station not accept donations? Fang Chen asked. Of course we accept, of course. The police officer nodded quickly. If he refused, their chief would probably hammer him to death tonight. Their sub-bureau's annual budget was so limited, their vehicles and offices had not been renovated for a long time. Then please accompany us, sir. We need to make a record. As for the donation, our chief will personally discuss it with you. Okay, let's go. After that, Fang Chen followed the police car in his own car, leaving a police officer waiting for others to help deal with the already scrapped 918. Damn, is this even possible? That young man who was watching the excitement has not left yet. Fang Chen casually transferred millions of dollars and donations. He thought he was already very rich, but compared to the person in front of him, he was completely a beggar. Mr. Fang is truly an outstanding young man of our Huaxia. The director of the sub-bureau of the Binjiang Avenue police station in the Magic City warmly shook Fang Chen's hand and sent him out of the police station. Dealing with a rich second-generation drunk driver is not a difficult task. On the contrary, in this city with extremely advanced rule of law, the relevant penalties are easier to enforce. As there were no harmful consequences, and there was no criminal record in Sun Yuwei's personal file, he was only fined and had his driver's license revoked, and was prosecuted. Even if he had money at home, he probably couldn't escape being locked up for 10 days or half a month. Fang Chen was already satisfied with this result. As for the promised donation of 10 million to the police station, the money arrived in minutes. With this money, they could apply for more police cars, which was crucial for strengthening police forces. The director of the sub-bureau, Zhou Mingchuan, almost wanted to treat Fang Chen like a brother, and even invited him to come to the Magic City more often when he had time, promising to treat him to a meal. In the future, no matter what trouble he encountered, as long as he was in the right, he would definitely help him solve it. Ha! A call from Zhuangying? Fang Chen had just had some free time and noticed 2 missed calls on his phone. Xiaoying, did you just call me? Fang Chen called back. What's up? My young master, quickly check Weibo. In just 2 days, you've managed to dominate the headlines on Weibo. Ha! Fang Chen quickly opened Weibo and indeed, the video of him smashing the car had already sparked a discussion, with millions of views, and the popularity was still soaring. But what was astonishing was that this almost extravagant act not only did not receive any criticism, but instead garnered waves of applause. After all, what he did was truly satisfying. The official Weibo account of the Binjiang Avenue Police Sub-Bureau even reposted the video and gave a big thumbs up, revealing Sun Yuwei's drunk driving incident, shutting up those who criticized Fang Chen without knowing the full story. I don't care about the cost of smashing the car. This sentence immediately replaced Principal Wang's I don't care if my friends have money. Anyway, they don't have as much money as I do, and even a large number of netizens began to search for Fang Chen's personal Weibo account. Young master, if you release your personal Weibo account now, I can guarantee that you will have millions of followers overnight, and half of them will be die-hard fans. That's true. After some thought, Fang Chen decided it was time to make his Weibo account public. Whether it was from Guisenyu, Park Teacher, or even Wang Song, they all had millions of followers. As long as they helped promote it, this news would spread quickly. I'll come back first. Fang Chen didn't know how Xiao Yi would evaluate the completion of his task. If he suddenly had millions of followers, he should be able to complete the first level task almost perfectly, right? Oh, by the way, Mr. Helam just told me that the outfit for you to wear at the school anniversary ceremony in a few days is ready. He can deliver it this afternoon, so when you come back, you can try it on to see if it fits. Okay, thank Mr. Helam for me. Not long ago, Zhu Ming called him, hoping that he could give a speech at the school anniversary ceremony as an outstanding alumnus. Such an occasion indeed required a decent formal outfit. Fang Chen was about to start the car when another call came in. Never ending, why are there so many calls so early in the morning? Originally, he should have been on the highway by now. Who knows why it took so long? Mr. Fang, I am Zhou Ruiyang. The car specially modified for you was completed the day before yesterday. We have just delivered the vehicle to the port through your private cargo ship. Where would you like us to deliver the car? Already? So fast? Mr. Fang remembered Zhou Ruiyang saying that the modification would take 2 weeks. This speed was already very fast, but it was delivered a few days earlier than expected. Yes, because it's the car you wanted, the factory didn't dare to delay. We worked overtime for several days in a row, but rest assured, the quality is guaranteed. Zhou Ruiyang said confidently. Great, Mr. Fang was excited and couldn't wait to return to Jiangnan City. Please help me deliver the car to Villa No. 1 at Jiangnan Biyuan in Jiangnan City. Okay, it is estimated that it will be delivered before 4 p.m. Please wait for a while. Wow, my car has arrived. To be honest, although the Maserati under Mr. Fang's but was expensive, it was only the brand that attracted him. The car itself did not make him very happy. His previous Cayenne was at least spacious and comfortable, but the Sun God was different. This was his dream car, and it was customized for him. Just thinking about it made him excited all over. The return journey was not as congested as the arrival, but by the time Mr. Fang returned to Jiangnan City, it was almost 4 o'clock. The roar of the Maserati sports car engine made many passers-by take out their phones to take pictures, but little did they know that the owner of the car was currently thinking about other things. Indeed, a large truck was already parked in the small square in front of his villa. The truck's cargo box was a huge transparent cover, inside which lay a super cool dark purple supercar. The streamlined body and aesthetically pleasing spoiler made Mr. Fang want to touch it immediately. The dream car that he might never have seen in his lifetime was now parked right in front of him. Mr. Fang, let me introduce to you the specially customized Apollo Sun God V. Zhou Ruiyang could tell from Mr. Fang's eyes that he was extremely satisfied with the car. This new car uses a full set of carbon fiber chassis and body. In order to increase its hardness and friction resistance, a certain proportion of new metal has been added. Even at a speed of 100 km per hour, hitting a hard object will only cause slight deformation, and it won't even harm the driver's cabin. The cost of this car is approximately $12.7 million, but you won't believe that the net weight of this car is only 1,250 kilograms. The top speed can reach 430 km per hour, and the acceleration to 100 km per hour. Zhou Ruiyang continued to introduce enthusiastically, but Mr. Fang hardly listened to a word. Right now, he just wanted to sit in the car and take it for a spin. Can I drive it now? Mr. Fang asked. Of course, the car has already been registered. You can drive it anytime you want. Zhou Ruiyang gestured, and the car was slowly lowered from the truck to the ground. Throughout the process, Mr. Fang held his breath, afraid of any accidental bumps. Xiaoying, can you help me park the car? Mr. Fang directly threw the keys of the Maserati to Zhuangying. If you like this car, you can drive it in the future. Zhuangying's expression changed suddenly. She never expected that the Sun God would have such a big impact on Mr. Fang. He had only driven the Maserati for a day or two, and now he didn't want it anymore? Young master, I love you. A car worth over 10 million, and limited edition at that. Even with Zhuangying's wealth, she wouldn't be willing to buy it. Don't want it for nothing. Fang Chen pressed a button, and the gullwing door opened instantly. He seemed too excited and stumbled a bit as he fell into the seat. But he quickly got up, started the engine, shifted gears, and stepped on the gas. Roar! With a beast-like roar, the sports car drove out of the neighborhood like a ghost. Ah, what a pity, speed limits on the road. This car is really too restrained. A car capable of reaching a top speed of 430 km per hour driving on a city road with a speed limit of 40 km per hour can only be truly understood as a kind of torment by the driver. At this moment, Fong Chen really wanted to find a professional racing track to unleash the full speed of the car and experience the passion brought by the extreme acceleration. Even driving at a leisurely pace, the sports car attracted countless screams. "Honey, what kind of car is that? It's so beautiful. Oh my God. Apollo's sun god." The allure of a sports car to men sometimes surpasses that of women. "Is this a new model? Why have I never seen it before? Honey, is this car expensive?" Expensive. It's not just expensive, even if you have money, you can't buy it. The man looked enviously at the distant dark purple sports car. Even the lowest configuration costs close to 20 million RMB, and you have to place an order and wait in line. I heard there are only a few of these cars in the entire country. 20 million? The woman exclaimed. They would have to work without eating or drinking for 100 years to save up that much. This car is probably custom-made or limited edition, with prices soaring to over 10 million US dollars. I can't believe we're seeing this car here, it's like a dream. Fong Chen drove around several streets in the area for a while, gradually calming down from the excitement and returning to reality. The surrounding vehicles kept a distance of over 10 meters from him. Even when waiting at a traffic light earlier, the cars behind him stayed at least 10 meters away. If this car were accidentally scratched, the repair costs would probably force them to sell their house to compensate, right? Half an hour later, Fong Chen returned to his villa, still feeling exhilarated. He gently caressed the steering wheel as if caressing his wife, even having a perverse impulse to spend the night in the car. "How do you feel, Mr. Fong? Are you satisfied with this car?" Zhou Ruiyang asked. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Although Fong Chen didn't know much about cars, for him, being fast, handsome, and impressive were enough, and this car fully embodied these qualities. "Your satisfaction is our greatest affirmation." Zhou Ruiyang smiled. "By the way, will this car be available for sale in the future?" Fong Chen asked. "Yes, but we will only sell the standard version. We won't add expensive special metals to the car's materials, and there will be some discounts on the power system. After all, this car was specially modified for you. However, the appearance will remain almost the same. We plan to price it at 5.2 million US dollars and only sell it to certain special customers. In terms of appearance, it seems like my car doesn't have any particularly iconic features." Fong Chen was slightly disappointed. Mr. Fong, our designers have already taken care of this. Press the button on the left side with our logo on it." This one?" Fong Chen found the button and pressed it. Suddenly, the car made a nearly imperceptible mechanical sound, and a three-dimensional purple diamond statue similar to a Rolls-Royce figurine popped out at the front of the car. It was a fierce eagle, the very one on the Apollo sports car logo. The regular version of the eagle is made of gold, while yours is made with a high-purity purple crystal. That's the biggest difference, Zhou Ruiyang said proudly. This diamond was bought by Fong Chen's ancestors from a collector. It is definitely a priceless treasure, and it was only after the company contacted the family who helped Fong Chen keep the purple diamond that it was cut and mounted on the car. In terms of value, this gemstone is probably worth more than 10 of these sports cars. Wow, with what you've done, I'm afraid to even drive this car out. Fong Chen was moved by this huge gesture. He might not feel too heartbroken if the car was smashed because it could be rebuilt, but if this gemstone was lost, there might not be a second one in the world. Even with money, it couldn't be bought. "Mr. Fong, rest assured, we have made some modifications to the mounting slot. If someone tries to forcefully open it to steal, they will be met with a strong electric shock, and the vehicle will also automatically sound an alarm, so you can rest assured." "That's good." Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Pass on a message for me, give the overtime workers in the German factory 3 days off, and reward each of them with a month's salary." Fong Chen was in a good mood. "I thank Mr. Fong on behalf of those employees. Oh, Xiaoying, also give manager Zhou an additional 1 million in year-end bonus this year." "Yes, young master." "Thank you, Mr. Fong." Zhou Ruiyang's face lit up with a smile. Although he was the dealer for sports cars in Huaxia, there were very few people in Huaxia with the purchasing power and qualifications, so he only received a basic salary each year. This 1 million bonus was truly unexpected windfall. Fong Chen drove the car into his underground parking garage. The Maserati was driven by Zhuang Ying, and it was already parked in the garage of her villa. This villa had a total of 20 parking spaces, but now only one car was parked, making it look somewhat empty. "When you have time, check to see if there are any other good cars. We need to fill up this garage." Fong Chen was somewhat dissatisfied. He couldn't possibly drive this car everywhere. Sometimes it might be better to drive a more low-key car. "Young master, Mr. Helam is still waiting in the villa. Would you like to try on the clothes now?" Zhuang Ying said. "How could I forget about that? Fang Chen slapped his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed for keeping him waiting for an hour. Oh, Xiaoying, also arrange dinner for me, following the English standards and style. Tonight I will treat Mr. Helam to dinner. Okay, leave it to me. Zhuangying took the task and left. Fang Chen returned to the villa. Helam was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, but there was no sign of impatience on his face. As the royal designer, he could wait, but the other party had to have the qualifications, and Fang Chen was one of the few who did. Mr. Helam, I'm sorry, I just got my new car and got a bit excited, forgot about you. Fang Chen said apologetically. Oh, no worries, dear Mr. Fang, your coffee is very good. As long as I have this coffee to drink, I'm willing to wait a bit longer. Helam said humorously. Haha, Mr. Helam, you're very funny. I've already had my chef prepare dinner, you can have it here, I'll have the driver take you back later. Mr. Fang, you're too kind, as you Huaxia people say, I'll go with the flow. Helam happily accepted the invitation. How about we try on your clothes first? Okay. Fang Chen took the extremely extravagant suit directly from its packaging and put it on. Originally Fang Chen was relatively thin and weak, but now he is completely a natural clothes hanger. People rely on clothes, and this seems to be fully demonstrated on him. When he put on this suit, he seemed to undergo a transformation, from an ordinary student to a stylish gentleman. Mr. Fang, this outfit is made of cashmere wool, silk, and diamonds. I have incorporated elements of your Chinese culture into our English style, using the best materials and with a certain automatic temperature regulation ability. It is suitable to wear in any season. Fantastic. Fang Chen looked in the mirror, very satisfied with this outfit, especially the faint golden dragon totem on the buttons, which was grand yet not tacky. Adorned with diamonds, it shone brightly wherever he went, without appearing ostentatious. Such design ability truly lives up to the title of the Royal Chief Designer of England. Mr. Helam, this outfit must be expensive, right? Fang Chen remembered that many custom clothing brands cost tens of thousands, so this outfit must be around 100,000, right? Yes, Mr. Fang. The decorations on the clothes are G-color, VS2 quality diamonds, with a total of over 200 pieces, weighing approximately 150 carats. Therefore, the cost of this outfit is 500,000 pounds. 500,000 pounds? Fang Chen's face darkened. Was he wearing a house on himself? The value of this 500,000 pound suit truly shocked Fang Chen. Even if he were to attend a banquet with the Queen of England, it would be more than enough. Wearing it to his high school reunion seemed like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Fang Chen carefully put away this outfit, as dropping a diamond would cost a lot of money. Apart from special public occasions, it was better not to casually wear this kind of clothing. After a pleasant dinner with Mr. Helam, who enjoyed the delicious meal immensely, he promised that even the meal he had at the Queen of England's birthday banquet last year was far less delicious than this one. After dinner, Fang Chen had someone take Mr. Helam back. He happily took a bath, put on a bathrobe, and lay on the luxurious gaming chair in front of the computer. Let's see what good cars are available. Fang Chen opened a website, seemingly determined to fill his garage with cars. He believed that by spending this money, his 500 billion fortune could make a splash. However, he was shocked to see that he had spent 14 million on cars and 10 million on donations that day, more money than an ordinary person would spend in a lifetime, yet it didn't even dent the extra money he had earned that day. He looked at the additional 800 million US dollars in his account and sighed deeply. Loneliness is also a kind of emptiness when you can't spend money. Oh, I remember there are 2 cars that are on par with Apollo's sun god, right? Fang Chen opened a search engine to look it up. Pagani's Huayra, with a top speed of 403 km per hour, 0-100 acceleration in 3.2 seconds, priced over 1 million euros. This is good, let's note it down first. Fang Chen took out a notebook from the drawer and started writing. Aston Martin's Valkyrie, this design is so beautiful, isn't it? Aston Martin is also a top player in luxury cars, but Fang Chen didn't like their appearance before. However, this Valkyrie model broke his previous bias in an instant. If he had to describe it with a word, even using sexy would not be an exaggeration. Limited to 150 units worldwide, starting price of 2.5 million euros? Not bad, not bad, let's note it down too. McLaren 600 LT? The price is quite cheap, but the appearance is good, can be used for buying groceries in the future, bought it. Oh, how could I forget about the Bugatti Veyron? After more than an hour, Fang Chen's notebook was filled with crossed out words and rewritten words. There were so many good-looking cars, but he only had a few parking spaces in his villa. Parking elsewhere would be a waste. It was really a bit of a headache. Alright, that's it. Fang Chen had already written down the names of 20 cars in his notebook. Click. He took a picture of the list of those cars and sent it all to Zhuang Ying, shouting, "Help me out, get me one of each of these cars, all with the most luxurious configuration, no other requirements, they must look handsome, and the color must be eye-catching. Okay, leave it to me, I will make sure to get them for you as quickly as possible." Zhuang Ying glanced at the detailed list. These cars included supercars as well as luxury business cars, but she didn't know what he meant by writing down a Wuling Hongguang. Maybe he could take 30 or 50 friends out to play when he was bored? It's time to update my Weibo. Fang Chen, bored, watched the live broadcast for a while. Teacher Pu was still playing games as usual, and Guo Xinyu was doing an outdoor live broadcast, seemingly eating on a snack street in the Magic City. Eat, eat, eat. Don't eat yourself into a fatty. Fang Chen posted a barrage. Captured a wild deer. Seeing Fang Chen, his fans suddenly became excited. Here, bro? Why eat such a cute bunny, Luzong? Luzong, why aren't you here today? Aren't you worried about Miss Xinyu being alone outside? Luzong, need any help with work? I'm strong, I can do anything. Humph, mind your own business, I have a body that doesn't get fat, no matter how much I eat. Guo Xinyu bit into the grilled rabbit meat on her hand. TSK TSK TSK, Xinyu, you've never spoken to us fans in this tone before, could it be that you two are really together now? The coquettish tone immediately sparked strong dissatisfaction among the fans. Spill the beans, gossip. Xinyu, do me a favor, this is my Weibo account, ask your fans to follow me, I will have occasional giveaways. Fang Chen sent a private message to Guo Xinyu. Oh, you're starting to use Weibo too? Guo Xinyu was somewhat surprised, but more happy. Sure, no problem. Lin Shenxi's Lu rewards the anchor Xinyu Panda X99. What are you doing? Giving me so many gifts again. Fang Chen sent 990 pandas in one go. Guo Xinyu was a bit angry. Do you not consider me a friend? How could that be? Maybe you'll become a big star in the future. If I want you to do an ad, I have to pay you, right? Fang Chen joked. I don't care, next time you're not allowed to do this. Okay. I promise, won't happen again. Fang Chen seemed to understand the reason for Guo Xinyu's anger, and felt somewhat happy, giving everyone some benefits. Guo Xinyu shouted in the live broadcast room, just now, Lu Zong gave me his Weibo account, as long as you follow his Weibo, there will be various benefits from time to time in the future, don't blame me for not telling you. Damn, Lu Zong finally remembered his Weibo password. Hurry, Lu Zong, just a little bit of leakage between your fingers would be enough for us to eat well for a while. Brothers, you keep watching, I'm out. What if Lu Zong draws me in the giveaway? Add me, I'm going to follow my husband's Weibo. Guo Xinyu's live broadcast room had over 2 million people online, and Fang Chen's number of fans immediately started to rise. Xinyu, you continue with the live broadcast, I'll go find Teacher Pu and Principal Wang to help me promote it together. Once Fang Chen greeted Park Teacher, he entered the live broadcast room. His screen was all black, and he was cursing loudly about the enemy jungler who had mobilized a whole army to catch him. Lin Shenjian Lu rewards the streamer Park Teacher with 99 panda coins. Park Teacher, help me promote my Weibo account. Fang Chen sent a direct message. Ah juk. Lu Zong is generous, this advertising fee is so comfortable. Park Teacher immediately started promoting in his own live broadcast room. He had many more fans than Guo Xinyu, so the effect was naturally better. After having a meal together last time, Principal Wang and he exchanged contact information. He dialed Principal Wang's number directly, but the voice on the other end sounded a bit strange. Hoo. It was a strong panting sound, even mixed with some inappropriate noises. Damn, it seems like I did something indecent. Fang Chen blushed. If he didn't know what was happening after hearing that voice, he would be a fool. Fang Chen, what are you doing? Do you know that your call almost knocked me out? If my brother has a problem, can you afford the consequences? Wang Song directly scolded him over the phone. Okay, I was wrong. Fang Chen apologized repeatedly. This was indeed not right of him. You continue first, we'll talk later. Fang Chen quickly hung up the phone. If something really happened to Wang Song, he might have to use up one of those failed pills, a treasure that money couldn't buy. Young master, I have already placed orders for the cars you wanted. They should start arriving at your garage from next week onwards. After a while, Fang Chen received a text message from Zhuang Ying. Comfortable. Fang Chen praised Zhuang Ying's efficiency. He immediately had Xiao Yi display his wealth panel. With so many luxury cars, the total value must be several billion, right? But when he saw the number, he was dumbfounded. The amount hadn't decreased, instead, it had increased by several million US dollars. Xiao Yi, explain to me, what's going on here? Fang Chen was on the verge of going crazy. He had bought 20 luxury cars, yet he hadn't spent a single penny. Host, don't blame me. Have you ever seen someone who owns a convenience store pay for their own products? Xiao Yi's words left Fong Chen speechless. Among the cars you wanted, except for the Wuling Hongguang, you have high stakes in all the companies. The cars you customized don't cost a penny. Even if you paid, it would just be a roundabout way of returning to your own pocket, with no significant difference. Damn, is it this hard to spend money? Fong Chen slammed the mouse in his hand, but the high-end alloy mouse, priced at tens of thousands of dollars, didn't even scratch the paint. Instead, it left a small dent on the expensive redwood floor. He glanced back at his Weibo, where the number of fans had exceeded 1 million and was increasing at an unbelievable speed. Under his only post promoting the Youth League, there were suddenly tens of thousands of comments. I didn't expect Lu Zone to be a patriotic youth. Fong Chen? Is that Lu Zone's name? It's the same as my elementary school classmate. A friend asked me before he died to find out when the lottery would start. The person above, be honest, is that friend really someone else? Stop asking, the friend mentioned by the person on the third floor is me. Long live the Communist Youth League of China. 20 minutes later, Fong Chen's phone finally rang again. It seemed that Wang Tsong had finished his business. Judging from the time interval, he seemed to have some ability, but it was unclear if the long time was due to being scared by the previous phone call. Fong Chen, I'll give you 1 minute to explain to me, or I'll come to Jiangnan City in 2 days and kill you, Wang Tsong said fiercely. He had just checked and thankfully his little brother was fine, otherwise he could have killed Fong Chen at any moment. Hey, I just wanted you to help me advertise my Weibo account. With so many followers, it will definitely have a strong advertising effect, Fong Chen said. You called me just for this? Wang Tsong on the other end was furious, wishing he could tear Fong Chen to pieces. You could have sent me a text or a WeChat message for this kind of thing. Why did you have to call? Alright, don't be angry. I'll give you a 20% discount on the helicopter you want. No, 50% off. Wang Tsong bargained. No, 30% off. 30% off, deal. Wang Tsong agreed, saving millions of dollars for no reason. He was so happy that he didn't mind the scare earlier. Now help me with the advertisement, Fong Chen impatiently said. Okay. Wang Tsong nodded. By the way, I'll come to Jiangnan City next week to discuss filming and visit your mansion. No problem. Let me know in advance what you want to eat, and I'll have my chef prepare it for you. Awesome, bro. I don't even have a personal chef where I live. I must taste your chef's cooking. Wang Tsong hung up the phone and quietly opened Weibo. Let me introduce you to someone, this scoundrel at Fong Chen who almost killed me with money yesterday. Wang Tsong had over 20 million Weibo followers, and his single post had a stronger effect than both Park and Gua's advertisements combined. Countless netizens flooded Fong Chen's Weibo, wanting to know more about this person who even dazzled Wang Tsong. But the post that had just been published for less than a minute made everyone's jaws drop. Thank you for following my Weibo. I will hold random giveaways here in the future. Today, let's start with a gift for everyone, 500 iPhone 11 Pro Max 256GB, plus a Lamborghini Gallardo. Just repost this to your Weibo to participate in the giveaway. Oh my god. I've seen phone giveaways, but a car giveaway is a first for me. Bowing to the boss. Mom, come see this godly giveaway. That car must be mine, no one can compete with me. Reposted. I'll go get my license plate tomorrow. You're amazing, I admit defeat. Wang Tsong also saw this Weibo post. Although he was wealthy, he had never seen such a generous giveaway. A Lamborghini Gallardo, a $5 million car, being given away was shocking to him and his friends. Since you're so generous, I can't lose face either. Wang Tsong seemed to have found a rival in Fong Chen. I, Wang Tsong, am willing to sacrifice my life to accompany gentlemen today, offering 500 256GB kidneys and a Ferrari 488. As usual, sharing this post qualifies you for a lucky draw. Anyway, Wang Tsong saved tens of millions of dollars on a helicopter from Fong Chen today. This is his planned birthday gift for his father, Wang Lin. Although the gift is from him, the money is from Wang Lin. After all, it was quite a challenge to get that helicopter. In the process, Wang Tsong also made tens of millions of US dollars. Even if he spent 10 million RMB, it would be worth it. The lucky draw between the two big spenders quickly made headlines on Weibo. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Fong Chen's fans had surpassed 5 million, and it was likely to reach tens of millions by the next morning. Hey, Fong Chen, with so many fans, why not get verified on Weibo? What's that? Have you seen mine? Chairman of Bamboo TV, director of Baida Group. As a big V like you should have a title, right? But I have too many companies under my name. If I list them all, I'm afraid there won't be enough space on Weibo. Forget it, here we go again. I'm busy with my studies, goodbye. Wang Tsong ignored him directly. Fong Chen looked innocent. Did I say something wrong again? Nowadays, telling the truth will get you scorned? Oh my, isn't that too much? The next morning, when Fong Chen opened Weibo on his phone, his 3-year-old kidney had completely retired. With millions of new fans overnight, the explosion of information overwhelmed his phone, turning it into a brick. What bad luck! Fong Chen cursed. Breaking a phone early in the morning would upset anyone, even though he had 10 brand new Kidney 11s in his drawer. Luckily, the SIM card didn't burn out. Fong Chen switched to a new phone. It seemed like Zhuang Ying had intervened, as all his frequently used apps were already on the desktop, saving him the trouble of installing new programs. Oh well, I'll just use the computer. Even with a Kidney 11, facing such a massive influx of traffic would be challenging. But his computer was a supercomputer, handling this information in no time. Indeed, opening Weibo on the computer was smooth without any lag. Fong Chen clicked on his profile picture, and to his surprise, his number of fans had reached an astonishing 91 million, all in just one night. The comments under his lottery post had also exceeded 100,000, mostly consisting of meaningless chatter and emojis. His personal messages had exploded as well, showing 999 plus, and the actual content was overwhelming. He randomly opened a message, only to find a restricted photo with contact information and a selfie, a blatant invitation. Shall we, next time, filter out these messages for me? I'm afraid my eyes will go bad if I see too many. Fong Chen said. Oh, but the host's inner self tells me you enjoy this feeling? Do you want me to delete it? Shut up. Fong Chen snapped, you know too much. Just do as I say. He suddenly remembered what Wang Tsong had said last night. Indeed, as a blogger with millions of fans, not having a title seemed inappropriate. Fong Chen had countless companies under his name, so picking one at random was not a problem, but that wouldn't make him stand out. If he wanted Weibo verification, he needed the most flamboyant one. A man can be broke or ugly, but he must be flamboyant. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? And he is handsome and rich, if not a little bit cocky. Wouldn't it be too disrespectful to his face and that money? Shall we? Do I have any particularly impressive businesses under my name, ones that make people tremble with awe when they hear about them? Fong Chen asked arrogantly. Host, you own 51% of the shares in the American Cashew Company, and you are actually their chairman. I think that's pretty good. Ah, I see. Kidney 11 is not officially listed for a few more days, but I already have several in my drawer. So, I'm the largest shareholder. Fong Chen finally understood the confusion in his mind just now. No, too vulgar. This can only prove that I have money, but is there anything a bit more cocky? Fong Chen asked again. Host, if you keep acting cocky like this, I think you might as well go check out your own international private mental hospital. What? I even have that kind of thing? Fong Chen chuckled, realizing that his industry really spanned various fields, even having mental hospitals. Does that mean he's become the director of a mental hospital? Yes, that's it. Let's do this. Fong Chen had a bright idea. Having money alone is not fun. Hurry, send me those proof materials. Fong Chen immediately filled in the information on the certification application seriously. The staff at Weibo Company were busy handling various tasks when suddenly, the technical staff received a very strange application. Director of Dawn International Mental Hospital? Remember this hospital? Is this person joking with us? How come I've never heard of this hospital? The technical staff member was already a bit annoyed due to being busy, and this kind of application undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Wait, don't say that, there really is such a hospital in the world. His colleague turned the computer around. This hospital is located at the border of China and Russia, specializing in treating mental illnesses. It is said to have been built with private funding, and the treatment equipment inside is quite valuable. Who is the legal representative of that hospital? See for yourself, didn't they have to upload proof when submitting the application? The staff member suddenly saw the owner of the application. Isn't this Mr. Liu? Do you know him? Who doesn't know him? He was all over the headlines a few days ago, and yesterday he and President Wang were giving away sports cars in a lottery, remember? Oh my! With so much money, shouldn't he be the chairman of some company or something? He skeptically opened the application materials, but surprisingly, all the materials were found to be genuine and valid upon verification. The original legal representative of the hospital was someone named Fong Hui, and it had only recently been transferred to Fong Chen's name. So, is this how rich people play these days? Tisk, do you think rich people are happy? You're wrong. You can't even imagine their happiness. What should we do then? What can we do? Adapt. Their procedures are all in order. Half an hour later, a golden Weibo verification badge appeared below Fong Chen's profile picture. Fong Chen, director of Dawn International Mental Hospital. Mr. Liu, weren't you a shareholder of Maserati? How did you suddenly become the director of a mental hospital? Ha ha, Mr. Liu, what are you up to? Are you trying to make us laugh and then lock us up to make money? Seriously. In the future, Mr. Liu will have to change his name. There used to be a President Wang, now we have Director Fong. So cool, I give this move 101 points. Can't you see it? You think Mr. Liu is just trying to tease us? No, you're wrong. Mr. Liu is proving that his industry spans various fields, things we can't even imagine, things he doesn't lack. Well, when it comes to being cocky, I only admire you. Wang Tsong silently left a comment and gave a like. Alright, friends, stop guessing randomly. I just feel that having titles like chairman or CEO is too bland. This is my attitude towards life. I am who I am, a different kind of spark. Fong Chen updated a Weibo post. Ha ha, the dean is so cool. Dean, I have a classmate with a mental illness asking me to inquire when the lottery will be drawn. Dean, is the mental hospital short of staff? I just graduated with a Ph.D. in psychiatry from Yenjing Medical University. My husband is hitting me. Alright, it's time to start preparing for the school anniversary in a couple of days. Fong Chen closed Weibo. Xiao Yi, help me prepare a speech, I need to memorize it quickly. Ah, boring, this game is dominating again. Fong Chen yawned and closed a popular mobile game. Although the configuration requirements for mobile games are much lower than for computers, the ability to spend money on in-game purchases is no less than that of PC games. Recharging hundreds of dollars at a time makes most people feel intimidated. Fong Chen has played many mobile games, but he usually only recharges 6 yuan for the first top-up. Now he can easily spend 648 yuan on recharges, just to become a VIP, right? Easily fill you up. In one afternoon, Fong Chen spent tens of thousands in the game. He wished he could spend more money to slightly reduce the numbers in his personal mobile funds, but the tens of thousands he spent only helped him pass the boring afternoon. Just as he was bored, his roommate Cheng Kai called. During this time, he should be busy preparing for the company's affairs. He still had time to call him. Could it be that he ran out of funds? Hello, General Chang, how come you have time to call me? Fong Chen joked. Old Fong? Is that big tycoon causing a stir online recently you? Cheng Kai asked directly as soon as he answered the phone. They occasionally browse Weibo. Recently, a person known as Lu Zong has become popular on the internet. Even if they use the internet on their pager, they should have seen it by now. Fong Chen, who has undergone some changes in appearance, is unrecognizable to others, but Cheng Kai, who had dinner with him recently, can tell. Although the figure in the photo is somewhat blurry, you can still vaguely see some of Fong Chen's features. Cheng Kai was initially unsure, but recently Fong Chen announced his own Weibo account, which almost confirmed his identity. So Cheng Kai called to confirm. That's right, it's me. Fong Chen admitted openly. You're amazing. Although he was almost certain of this fact, when Fong Chen said it himself, Cheng Kai couldn't help but shiver. Fong Chen inherited a large sum of money from his family, which Cheng Kai knew. Although Fong Chen said he didn't know how much money he had last time, Cheng Kai just thought he was joking. But based on recent events, it seems like he wasn't exaggerating at all. The helicopter he appeared in the Magic City was estimated by professionals to be a modified American armed helicopter, with a price of at least over $100 million. The Maserati MC he drove in the Magic City was priced at millions of yuan. Not only that, he can even give away sports cars as prizes, which already proves his terrifying economic power. The 10 million yuan he invested in them is really nothing to him. Do they all know? Fong Chen asked. Of course, they all know. Suddenly they think I magically came up with 10 million to start a game company? Cheng Kai cursed, goodness, my roommate for 3 years suddenly became a billionaire, and I'm basking in his glory. Stop making up stories, focus on your work. This company has 70% of my shares, and I'm counting on you to make money for me. Fong Chen laughed. Lao Fong, actually this time I'm looking for you because there's something I need your help with. Cheng Kai suddenly found it difficult to speak. What's wrong? Don't beat around the bush. Who are we talking about? It's not me, it's Ding Minghui. Lao Ding? What happened to him? Do you remember, Lao Ding has been dating a girl for many years? It's that Fu Zi. Oh, I know. Ding Minghui's girlfriend is studying at a university in Shu. They have been together since high school, and one time Fu Zi came to the school to see Ding Minghui, and Ding Minghui treated them to a meal. He remembered Fu Zi as petite, cute, a bit timid and shy, but a very nice girl, at least from the way she looked at Ding Minghui. you could see the deep affection in her eyes. "Don't leave me hanging, what happened in the end?" Fong Chen asked. "It's Lao Ding's mother-in-law." Chen Kai sighed. "You know, Lao Ding's parents are workers in a small factory, their family conditions are not that good, they've already spent all their savings on sending Lao Ding to university. It's almost time to find an internship." Fu Zi brought Lao Ding to meet her parents, everything else was fine, but they hope Lao Ding can buy a house in Jiangnan City, but you know, the housing prices there. And then? And then of course her parents disagreed. Fu Zi's family is just working class, they hope Fu Zi can find a boyfriend with better conditions, so they want Fu Zi to break up with Ding Minghui, but she's not willing. Ah, this world, isn't it simpler to get married and date in the past? My dad said my grandpa only used a cow to marry my grandma. Although he said that, Fong Chen thought his old man was definitely talking nonsense. With their wealth, it would probably take a whole grassland of cows to match his grandpa's status, right? Who's to say it isn't? Now Fu Zi's parents have started arranging blind dates for her. Recently Lao Ding has been a bit distracted. "Didn't you tell her parents about your startup?" Fong Chen asked. "We did, but we've invested all that money in recruiting personnel, premises, and servers, that's company money, not ours." Her parents said, "Nowadays young people are starting businesses left and right, how many can succeed?" Her parents are really practical. Fong Chen smiled, his own brother, how could he possibly live an ordinary life? By the way, next Friday Fu Zi's parents are going to force her to go on a blind date. The other party seems to be a sales manager from a big company, and quite young, indeed a strong competitor, and according to Lao Ding, that person seems to have some interest in Fu Zi. Chen Kai said worriedly. "Tell Lao Ding to rest assured, leave this matter to me. I'll take care of everything." That day let him go with Fu Zi. Fong Chen already had a plan in mind. "Okay, with your word, I feel relieved." Although he didn't know what Fong Chen planned to do, seeing his confident demeanor, Chen Kai was already half at ease. "By the way, there's one more thing, but this is about me." Chen Kai's tone suddenly became playful. "What? Is your mother-in-law also forcing your girlfriend to go on a blind date?" "Pa, brother, I'm a perennial bachelor, don't you know? But this does have something to do with my girlfriend." "Oh, tell me about it?" "Lao Fan, haven't you recently organized a lottery? I heard the grand prize is a Lamborghini Gallardo sports car? Why not use some connections?" "What does this have to do with your girlfriend?" Fong Chen asked. "It's definitely related. Very much related. If I had a sports car, wouldn't I have trouble finding a girlfriend? Look, we were roommates for 3 years. I used to lend you money many times before. One time when you had a fever, I even went out in the rain to buy medicine for you. Now I'm just asking for a favor, isn't it too much?" Chen Kai appealed emotionally and logically, feeling almost moved by his own words. "Not too much, not too much." Fong Chen smirked. "I have something even better to give you, do you want it?" "Yes. What are you giving me? It's not your Maserati sports car, is it?" Lao Fan, you're too generous." Chen Kai couldn't help but rub his hands in excitement. "I'll give you one word, scram. If you want the car, go step on a few more dog turds, maybe you'll get lucky." Brothers settle scores clearly. Want to take the back door? No way. In the end, Fong Chen did not give Chen Kai a back door. Having a good relationship is one thing, but principles are another. With their abilities in Fong Chen's investments, having a decent fortune was just a matter of time. "We need to plan old Ding's situation carefully." Fong Chen fell into contemplation. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, Ding Minghui was the most honest, but being honest in this society is not always a good thing. Many times, honest people are the ones who get bullied. Fu Zi's parents introduced her to a decent boyfriend who would surely find ways to make Ding Minghui lose face and eventually withdraw in self-pity. But Ding Minghui noticed Fu Zi's feelings for him. To visit her at school, Ding Minghui often went without meals, sometimes relying on the help of Fong Chen and the others to barely make it through the month. Of course, Fu Zi was a good girl, otherwise Fong Chen wouldn't have helped him. He didn't want something like what happened to Zhang Yuan to happen to Ding Minghui. "Xiaoying, can you help me?" Fong Chen called Zhuang Ying and detailed his plan. Since Fu Zi's parents wanted to make things difficult for Ding Minghui, he had to make sure Ding Minghui stood out and gave a slap to that competitor. His brother's woman was not someone anyone could take away. "Yes, sir, I'll get it done right away. Everything will be settled by next Wednesday." "Thank you." With Zhuang Ying's assurance, Fong Chen felt relieved. He was sure that Fu Zi's parents and that so-called promising young man would be shocked. By the way, it's almost 8 o'clock, the draw should be happening soon. Fong Chen logged into his Weibo account. Under his lottery post, there were many comments. 500 phones, a sports car, total value over 10 million yuan, over 10 million people were eyeing these prizes. Although such good luck was unlikely to come his way, people always had a sense of luck. What if this windfall landed on his head? At 8 o'clock in the evening, millions of people waited in front of their computers. Fong Chen opened the automatic draw system, pressed the start button, and the IDs of the winners appeared on the list. Oh my god! I won, ha ha ha. A young man in front of his computer burst into laughter. Although it was just an iPhone 11, the number of participants exceeded 10 million. Being one of the 500 winners was already very lucky. What's all the noise about? Did you find money? A middle-aged woman's voice came from outside the room. The so-called some are happy while others are worried. Those who win rush to tell everyone and show off everywhere, while those who don't win have a gloomy face. Although the majority of people don't win, at first they didn't have much hope. But seeing those lucky ones, they still feel a bit sour in their hearts. After all, the essence of human nature is also a bit envious. I have participated in 127 Weibo lotteries, and so far I haven't won anything. Am I immune to winning lotteries? The person above, you dare to mention only 127 times? I have participated over 300 times and still haven't won. Did I say anything? Two brothers, I have won prizes big and small 500 times, even for a drink. I have never won another bottle. Can you guys just be quiet? Ha ha, Fong Chen, I won your phone. Wasin you sent a screenshot. What's there to be excited about? With your current status, buying a new iPhone is a piece of cake, right? Fong Chen replied. As far as he knew, live streamers with over 1 million fans receive platform signing fees in the 7 figures annually. It's not the same. Wasinyu sent a smug emoji. I won this by my own skills. Can I show off a bit? I have the luck of the gods. Maybe I'll win whatever you try in the future. In that case, I might as well sponsor you. Fong Chen teased. Humph, this lady is not someone anyone can sponsor. Wasinyu pouted, seemingly immune to Fong Chen's teasing. 500 lucky winners have already been chosen. And next is the Lamborghini 488 that millions envy. If one can win it, even if they don't drive it themselves, selling it would be worth nearly 5 million, an amount most people can't save in a lifetime. Ng Liang is a struggling online writer, working tirelessly on repetitive tasks day and night. Living in Jiangnan City, a place with high living pressure, he earns a meager salary, has no house, and no partner. Recently, he stumbled upon Fong Chen's Weibo. Although he's a homebody, he needs some creative inspiration. The novel he's currently writing depicts the life of the rich, and Fong Chen's recent activities have given him a lot of ideas, leading to a noticeable increase in subscriptions. Last night, he clicked to participate in the lottery with a try-it-out attitude. He didn't expect to win, just testing his luck. As he imagined, he didn't win one of the 500 phones. But just as he was about to close Weibo and continue writing, he received a private message. Congratulations, lucky user. You have won a Lamborghini Gallardo in this lottery. Please contact our staff as soon as possible, and we will arrange the prize delivery. What's this? Ng Liang thought he might have been staring at the screen for too long, causing hallucinations. He never dreamed he would win a big prize. Even winning a phone would have been lucky for him. He opened his redemption code, and the lottery platform had already announced the final prize redemption code, 115487. He looked at his redemption code again, 115,487. It's the same, it's really the same. Ng Liang's first reaction was that he must be dreaming. The odds of 1 in over 10 million had fallen on him. That's a 5 million luxury car, the dream of many people's lifetimes. Huff, huff. He breathed rapidly, his blood pressure even rising. That dizzy feeling almost made him faint. Only those who have truly experienced such luck can understand the unbelievable moment. For Ng Liang, this car seems a bit elusive. Even if he were given a car, he would still have to maintain it. Can you ask Director Fong if the car can be exchanged for an equivalent bonus? Ng Liang tentatively sent a message to the backstage. Of course, if it didn't work out, he planned to sell the car directly. Ha! Don't want the car, want cash? Fong Chen saw this message. That's fine, there's no difference anyway. Please help me get his bank account. I can transfer the money to him now. Really? Words couldn't describe Ng Liang's excitement at this moment. Trembling, he sent his bank card number, and 5 minutes later, he received a text message. Your XX bank account ending in 2754 has been credited with 5,000,000 yuan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 zeros. It's really 5 million. Ng Liang felt like he was dreaming. Wow! With 5 million, why would I still write books? Ng Liang directly opened his author backstage and wrote in the new chapter of Star Realm Blood Song. Lin Shu woke up in the morning and looked in the mirror. He suddenly felt so handsome. He was handsome to death. The end. The anniversary celebration arrived as scheduled. Shu Ming called him yesterday, and the ceremony was scheduled for 8:30 in the morning. All teachers and students would gather at the 10,000-person sports stadium to celebrate the school's 70th anniversary. It was a 2-hour drive from Manhwa City to Jiangnan City. Fong Chen woke up early. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened, so his sleep requirements had decreased. Normally, 5 to 6 hours of sleep would suffice for him. He put on his custom-made clothes and saw a handsome and different self in the mirror. Many old classmates might not recognize him at this anniversary celebration. Thinking of this, a slightly chubby face with a sideswept bangs appeared in his mind. He wondered how his first love, who had triggered his scum girl curse, was doing after 3 years. "Hey, Fong Chen, where are you? Do you want to go together? I'll come to your place later." It was just past 6 o'clock when Jiang Yi called Fong Chen. Their homes were just across the street, and they had been going to school together since childhood. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I moved to Jiangnan City, near Jiangnan University," Fong Chen said, feeling a tremor. He could keep this news from anyone, but not telling Jiang Yi would be a mistake. "Okay, Fong Chen, feeling all high and mighty now that you've moved and didn't even tell me?" Jiang Yi roared on the phone. "Do you think you're some big shot now? Got money, feeling all inflated? You didn't even tell your brother of over 10 years about such a big thing?" Fong Chen really wanted to tell her that he was that Fong Chen, but if he did, he might end up in a worse situation. "Oh, I just moved here 2 weeks ago. I've been busy with renovations lately. Isn't it too busy to tell you?" Fong Chen said in a grandson-like tone. "I'll treat you to dinner today to make up for it. You can pick whatever you want to eat, fair enough?" "Fine. You said it, I'll pick whatever I want to eat. Don't cry poor later." Jiang Yi maintained her unyielding tone. "By the way, are you still in Jiangnan City now?" Jiang Yi's tone softened when she got to the point. "Yes, I was just about to head out." "Are you out of your mind? It takes over an hour to get here by train, and you'll waste a lot of time on the road. By the time you arrive, half of the anniversary celebration will be over." "No problem, I'm driving myself, it won't take that long, I should be able to reach the school in 2 hours at most." "Ha? Did your family buy a car? Good for you, Fong Chen. No wonder you moved to Jiangnan City with the expensive housing prices. Did your family strike it rich?" The parents of both families are good friends. Jiang Yi probably has a clear idea of Fong Chen's family background. Although not struggling, they don't have much spare money. "Sort of." Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Jiang Yi still doesn't know that the director Fong making waves online is him, which temporarily saves him some trouble. "Then hurry up, be careful on the road. I'll be waiting for you to treat me to dinner tonight." Jiang Yi hung up the phone contentedly. For her, extorting Fong Chen is one of the most joyful things. This annoying little sister. Fong Chen helplessly smiled. After all these years, her personality hasn't changed a bit. Jiang Yi is actually a very beautiful girl, with a goddess-like height of 168 centimeters, a good figure, but perhaps because they grew up playing together, their relationship is more like siblings, although many people mistake them for a couple when they go out together. In front of others, she is quite aloof, but in front of Fong Chen, she shows her true self, sharp-tongued, vulgar, and even likes to use physical force, although not very strong. During the college entrance exam, Jiang Yi didn't perform well, only getting into an ordinary second-tier university, but since it's also in Jiangnan City, they still occasionally meet for a meal, but he intentionally kept his distance after starting a relationship with Jiang Yuan. Once he introduced Jiang Yuan to Jiang Yi, perhaps because girls are more perceptive about people, when they each went back, Jiang Yi told Fong Chen to be careful about something. At that time Fong Chen even got angry with her. Now thinking back, he feels quite sorry, so he can take this opportunity to apologize properly. Fong Chen didn't intend to be so ostentatious, but when he saw that there were only his Apollo sun god and Wuling Hongguang in the garage, he could only sigh. I should have bought a normal car for 200,000 or 300,000 earlier. As the dark purple car sped on the highway, Fong Chen finally felt a hint of satisfaction from driving a sports car. Although he could only reach a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, it was still much better than the slow pace in the city, right? Many people wanted to take pictures of the car with their phones, but due to the specially made glass, Fong Chen could see everything outside, while those outside could only see a dark void. They could only take pictures of this cool car. Manhwa City is not a very developed city in the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, although it has the unique advantage of being near the sea. There are no large enterprises, only the tourism industry is relatively developed. The population is also relatively small, so it ranks at the bottom in the province. The light rail from Manhwa City to Jiangnan City was also built in the past 2 years. When Fong Chen went to college 2 years ago, he had to take a bus for over 3 hours. The feeling of driving for the first time was really quite good. Used to the envious looks of passers-by, scenes like this will only become more and more common in the future. Fong Chen has also become much calmer, relying on the powerful performance, The vehicle has maintained a speed of 120 kilometers almost constantly. Although the speed had to be reduced after exiting the highway, he still arrived at the gate of Manhwa 2 Middle School around 8 o'clock. Although there weren't many people at the gate of Manhwa 2 Middle School, various cars were already parked there. Today the main characters at the school are not the studious students, but the alumni who came to participate in the school anniversary. Only those senior brothers and sisters who are doing quite well would dare to attend the school anniversary celebration. This can be seen from the vehicles parked outside, with almost no cars priced below 500,000, and many luxury cars worth millions, including a BMW i8 worth over 2 million. However, compared to Fong Chen's sun god, they all lost their color instantly. Of course, there are also many young people who have just graduated and are still in college for a few years. Their thoughts are relatively simple, without much comparison or showing off. Most of them just want to visit their alma mater and see their teachers. At this time, there were not many people at the school gate. Fong Chen quietly parked his car, without attracting anyone's attention, and then walked into the school with his alumni card. Fong Chen's class had more than 20 people in total, and the school specially reserved an empty classroom for their use. Fong Chen seemed to be the latest arrival among everyone. All familiar faces were here, and those who used to have good relationships were all present, except for Fu Jun, who was too busy with company matters to make it. Who is this? Why does it feel like he's not from our class? Several people who were not very close to Fong Chen did not recognize him at once. After all, there had been quite a significant change in his appearance and hairstyle, making him look different from before. I am Fong Chen. How come? It's only been 3 years, and you all can't recognize me. Fong Chen laughed. I told you, this guy is Fong Chen. You didn't believe me. A male student walked up and said, your transformation is so significant. You look much more handsome now, and did you grow taller? College life is relaxing. Playing ball and sleeping every day, my skin got better, so naturally, I look more energetic, Fong Chen said. Fong Chen, over here. Zhang Yi waved at him. Today, Zhang Yi had put on light makeup, looking more charming than usual. You're here quite early. Fong Chen walked over to greet her. Fong Chen, nice outfit. It must be expensive, right? Xiao Zhenan asked from the front desk. He was also wearing a decent suit today, which must have cost a few thousand yuan. It's not like I'm going on stage as a famous alumni to give a speech. Why dress so grandly? At this moment, an untimely voice came from behind. Without looking back, Fong Chen knew exactly who was speaking. In every class, there is always someone that everyone dislikes, and this statement is not without reason. Sun Tzu was the one in their class who was universally disliked. Sun Tzu was 181 centimeters tall, somewhat handsome, and came from a very good family background. He used to be at the top of the class in terms of grades, so logically, such a person should be quite popular. However, the reality was different. In high school, Sun Tzu almost always succeeded in pursuing girls from other classes, and there was no record of failure so far. But he had a significant flaw: he liked to show off. Most of the classmates who did not attend the school anniversary celebration did so because they heard he was coming. After high school exams, Sun Tzu would walk around with a blank answer sheet, checking answers with others regardless of their willingness. In the end, many people would have a breakdown after realizing they had written the wrong answers, affecting their subsequent performance. It was said that he recently found an internship at Tencent, and as long as he graduated, he could become a formal employee. Therefore, his father rewarded him with a BMW X7 as a gift, and now he had posted all possible angles of his car on his social media. To be honest, if that's all there is to it, people wouldn't dislike him so much. It's just that he likes to belittle others when showing off, which is the main reason why people don't like to be around him. Fong Chen turned around and saw Sun Tzu with a big back-combed hairstyle, wearing an expensive Armani suit, still exuding the same arrogant attitude as before. Aren't you the same? Fong Chen smiled wryly. I'm different from you. Sun Tzu flashed a smile he thought was charming. Today, I'm here as a guest for fundraising. Although it's not much, it's still a contribution to our alma mater, right? I understand you guys, after all, you're still students and haven't started earning money, right? When Sun Tzu was in college, his parents gave him some money to learn financial management. He majored in finance and securities, and his school was quite good. With the guidance of his teachers, he did save a considerable amount of money over the 3 years, at least a huge sum for an ordinary college student. To be honest, if you overlook his habit of showing off and belittling others, he can indeed be considered quite outstanding. It's just a pity that he has many annoying traits. Where did you buy this outfit? It looks good, but why doesn't it have a brand? Did you just buy it randomly from a street vendor? It doesn't seem appropriate for such a formal occasion, does it? Sun Tzu scrutinized Fong Chen from head to toe and remarked, Whether it's appropriate or not has nothing to do with you, Fong Chen replied coldly. How can that be? Today, everyone represents the image of our class 4. Your attire will embarrass our class 4. Sun Tzu still had a sour expression. Fong Chen, ignore him. You know his character well. Jiang Yi always spoke straightforwardly, even in front of Sun Tzu, without holding back. She didn't need to rely on Sun Tzu for anything, so if she offended him, so be it. They were just classmates, nothing more. This wasn't the first time Sun Tzu had been rebuked by Jiang Yi. He awkwardly smiled, knowing that his purpose today wasn't to see these classmates but to showcase his current achievements. He enjoyed standing on the school podium, receiving the admiring and envious gazes of junior students. That was his goal for attending this school anniversary celebration. Fong Chen, what's on your clothes? It looks pretty good. Is it crushed crystals? Zhang Xiyu from the front desk asked. Oh, this? Diamonds. Fong Chen said playfully. Ha, you're quite a bragger. If it's really diamonds, wouldn't this outfit be worth millions? Jiang Yi laughed. Are you pretending to be the famous Fong Chen on Weibo? Ha, to be honest, when we heard this name a few days ago, we were quite shocked. Several people who were close to Fong Chen chimed in. Although they browsed Weibo, they were just spectators and didn't know Guosinyu, so they hadn't seen the photos taken by netizens at China Joy. Otherwise, they would have immediately recognized Fong Chen as the person in the photos. Perhaps it was a preconceived notion, after all, they had been classmates with Fong Chen for 3 years, and they were very familiar with each other. So naturally, they didn't associate that wealthy person with Fong Chen. Even if they knew about it, they just thought it was a coincidence of having the same name. Classmates, Lao Jin is here. Just as everyone was chatting happily in their small groups, a student at the door shouted. Lao Jin, whose full name is Jin Yong, is their class teacher and chemistry teacher. He is a very lovely person, and he has a good relationship with these students. So even after graduation, everyone is willing to stay in touch with him. Everyone's back? Great! Welcome back! Although Jin Yong has led many groups of students, this group of children is the most outstanding and his favorite. He was having a hard time controlling his emotions. Lao Jin, what are you doing? Everyone is back, so cheer up. Seeing Jin Yong in this state, some of the more emotional students also teared up. Alright, everyone stop being sentimental. Jin Yong put on a smile. Let's tidy up. The ceremony is about to start. The principal said there is an amazing alum this year who donated 1 billion in funds to the school. It is said that he will also give a speech later. 1 billion? Oh my goodness. Did our school produce such a powerful person? The entire classroom was in shock. Wow, someone who can donate 1 billion must have at least tens of billions in wealth, right? How come I haven't heard of any big shot who graduated from our school? Who is it? Do you know, teacher? Jin Yong shook his head, even as teachers only recently found out about this news. But a person like that must have a lot of experience. Listen carefully when he speaks later. What he says might be helpful to you in the future. Everyone nodded, thinking that even regular universities probably couldn't invite someone like that to give a speech. This might truly be an unexpected gain. Fong Chen, tell me honestly, what has been happening recently? Jiang Yi walked up to Fong Chen and whispered, you can fool others but not me. I saw you just 6 months ago, don't give me that nonsense about growing taller from playing basketball. I don't know your height? And your face. Jiang Yi took out her phone, showing a photo taken a few days ago when he was with Guosinyu, clearly showing Fong Chen's features, exactly like he is now. This. Fong Chen forced a bitter smile, knowing that everyone would find out about this sooner or later, but he didn't expect mischievous Jiang Yi to be the first to discover it. Surprised, right? Let me tell you, I'm also a fan of Miss Sinyu. Jiang Yi had a devilish smile. You are the tycoon on the bamboo platform who throws money around, the one who called a helicopter to lift a car off a congested bridge, the one who made Principal Wang say he was knocked out by money, right? Alright, it's me. With the evidence right in front of him, Fong Chen had to admit it, and he didn't intend to hide it at first. He just wanted to make a splash and complete the task given to him by Xiaoyi. Okay, Fong Chen, you made a fortune and didn't tell me? What about our agreement to get rich together? She suddenly remembered something. Just now Lao Jin said the alum who donated 1 billion, could it be you? Ouch, Fong Chen winced. Jiang Yi's grip was strong. Yes, it's me. That person is also me. Ah, great. Jiang Yi, finally have a wealthy brother. Jiang Yi let go of his hand. This Sun Tzu is always showing off. It's time someone taught him a lesson. I can't wait to see how he reacts later. Hey, Fong Chen, your old flame. Jiang Yi patted Fong Chen's shoulder. This time, it wasn't just their class attending the school anniversary. Students from the past 4 years almost all had some representation, and over a dozen students from class 16, 6, were also present, including his so-called first love. So, want to go say hi? Maybe when she sees you've become a millionaire, she'll have a change of heart and throw herself at you. Jiang Yi joked. Fang Chen didn't say anything, just rolled his eyes at her. Originally, Sun Yuqi's reason for him was afraid of affecting his studies, but in order to study well, she only passed a third-tier university, while Fang Chen was admitted to a prestigious university like Jiangnan University. No one would believe that there were no other reasons, but Fang Chen also had no interest in delving into the reasons. If he missed it, he missed it. He wouldn't do anything disgusting or hateful just because he had money. Fang Chen still glanced at Sun Yuqi a few more times. The reason was simple. Throughout high school, he only had her in his heart. Perhaps it was a kind of unwillingness, perhaps it was an obsession, but now it may be more of a kind of acceptance. Look at Sun Tzu showing off, really thinking of himself as the protagonist today. Jiang Yi pointed to Sun Tzu not far ahead, chatting with the class teacher Jin Yong, as if he was showing off to Jin Yong that he was his proudest student. Alright, don't talk about him. He finally achieved something, can't he show off a bit? You're just being sour. Fang Chen knew that Jiang Yi always disliked Sun Tzu, so he deliberately said, I just can't stand his attitude. Jiang Yi began to imitate Sun Tzu's tone. You're not some outstanding alumnus, why dress so formally? What does his dressing have to do with you? Do you think you're all that just because you have some money? Jiang Yi said angrily, you have a good temper. Being retorted by him, don't you feel anything? Ha ha. Fang Chen was amused by Jiang Yi, as someone worth billions of dollars. What common ground do I have with him? Jiang Yi suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you've changed. You've become good at showing off. I now think you're cunning, hiding it from everyone, waiting to make a splash at the school celebration later, right? Jiang Yi saw through Fang Chen's plan, so you're the best at pretending. But he's pretending, and you're truly awesome. Jiang Yi approached. Hey, what's going on with you? Why did you suddenly become rich? Did your family win the lottery? Let me tell you, don't tell anyone. Fang Chen pretended to be mysterious. I found the treasure trove hidden by my ancestors before, with a lot of antiques and treasures stored inside. I sold some casually, and then I became rich. I don't believe you. Jiang Yi knew Fang Chen was talking nonsense. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to play with Shiryu. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiang Yi looking frustrated, he smiled triumphantly. The school had less than 2,000 students in total, but more than 3,000 alumni came to attend the school anniversary celebration, filling the sports field that was usually not crowded at all. Several school leaders and some representative outstanding alumni were already seated on the rostrum. Originally, Zhu Ming intended to have Fang Chen sit up there as well, but he refused. If he really sat up there, he would probably feel uncomfortable all over. Dear students, teachers, respected alumni, welcome to take time out of your busy schedules to attend the 70th anniversary celebration of Hai 2 Middle School. Now, on behalf of all the teachers and students, I express our heartfelt thanks to you all. Xu Ming stood on the rostrum with a flushed face, wearing his most decent suit from his wardrobe, which he only wore when attending meetings in the province. He delivered a passionate speech for 10 minutes, mostly consisting of clichés and formalities, but these were all part of the process and needed to be done. Now, I announce that the 70th anniversary celebration of Hai 2 Middle School is officially beginning. Clap clap clap. The audience below erupted in applause, even mixed with some cheers. Since the establishment of Hai 2 Middle School, we have nurtured many outstanding students who have achieved remarkable success in their respective fields. Today, they are back at their alma mater, and now I am pleased to introduce to you the outstanding alumni who have returned to the school today. First, let's give a round of applause to the alumni from the class of 2007, and the founder of Xianxian Electronic Information Company, Mr. Wu Minghua. A middle-aged man on the far left of the stage stood up and nodded towards the students below. Mr. Wu Minghua has donated 1 million renminbi to support the development of our alma mater. Let's show our gratitude to him. Wu Minghua smiled with satisfaction. Although he has not been in business for long, he is considered successful among the thousands of entrepreneurs. His company's annual net profit is in the millions, and he is only in his 30s, at an age where he is showing great potential. It is worth it for him to make this donation. Next, I would like to introduce the founder of Chile Technology, Mr. Dong Yu, an alumni from the class of 2003, who has donated 1.2 million renminbi to the school. Another round of applause erupted. Apart from Zhu Ming, there were 4 other successful alumni sitting on the stage, each of whom had donated over 1 million RMB to the school. Of course, in addition to these alumni, there are many other outstanding alumni who have contributed to the school. Now, let's invite them to the stage. Sun Tzu looked pleased as he finally got his turn to go on stage. He adjusted his collar and walked up to the stage with some older alumni. They are alumni from the class of 2013, Zhanglan, who donated 200,000 renminbi. Alumni from the class of 2011, Chengfeng, who donated 150,000 renminbi. Alumni from the class of 2016, Sun Tzu, who donated 300,000 renminbi. Sun Tzu stood tall and proud. Even though he couldn't match the success of the other alumni who had been in business longer, he had donated the most among the remaining alumni. Especially when the students heard that he was from the class of 2016, their eyes were filled with admiration. Graduating only 3 years ago and still in university, he was able to donate such a large sum of money, making him their idol. Seeing the admiration in their eyes, Sun Tzu became even more proud, his gaze scanning over his classmates with a sense of pride and challenge. Finally, let's welcome a very special alumni who generously donated 100 million renminbi for the school's development. The audience was shocked. Even the 4 alumni on the stage showed expressions of disbelief. 100 million RMB. The combined earnings of their companies couldn't match that in several years. Could this be a big boss from a listed company? After discussions and deliberations, the school has decided that this fund will be used to build a new teaching and laboratory building, enhance the school's hardware and software facilities, and establish a foundation to support and reward outstanding students. Zhu Ming shared the detailed plans and explanations. Now, I'm sure everyone is curious about this mysterious alumni, right? Zhu Ming raised his voice, so, let's welcome the alumni representative from the class of 2016, and also this year's representative for our school anniversary, Mr. Fang Chen, to the stage. Fang Chen? How can it be him? Jin Yong and the entire class were stunned. Fang Chen? The one who has been trending on Weibo recently? He is actually our alumni? Oh my goodness. Where is he? Where is he? Where is Fang Chen? What? Fang Chen? Sun Tzu was petrified on the spot. No wonder Fang Chen completely ignored his provocation just now. He thought he was on top of the world after donating 300,000 yuan, but he never expected that Fang Chen, who donated such a sum of money, could still be so low-key in the class. In the admiring and worshipful eyes of thousands of people, Fang Chen slowly walked up to the platform. Although those outstanding alumni didn't know what business Fang Chen was in the business world, it's important to maintain good relationships. They just need to network well. Mr. Fang, hello. Mr. Fang, achieving such success at a young age is a pride of our school. Like a fan meeting, they shook hands and greeted Fang Chen one by one, some even handed him their business cards. Finally, Fang Chen passed by Sun Tzu and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "By the way, I forgot to tell you, I am also a guest donor, and I am the representative of the outstanding alumni. Oh, and you mentioned that the clothes from the street stall are the work of the chief designer of the English Royal, worth 500,000 pounds. It's normal if you can't recognize it. But in the future, don't speak without understanding, so others won't think you're ignorant. Congratulations on completing the task, standing out at the school celebration ceremony, reward 2% completion of the first level task, and a lost ancestral item." With such a sensational effect, completing the task was a natural outcome. Fang Chen sneakily glanced at his portable independent space. Besides the small bottle, there was now a historical-looking ancient sword. Why is it a sword? Fang Chen was puzzled. It's a rule of law society now, and any divine weapon probably has lost its original meaning. At most, it can be considered a collectible to display in his house. But Fang Chen didn't know that this was no ordinary sword. Now was not the time to study this sword. Fang Chen had more important things to do. Over 2,000 students, hundreds of teachers, and various alumni were waiting for his speech. He confidently walked to the center of the platform, and all the outstanding alumni made space for him. Although Fang Chen was young, in this society, personal strength was the most important, regardless of seniority. Fellow juniors, teachers, and alumni, good morning. My name is Fang Chen. Perhaps many of you know me. I am the director of the online Dawn Mental Hospital. Ha ha ha. The students and teachers burst into laughter, instantly lightening the somewhat stiff atmosphere. They felt that Senior Fang Chen, despite his wealth, was down-to-earth and quite humorous. In fact, Fang Chen didn't have much public speaking skills. The speech was written by Xiaoyi based on the actual situation and Fang Chen's personal circumstances. Fang Chen was just reading it verbatim. Some may wonder, how much wealth do I actually have? Why would I donate 1 billion just to make a splash at this school celebration ceremony? Fang Chen said. Yes, many people might have such thoughts. But have you ever thought about what can be done with 1 billion? Isn't it more worthwhile to buy a few sports cars or purchase several properties than just making a morning's worth of headlines? A steamed bun costs only 4 cents. Wouldn't I receive more praise if I used this money to buy 4 billion steamed buns and donate them to the disaster-stricken people? Ha ha ha. Fang Chen skillfully played with two jokes, making the students below laugh, but it had to be admitted that what he said made sense. It's understandable to spend tens of thousands to show off, but there's really no need to spend $1 billion in one go. The reason I donated this money to the school is because Hai10 High School is my alma mater. I hope it grows, I hope it becomes a prestigious school in China, I hope the school can nurture more outstanding students. You are proud of your alma mater now, and in the future, I hope the alma mater can be proud of you. Fang Chen's impassioned speech was met with cheers. Even the alumni and teachers on stage couldn't help but applaud. The phrase, "the alma mater is proud of you," struck a chord with them. Isn't this the wish of every school and every teacher? In fact, when I was a student, I was a mischievous one, as our principal Zhu can testify. Fang Chen pointed to Zhu Ming beside him, and Zhu Ming looked at him with a smile and nodded. But that doesn't mean anything. What's wrong with us young people being a little mischievous? As long as we don't do anything illegal or violate discipline, as long as we don't cause major trouble, what's the harm? As long as you study hard, dare to challenge, dare to innovate, nothing is impossible. Fang Chen started to inspire with motivational words. Look at me, I used to be brought to the class teacher by Principal Zhu several times, but now, haven't I achieved some success? Bah! Zhang Yi in the audience showed a disdainful expression. If this is just a small achievement, then there are no successful people in the world. Finally, I sincerely invite everyone to come to my company for an internship after completing high school studies. Even after you graduate from university, I am willing to provide more opportunities for you all. With these words, the students' eyes became even more enthusiastic. Isn't finding a good job after graduation their dream? This senior Fang is so amazing, I believe his industry must be in various fields. He should take care of his alma mater's students. Finally, on behalf of all the alumni, I wish the alma mater a happy 70th anniversary. Clap clap clap. Fang Chen's brilliant speech stirred thunderous applause from the audience. Fooled, right? You all fell for it, right? Fang Chen secretly chuckled to himself. He said so much, but it was all just empty talk. He was here at the school to show off, and with just $1 billion, he had already made back the money he spent after saying those words. Completing Xiao Yi's task was the most important thing, but because of his smooth talk, he elevated his moral character to a very high level, and Xu Ming and others actually thought he truly loved the alma mater. Fang Chen looked at the reactions below, feeling extremely satisfied. He didn't expect to have some talent for public speaking. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of Sun Yuqi in the crowd of Class 6, looking at him with a strange expression, full of complexity. In fact, her reason for regretting was very simple, so simple that Fang Chen couldn't guess. It wasn't about affecting her studies, she just felt that Fang Chen's appearance didn't meet her ideal, that's all. But she couldn't have imagined that the boy she once despised had completely changed. Not only did he have an enviable appearance, but he also had wealth that ordinary people couldn't compare to. For a moment, she felt a little lost. Thank you, Senior Fang Chen, for your wonderful speech. Xu Ming once again walked to the center of the stage, followed by two teachers holding red ribbons. Now, we will begin the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Ocean Sun Scholarship Fund. Please invite Senior Fang Chen as the founder to officially inaugurate the fund. The school celebration lasted for 3 hours before it ended. Originally, Xu Ming wanted to invite Fang Chen, some school leaders, and those alumni to have a meal together, but he was refused. 3 years after leaving school, he had not eaten in the school cafeteria for 3 years. Compared to the luxurious restaurants, he preferred to have a simple lunch with his former classmates in the cafeteria, reminiscing about the past. Sun Tzu didn't know when he had quietly left. With Fang Chen around, he would only steal all the limelight, and he didn't have the face to continue staying in front of him. But this actually reflected the wishes of most classmates, and the atmosphere of the class suddenly became much more harmonious. I can't believe it, Fang Chen, after a few years, you've turned into a tycoon. Exactly, I didn't believe it when I saw it on Weibo. It's really you. What did we say back then? Endure wealth and never forget. You have to take care of us more after we graduate. Alright, Director Fang is not that kind of person, right, Lao Fang? Ha ha, you're right. By the way, next time you win a prize, you must tell everyone in advance. We must go pray to the koi first. The classmates did not become reserved because of Fang Chen's change in status. On the contrary, what they were like before is still the same now. Perhaps this is the purity of friendship in student days. Fang Chen smiled, very happy. Since it was still summer vacation, after the morning school celebration ended, the students gradually went home. On the other hand, most alumni chose to stay at the school to look around, as the school had undergone many changes in 3 years. After spending an afternoon with his former classmates, Fang Chen felt as if he had suddenly returned to 3 years ago. This kind of experience is indescribable in words. In the evening, everyone gradually left the school. Fang Chen was surrounded by everyone in the center, as everyone wanted to see what kind of car he was driving now. It was said that the last time he attended China Joy, his ride was a Maserati MC-12 worth millions. Most people had never seen such a sports car up close. As they walked to the school gate, most of the alumni had already left, and there were only a few vehicles parked at the school gate. Although Fang Chen parked his car in a corner, such a magnificent car would always stand out no matter where it was parked. "What car is this? So cool!" the girls exclaimed like fanatics. "Wow! I recognize this logo. Apollo's sun god. I heard the base price is in the millions." Some boys in the class who were more knowledgeable recognized this car. TSK, with the configuration and tariffs, it must cost several million, right? The classmates took out their phones and started taking pictures. Even if they didn't have the chance to sit in it, seeing such a car up close was a kind of bragging right. And this car belonged to their classmate, so it would be prestigious to mention it anywhere. I remember there are no more than 3 Apollo Sun God cars in the entire country, right? And this model seems to have never appeared before. There were also many car enthusiasts in Fang Chen's class. "Fang Chen, is your family a director of a listed company? I heard that for this class of sports cars, you usually need to join some kind of sports car association to have the qualification to buy one. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. I'll be honest with you, the Apollo sports car factory in Germany is mine." Fang Chen looked a bit embarrassed. This was indeed a bit of showing off, but when everyone asked, he could only tell the truth. "This car was specially customized by the factory for me. The production version of this car won't be available until the end of the year. Apollo is yours." The boys went crazy instantly. They had been studying with the owner of the Apollo sports car company for 3 years, and today they even had dinner together. Alright, even if Fang Chen is rich, he belongs to someone else. Why are you guys so excited? Some girls in the class were getting impatient, not as obsessed with sports cars as the boys. Exactly. Class monitor Zhang Meng said, "Fang Chen, don't mind them. Look at the way they are looking at you, as if they want to devour you. What are you saying? Look at yourselves. Aren't you almost the same?" The boys were also indignant. "Look at you bunch of ignorant girls with long braids. If you had a little vision before, maybe you would be Mrs. Fang now. Who are you calling ignorant girls? Want to fight, huh? Sisters. Alright. This group of old classmates love to banter." Fang Chen quickly intervened. "How about this, since everyone is so happy today, and we are all graduating next year, how about we have a graduation trip? I'll cover all the expenses, and we can vote on the destination." Fang Dean is generous. Everyone started cheering. "Fang Dean, can we go out of the province?" someone asked timidly. "Look at your ambition. Can Fang Dean just take us out of the province? Even if you want to go explore the Sahara Desert, it's no problem." The gathering ended amidst laughter, with some friends planning to meet up again. Fang Chen also promised to take Zhang Yi out for dinner that night. In the envious eyes of the girls, Zhang Yi got into the sports car as the co-pilot, and they drove off with a roar. I never thought I would get to ride in such an expensive sports car in my life. It was Zhang Yi's first time in such a car, and she was quite excited. "I never apologized to you after getting angry last time. Today, consider this my formal apology," Fang Chen said. Alright. Since you are so sincere, I'll let it go and not hold a grudge against you," Zhang Yi said with a touch of arrogance. "I've told you before, when you find a girlfriend in the future, you must let me check her face first. I may not have other skills, but when it comes to judging character, I am spot on. Oh, by the way, does your girlfriend know that you are taking me out for dinner today?" Zhang Yi suddenly asked. She would probably be mad seeing me sitting in the co-pilot seat, right? "What?" Fang Chen was taken aback. "Where do I have a girlfriend? I just broke up not long ago. Do you think I'm a playboy?" Zhang Yi was even more surprised than Fang Chen. "I thought you had one over Miss Sinew." Fang Chen blushed. "What are you talking about? I've only known her in real life for less than a week." "You are such a waste," Zhang Yi said with a disappointed look. "No, I have to teach you a lesson." Zhang Yi changed her tone to a serious one. "Based on my years of experience in identifying fake people, Miss Sinew is definitely a genuine person from her face. Trust me, she is not comparable to your last girlfriend. When did you become a fortune teller?" Fang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Stop joking around. I'm serious, Miss Sinew must be a good girl. I've been her fan for over a year. Looks can deceive, words can deceive, but the emotions in her singing and playing the piano cannot deceive. Don't tell me you have no feelings for her at all." Zhang Yi brought out her trump card. "If you don't tell the truth, your curse of bad girlfriends will last for another 3 years. You are ruthless." Fang Chen glared at Zhang Yi. took a deep breath. Alright, I admit it. Although they had only spent a few days together, Fang Chen was indeed attracted to Guo Xinyu, not just by her appearance, but also by her character. How could a girl who was willing to reduce the burden on her family by working hard to earn tuition and living expenses not be a good girl? You've helped her so much, she must be grateful to you, and now that you have such good conditions, maybe she has already given her heart to you. Jiang Yi continued, starting today, I am your love mentor. Hurry up and make a move on her, and if you encounter any difficulties, this strategist will definitely help you out. Special mission, win over Guo Xinyu. What? Xiao Yi? How can you have such strange tasks? Fang Chen couldn't believe that Xiao Yi would intervene at this time. Host, selecting a suitable spouse for you is a task left by the previous host, and it is the most important task they have set. According to system analysis, Miss Guo Xinyu is the optimal choice for your spouse. Alright, Fang Wei, you're amazing. Fang Chen nodded repeatedly. Even though his father was no longer on Earth, he had already planned out his future daughter-in-law. Host, your father's intentions are always for the best, Xiao Yi mischievously added. Shut up. Fang Chen really wanted to find Xiaolan and complain to his father. How could he arrange such a task? Host, your father legally has only one spouse, your mother, but in reality, it's not just her, and your mother knows about their existence. What? Is this even possible? Can my mom tolerate this? Once you have me, even the most ordinary person becomes extraordinary. Some things you will understand on your own in the future. Xiao Yi said. Wait, what about those aunts of mine? Fang Chen asked, have they also left Earth? No, they are still on Earth. Your father said that if you encounter any problems in the future, you can go to them for help. Trust me, their energy will surprise you. My dad having so many women already surprises me. Fang Chen grumbled, alright, I'll take on this task. Special mission activated, win over Guo Xinyu task reward, temporarily confidential. Seeing the words temporarily confidential, Fang Chen was immediately annoyed. Fine, you're good. I want to see what you can come up with. After dinner with Jiang Yi, Fang Chen dropped her off on his way back to Jiangnan City. Today seemed to be the last day of China Joy. Fang Chen sent a message to Guo Xinyu, but she might be busy as she didn't reply immediately. She called him around midnight. The matter you asked me about the other day, I've thought about it. After some consideration, Guo Xinyu wanted to try and see if she had the potential to become a singer. I'm willing to join your company. That's great. Fang Chen seemed even happier than her. What's the name of your company? It's called Heart Media. Fang Chen suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't had time to set up a media company. But he casually made up a name, knowing that with his financial resources, he could easily buy a media company and change the name later. Heart Media? Why haven't I heard of it? Are you making it up? Guo Xinyu was suspicious. The company was named after her nickname on the bamboo platform, which seemed too coincidental. It's just a small company. It's normal if you haven't heard of it. Fang Chen laughed heartily. Alright, there are countless media companies big and small nationwide. Guo Xinyu thought it was normal not to have heard of it. All she needed was a platform. So it's settled then, I'll arrange the contract in a while. But I've already signed a 2-year live streaming contract with Bamboo Platform. If I sign with you again. Guo Xinyu suddenly remembered something, that anchors signed with Bamboo Platform couldn't easily sign contracts with other media companies. Violating the rules would result in a hefty penalty. That's no big deal. I'll just talk to President Wang when the time comes. Fang Chen said confidently. With his relationship with President Wang, this was just a small matter of talking. If necessary, he would cover the penalty, but Wang Song should give him this face. Then Mr. Fang, I'll work for you in the future. You should rest early. We'll discuss it in detail when you return to Jiangnan City. I'll give you a surprise then. What surprise? Guo Xinyu asked curiously. I won't tell you now. Go to sleep quickly, or I won't give it to you. Okay, then I'll go to sleep. Good night. Guo Xinyu sent a cute emoji. By the way, I wonder what kind of sword that was today. Fang Chen suddenly remembered the reward he received. To prevent forgetting, he had already collected those rewards in his own separate space, which he hadn't had a chance to check yet. He took out the sword, but his arm suddenly felt heavy. With his strength, he could hardly lift it. Fang Chen quickly put it away. This sword was about 120 centimeters long and probably weighed over 150 pounds. It wasn't like the Longquan sword, but more like a bronze sword from the Warring States period, just a few sizes larger. The sword was entirely black. It seemed to have been around for many years. Could it be the sword of some emperor in history? Host, this sword was crafted by one of your ancestors named Fang Jun. He was a swordsmith in the spring and autumn period, but very few people know his name. A swordsmith? I've only heard of Ganjiang and Oyezi. This profession seemed to be seriously out of touch with modern times, and it seemed like this profession no longer existed, right? Mr. Fang Jun is the master of Ganjiang and Oyezi. Xiaoyi said, in our former galaxy, this was a very noble profession, don't underestimate it. Noble? Does this thing still have a place in this rule of law society? That's just your worldly perception, Xiaoyi said disdainfully. In our world, those treasures from your cultivation and fantasy stories are real, and your ancestor learned the art of crafting after activating human potential. What he crafted was not just ordinary metal. So what's the deal with this sword? I don't know, depending on different people's crafting methods and techniques, the crafted weapons are different. Fang Jun, that careless guy, made a lot of things back then, succeeded in a lot, and also had a batch of defective products. This ancient sword was among the defective products. I thought it was a pity, so I kept it. But this thing is too heavy. I can't even lift it. I remember this sword was forged by Fang Jun using meteoric iron from a meteorite. Its hardness is greater than any material on your Earth. He spent several years working on it. Xiaoyi recalled. Ah, forget it, let's keep it for now. If it doesn't work out, I can just keep it as an antique at home for protection. Fang Chen was somewhat disappointed. This thing was not as good as the 5 low-quality pills in that small bottle. Ha! Principal Wang is looking for me in the middle of the night? Fang Chen's phone rang. It was already 12:30, could something urgent have happened? Lao Wang, what's the matter calling me so late? Fang Chen said nonchalantly. Aren't you working? Wang Song's surprised voice came from the phone. I thought I could settle that score today. TSK, you hold grudges too much, don't you? It was just one disturbance. Is it necessary to hold such animosity? Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Fortunately, he was single. If he was really working, he might have been scared out of his wits by him. Oh, by the way, just call me by my name, don't keep calling me Lao Wang, it sounds weird. Wang Song said discontentedly. If an ordinary person called him like that, he would have been scolded. But Fang Chen's status was not inferior to his, so Wang Song didn't dare to be too casual. What's the matter, you're looking for me? If not, I'll hang up. Fang Chen said impatiently. No, I have a legitimate reason. Wang Song hurriedly said, are you free tomorrow? I'll come to Jiangnan City to find you. I've already completed the pre-production work for that movie. The special effects team charges by time, I can't afford to delay too long. Let's quickly confirm the actors and director. Okay. Fang Chen also wanted to talk to him about Guosinyu's situation. Tomorrow, find me at Jiangnan Biyuan in Jiangnan City. Call me when you arrive, I'll come pick you up. Good, Wang Song liked dealing with straightforward people like him. By the way, you mentioned last time that you have a personal chef at home, right? I'll come over for lunch today. What do you want to eat? My chef can make anything. Anything? Are you sure? Wang Song smirked cunningly. If he can't make it, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand and pooping. Fang Chen boldly said, as long as it's something humans eat. Then I want to eat Italian Alba white truffles and Ama's caviar. These two things were what he was sure Fang Chen couldn't get. Even if it was the peak season, it would take a long time to import them from abroad. Okay, I'll have it arranged. Fang Chen realized that Wang Song was teasing him, but he couldn't imagine that Fang Chen's private jet was ready to fly anywhere in the world at any time. If he wanted something, there was nothing he couldn't buy within a day. This time, Wang Song was destined to be disappointed. Early in the morning, Fang Chen was awakened from his sleep by a commotion. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he opened the curtains to see 4 large trucks parked downstairs, each with a brand new sports car lying in the back. Every time one of Fang Chen's companies designed a new sports car, they would leave one in the warehouse for the Fang family to use at any time. Since Fang Chen didn't have any special modification requirements this time, the first batch of cars was quickly delivered to his villa. Pagani Winsong, Lamborghini Poison, Aston Martin Valkyrie, and Koenigsegg 11, for supercars shining in the sunlight. This lineup was enough to drive any car-loving man crazy. The managers of the 4 factories carefully unloaded the 4 sports cars from the trucks and parked them in Fang Chen's private garage. The once spacious garage suddenly became much fuller. Once all the spaces were filled, Fang Chen's garage could easily rival a car show, and every car there was a limited edition that even with money, one might not be able to buy. Today's breakfast was prepared by the chef for him with Italian pasta. Yesterday, he had someone overnight from Iran to bring the purest Ama's caviar, along with Maine lobster and some organic vegetables. The price of this pasta almost reached $1,000, but this $1,000 pasta didn't satisfy Fang Chen at all. He wasn't a person with very refined taste, and in his mind, such extravagant food was not much different from a bowl of instant noodles. Fang Chen, I'm here, right at the entrance of Jiangnan Manor. It was not even 9 o'clock, and Wang Tsong rushed over in a hurry. He knew very well that Fang Chen was a wealthy man. Since he came to his territory, he couldn't lose face. This time, he drove out his car from the garage, a Koenigsegg CCXR worth up to 30 million. This car was something he had begged his father, Wang Lin, for a long time to buy through connections. Normally, he was reluctant to drive it and kept it parked in his garage. But this time, he brought out the car with the intention of regaining some face. "Okay, I'll be right out." Fang Chen casually put on a tank top and shorts, slipped on slippers, and rode an electric bike out. "Today, I must regain my dignity from that day." Wang Lin rolled down the car window. He noticed a nerd riding an electric bike not far away, and he looked somewhat familiar. "Hey, Wang Tsong." Fang Chen also recognized Wang Tsong in the car and immediately waved at him. "Damn! How can you come out dressed like this? Don't let others know I know you." Wang Tsong immediately showed a disdainful look, thinking to himself that you are a super-rich billionaire. How can you not pay attention to your image when going out? What's wrong with me? Do I have to wear a suit and tie and drive a sports car every time I leave the house? Fang Chen said discontentedly. "What? You look down on electric bikes?" Fang Chen turned the front of the electric bike towards Wang Tsong's eyes. "This is no ordinary electric bike. See this logo? This is a Lamborghini. Have you ever seen a Lamborghini electric bike? Are you kidding me?" Wang Tsong looked at the flashy pink electric bike in disbelief. He had never heard of Lamborghini making electric bikes, but the logo on this bike was real and didn't look like a sticker. "Who's kidding you?" Fang Chen said nonchalantly. "That company is mine. Don't say they made me an electric bike, even if it's a tractor, I can get it for you." Fang Chen wasn't joking. The pink electric bike was indeed made by Lamborghini. That day, when Fang Chen asked Zhuang Ying to order a sports car, he casually mentioned a small issue. Because the villa area was too large, it was inconvenient to come and go. If he wanted to go somewhere not too far, driving a car was too extravagant. So he asked Zhuang Ying to get him an electric bike, which would be convenient for travel. But what Fang Chen didn't expect was that Zhuang Ying, for some reason, had Lamborghini specially make an electric bike for him, which was delivered this morning along with that poison. Although it was an electric bike, its power was not weaker than a motorcycle. It could reach a top speed of 180 kilometers per hour, a performance that even a regular car couldn't match. Wang Tsong was speechless at Fang Chen's surprise. "Are you exaggerating?" Looking at his own sports car, Wang Tsong felt a little better. Even if this customized pink Lamborghini cost a few million at most, it couldn't compare to his Koenigsegg. Adjusting his facial expression, he said, "Enough talk, take me to your house quickly. I want to see what kind of place you live in." "Okay, come in." Fang Chen rode his pink Lamborghini ahead, leaving Wang Tsong's face twitching. He started his own car and followed. "Wow, such a big villa, you don't live here alone, do you?" Wang Tsong admitted that this villa shocked him once again. He had studied abroad for several years, and only top designers could create such artistic and aesthetically pleasing designs. "Yes, just me." "Really? What about daily cleaning and maintenance? Don't you have a team of chefs? Do you live somewhere else?" "No, the 20 villas around here are all mine. My staff live in those." At this moment, Wang Tsong's expression was just like when Fang Chen first arrived here. Fang Chen seemed calm on the surface, but he was actually holding back laughter. Forget it." Wang Tsong sighed. Such a big villa could probably only be managed by him. His reputation as the richest second generation on the internet seemed somewhat undeserved. "Where is your garage? I'll park my car first." Wang Tsong didn't want his car to be exposed to the sun and rain outside. "Are you sure?" Fang Chen asked. "I'm afraid your heart won't be able to handle my garage." "Bah!" Wang Tsong immediately became unhappy. "See my car? The Koenigsegg CCXR, priced at over 30 million, there are only a few in the world. Your Maserati MC12 is nice, but it's still far behind mine." "Oh, you mean that Maserati? I've let my assistant drive it. I've bought a few more cars recently. Since you're interested, I'll show you." Fang Chen slowly drove into his underground garage with Wang Tsong. When he saw the first car, he was instantly stunned. This is the Lamborghini Veneno? He had wanted this car for a long time, but the price of over 3 million euros made him hesitate. Even his father couldn't bear to buy it. "Yes, you came just in time. This car was delivered to my house this morning along with my pink Lamborghini, Pagani Huayra, and the Valkyrie. Koenigsegg 11. You actually got this car?" Wang Tsong grabbed Fang Chen's collar. "The Koenigsegg 11 costs over 100 million renminbi, and there are only 6 in the world." "What are you doing? Let go. This vest cost me tens of dollars." Fang Chen said displeased. "Is this car worth over $1 billion? I'm not sure, but I asked my assistant to get me one, and she did. Don't tell me your family owns Koenigsegg? Not exactly. Before Wang Song could catch his breath, Fong Chen added, but I have a 41% stake. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Song felt like he was being internally injured. I feel like I'm too poor now. Wang Song thought he had seen enough, but when he saw the car at the far end of the garage, his mindset completely collapsed. Wang Song was a supercar enthusiast who loved collecting cool sports cars. He had joined an international sports car association where members needed to have a certain net worth and own recognized high-end cars to qualify. His previous cars didn't meet the criteria until he got the Koenigsegg half a year ago. This sports car association was influential, and its members were not ordinary people. Whenever a new car was released by a sports car company, they would be the first to know. Just a few days ago, someone got hold of some intelligence, saying that the Apollo Sun God series has released a new car. What's even more interesting is that this new car is customized for a specific individual. This limited edition sports car will only have 10 units produced, with each unit priced at 40 million renminbi before taxes. What's even more interesting is that it is said that this new limited edition sports car is a toned-down version of the customized model, meaning there is a special customized version above this sports car. The official start of reservations for this car is in December of this year, and Wang Song actually saw a car identical to the one in the picture in Fong Chen's garage. What does this mean? The Apollo company customized that car for Fong Chen. He is the mysterious figure whose identity no one can figure out. Is this car of yours the VE from the Sun God? Although he already had an answer in his heart, Wang Song couldn't help but confirm once more. Ha! You actually know about it? They told me that this car hasn't been officially released yet? You wouldn't. Wang Song was about to ask, but he felt that this question was already somewhat redundant. Most likely, Apollo Company is also mostly owned by Fong Chen, or at the very least, he is the largest shareholder of the company. I don't know what to say, I'll just bow to you. Wang Song collapsed weakly onto his sports car. If he had known that he had so many top-notch sports cars in his garage, he would rather let his Koenigsegg bask in the sun outside all day than come to this garage to be stimulated. Stop beating around the bush, let's go inside and talk. Fong Chen became more serious when discussing business matters. What's the rush? Let me first take a look at your house. Wang Song seemed to have admitted a fact, that Fong Chen is indeed much wealthier than him, and has much more influence, perhaps even surpassing his father, Wang Lin. With this in mind, everything that had just happened seemed more acceptable. I didn't expect you to like music too. As soon as they entered the living room, a piano immediately caught Wang Song's attention. Although he had never learned music, he was very fond of it and would sometimes learn guitar and singing from his own artists. When I was very young, my parents forced me to learn the piano and violin with a whip, Fong Chen exaggerated, but I'm quite grateful to them. If they hadn't forced me, I might not have persevered. This piano is quite nice, and probably quite expensive, right? Wang Song touched the piano, feeling as if he was having a conversation with history. It should be quite valuable. This piano was given to Chopin by one of my ancestors a long time ago, and after Chopin passed away many years later, it was returned to us. Ha, you're bragging. Anyway, you're rich, so I'll believe whatever you say. Wang Song rolled his eyes. Why didn't he say this piano was the first piano in the world? Although Fong Chen is wealthy now, Chopin's era has long passed. Did his family start being wealthy from that time? Don't believe me, forget it. Fong Chen gave him a look. He hadn't even taken out Paganini's violin yet, otherwise this guy would definitely think he was bragging to the heavens. Have a seat, what would you like to drink? Coffee. Wang Song sat on the sofa, feeling a slight difference in the touch of his buttocks and palms, indicating that this sofa was probably quite expensive. Alright. Fong Chen called a servant, Aunt Sue, bring us 2 cups of coffee, the best kind. Let's talk about the movie first. Wang Song decided to get down to business. Sure, at what stage are you in the preparations now? Fong Chen inquired. I have already bought the copyright and adaptation rights, and I have also contacted the special effects team in Hollywood. The props needed for filming are also being purchased and made, but I am still considering the actors, locations, and director candidates. Do you have any questions? Many questions, Wang Song sighed and said. You have never made a movie, so you don't understand. Nowadays, it's all about popular stars. If you don't invite those popular stars to film, the box office may not be very high in the end. But if you do, the quality of the movie will suffer a lot. Wang Song was indeed describing the current situation in the entertainment industry. Although it cannot be completely denied, most popular stars lack professional skills and have poor acting abilities. Many singers and idols who want to transition into the film and television industry are criticized for their work. So I want to hear your thoughts first. Wang Song turned his gaze to Fong Chen. Are you looking to make money or create a good work? Only children make choices. I want both. Wang Song naturally wanted to create a good work, but he also didn't want to lose too much money. In fact, after that TV series came out, my friends and I discussed who would be the perfect actors in our minds. Oh, tell me about it? The most suitable person for the role of Xiao Yan should be Hui Yao. This was Fong Chen's first choice. Hui Yao has appeared in many fantasy and martial arts TV series and his acting skills are top-notch. Moreover, his popularity is not inferior to those trendy young actors. If we can invite him, we will definitely attract a large number of fans. I have thought about that too, but his acting roles have undergone a significant change. I'm not sure if he would be willing to take on this role. As long as you can contact him, I will take care of the rest. Fong Chen was confident because he had a trump card in his hand. He believed that it would have a huge impact on Hui Yao. As for the role of Xiao Sunner, I think our answer is the same. Fong Chen and Wang Song smiled at each other. This role, I believe, can only be played by one person in the hearts of all fans, and that is Lin Rohan, who is known as the Fairy Sister. Hui Yao and Lin Rohan had collaborated more than a decade ago, and that work had become a memory of childhood and youth for a generation. If they were to appear on stage together again, it would definitely be a blockbuster in the entertainment industry. They confirmed the best choices for the cast of this movie one by one. If we are going to make this movie, we must make it perfect, and every role must be meticulously chosen. However, Wang Sang's expression became more and more serious. Although these actors were no longer young, they still had a large number of fans and demanded high salaries. If we were to invite all of them, the total budget of 1 billion would probably be quite tight. Fong Chen, with such a cast, I'm afraid our funds may not be enough. Wang Song expressed his biggest concern. The filming location has not been decided yet, and that will be a huge expense. The schedule in Hangzhou is very full recently, and the start time may be a big problem. We must set aside some reserve funds. Suddenly, Fong Chen had a bright idea, and his smile was hard to contain. He was worried about not having a place to spend money. The location issue has not been resolved? Yes, what's the matter? I have an idea. Why don't we build the town of Qingshan and places like the Yunnan sect and the Flame Valley from the novel according to a certain proportion? What do you mean? Let's build our own film and television city. Are you crazy? Wang Song was shocked by Fong Chen's bold plan. Didn't he realize how much funding it would take to build a large film and television base? Even just the price of the land was staggering, not to mention the construction costs. Even his father, Wang Lin, wouldn't dare to undertake such a large project. When Hangzhou was established in 1996, it cost tens of billions to build this huge film and television city. The final step-by-step expansion and improvement would likely cost hundreds of billions. Even an ordinary group could not afford such a large investment. I'm serious, Fong Chen said decisively. His liquid assets were currently unused, with billions of extra US dollars seemingly appearing out of thin air and continuing to increase. He was eager to invest a crazy amount of money. Fong Chen, you're oversimplifying things, Wang Song said. My plan for the first film is to shoot until Xiao Yan completes the 3-year agreement, kills his way to the Yunnan sect, which involves the Gama Empire and the Tagore Desert. There are many place names involved, and building it will be a huge project. Although all the buildings are simple, it won't take too long, but you have to understand that the building area is too large. If you want to shorten the construction period, you'll need a large number of workers, which will incur very high costs. In the end, it's just a matter of spending money, right? Fong Chen took a sip of the coffee brought to him. Try it, this is civet coffee. It costs over $1,000 per pound. Although that's true, it's not something that can be solved with just a few billion. If you want to complete the entire first phase of the project within a year, it will cost at least 50 billion. Wang Song's entire family's assets were probably only around 300 billion renminbi, excluding stocks, real estate, cars, and other fixed assets. To come up with this money to build such a huge film and television city, even Wang Lin would be seriously depleted. 50 billion, is it? Fong Chen sighed. How about that? Do you realize how difficult it is? Wang Song saw Fong Chen's expression and realized that his financial resources were not unlimited. I just think it's too cheap. 50 billion renminbi, not even close to 10 billion US dollars. With the capabilities of his operating team, he could earn it back in at most 3 months, and he wouldn't even spend the capital within a year. What did you say? Too cheap? Wang Song almost sprayed coffee on Fong Chen's face. This is 500 billion, not $500, not 5 million. You think it's too cheap? I'm not joking with you, I really think it's too cheap. Fong Chen fell into thought. Use the best building materials, hire the best designers and construction teams. If one team isn't enough, get two. If two aren't enough, get four. My goal is to build this film and television city within a year. You must be crazy. Wang Tsong sneered. With your budget, even 1 trillion wouldn't be enough. Do you have that much money? You don't need to worry about whether I have that much money. I just want to ask you, if I really have that money, can you handle the land, design, and construction? As long as there's money, except for immortality and invincibility, there's nothing that can't be done. Wang Tsong knew that money wasn't everything, but these things could easily be solved with money. If that's the case, then there's no problem. You figure out how to contact those actors first, and leave the money to me. Do you really have 1 trillion? Wang Tsong asked nervously, even if he is the richest person in the world, with personal assets of only 100 billion US dollars, 100 billion Chinese yuan is almost 1/6 of his net worth. They cannot possibly come up with such a large sum of cash. Is this a joke? Lao Wang. Fang Chen patted Wang Tsong's shoulder. You have no idea about my financial strength. I've told you before, I myself don't even know how much my own assets are. 100 billion Chinese yuan is indeed a lot, but the annual return on just a small portion of my liquid assets is more than that. Wang Tsong realized that he finally had some understanding of this friend he had just met a few days ago. He knew Fang Chen was wealthy, but he had already pushed the concept of wealthy to his own limits. But now he realized that he had underestimated him. Just the annual return on a small portion of his liquid assets could reach several billion US dollars, not to mention adding another zero to that amount. What about his fixed assets? How much money do they represent when combined? Wang Tsong's imagination was no longer sufficient. If what he said was true, then he could now place his name at the top of the Forbes billionaire list. Are you serious? Yes. Fang Chen nodded seriously. I just took over my family's assets, and besides money, I have nothing. So I may need your help with those matters. I'll give you a 10% stake when the time comes. Fair deal? 10%? This was equivalent to Fang Chen giving him 10 billion for free, not to mention future profits. And all he had to do was buy land and handle tenders, tasks that many of his subordinates could do. Was there anything better than this? Not enough? No. Wang Tsong waved his hand. His total assets didn't even reach 10 billion. I think it's too much. Oh my. Are you asking me to work for you? Ha, you can't put it that way. I provide the money, you provide the resources. This is a mutual cooperation. If you don't want it, then you don't consider me a friend. Deal. Just for that statement, count me in. Such opportunities were rare. If Wang Tsong missed it, he would regret it for a lifetime. And he was already eager to see the Gamma Empire he had imagined. By the way, Lao Wang, do you know of any media companies that are looking for buyers? Fang Chen suddenly remembered this. With Wang Tsong's resources and connections, it shouldn't be too difficult to find such a company, right? Are you also looking to venture into the entertainment industry? Wang Tsong finally noticed Fang Chen's blind spot in the industry, but then he revealed a meaningful smile. You're not trying to use that name to get involved with those minor celebrities, are you? There's no need for that. If you're interested, I can introduce you to a few. Are you kidding me? Am I that kind of person? Fang Chen retorted, just tell me if you know or not. I do. And quite a few. Wang Tsong said, the past few years, the Hanling decree has made it difficult for many of my friends' media companies to survive. They are eager to sell, so if you're interested, I can help you make some contacts. Thanks. Fang Chen knew that such trivial matters wouldn't trouble him. There's one more thing I need your help with. Guo Xinyu signed a 2-year contract with your Bamboo Live. I want to bring her to my media company. Don't worry, I'll cover the breach of contract fee. Just don't tell her. Oh, I see. Wang Tsong suddenly realized, so that's why you want to buy a media company. You've set your eyes on that girl. Brother, you're really going all out. Fang Chen gave him a fierce look. Okay. I let the person go. You don't need to pay the penalty. It's just a few million, not even enough to cover the shares you gave me. In a few days, I will terminate the contract with her. Wang Tsong saw Fang Chen's gaze and immediately backed down. By the way, I have to tell you, it's not easy to make someone popular. The entertainment industry is too complicated now. You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways. Fang Chen smiled slightly. With Xiaoyi around, there was nothing he couldn't do. Alright, I won't interfere. I'm hungry. I'll just eat here today. You have quite a taste. The two sat facing each other at a luxurious marble table in Nordic style, with the table already set with utensils. It's not my doing. It's all arranged by my personal assistant. I only brought a suitcase when I moved in. Consider what I said earlier. Wang Song was already eager, by the way, about what we talked about last night. If you can't produce Italian Alba white truffles and Amur sturgeon caviar, you'll have to live stream yourself doing a handstand while pooping tonight. Wang Song seemed to have that image in his mind. Don't worry, I'll definitely arrange for you to be featured in the top video recommendations, and I'll even give you some extra panda emojis. You might be disappointed. Fong Chen smiled slightly. He pressed a small button on the side of the table, and several chefs pushing small carts walked in from the door. Shiny silver plates were placed on the table one by one. The chef skillfully opened the plate in front of Wang Song, then poured a small cup of strong liquor over the steak that had been cooked to medium rare, and then lit the iron plate as if performing magic. What kind of beef is this? Why does it have a floral scent? Wang Song had eaten countless beef dishes, even the famous Kobe beef that was raised on lobsters, but he had never seen this kind of beef before. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Fong Chen rolled his eyes. Hee, Mr. Fong, this is a special batch of Wagyu beef. Different from regular Wagyu, these cattle are fed with specially cultivated feed. During their long growth process, their meat will also carry the natural aroma of this feed. The annual production of this beef is only 2,000 kilograms, which is 1/20th of the ordinary Wagyu beef. Fong Chen, that's thoughtful. I come over and you treat me to such good food. Wang Song took a deep breath. If it weren't for his dignity, he would have reached out to grab a bite now. It's nothing. I eat like this every meal. You. Wang Song took out his phone. Wait, what are you doing? Planning to post on Weibo again? Fong Chen quickly stood up. I've been holding it in all morning. You've been pretending for so long, can't I vent a little? Wang Song said as he uploaded the photos he secretly took today. The villa panorama, 5 supercars, a piano, and this plate of beef, with only one caption, visiting the big shot's house today, I feel so insignificant. Shortly after, that post exploded. The aura of Pagani. Oh my god, it's my lifelong dream. Why do I see something strange mixed in? Why is there a Wuling Hongwang in the corner? Whose house is this? At Principal Wang, please explain. I just used my years of Photoshop skills to zoom in on that piano. Can you guess what I found on the side of the piano? Nested comments. What does this word mean? I don't understand. Idiot. You can't even recognize Chinese characters? But it seems like it's not a modern character. Damn. Was this piano played by Chopin? 66,666. Bowing to the big shot. I'm hungry, Principal Wang. Stop refreshing. Your truffles and caviar are here. The chef brought out another plate of fruit salad and a plate of white truffles, with the fruit salad almost completely covered in a layer of caviar. Don't try to fool me. I've tasted both the Italian Alba white truffles and Amur sturgeon caviar before. You can't trick me with ordinary stuff. Wang Song picked up a spoon and took a small bite of the salad. The moment the caviar touched his tongue, his pupils dilated several times. It was that taste, incredibly fresh, not even like it came from a can. How did you manage to do all this in just one night? From the taste, it was definitely not something he had prepared in advance at home. It was too delicious. I had it directly air freighted on a private plane from Iran. Fong Chen began cutting his steak, completely oblivious to Wang Song's disgusted expression. It was just delivered this morning, very fresh. I even had some for breakfast, not bad. You really know how to make people jealous. Wang Song gave up on his image. This kind of thing wasn't something you could eat every day. He was determined to make Fong Chen cry from eating too much. Hey, you greedy ghost. Leave some for me. The two young millionaires disregarded their image and indulged at the dining table. The chef smiled faintly, not understanding the world of these young people. He just needed to do his job well. After placing the remaining food on the table, the chefs quietly left the villa with a small cart. A few minutes later, the two men's bellies were so full that they lay on the sofa, almost nothing left on the table. Fong Chen, your chef's food is amazing. I'll have to come here often to mooch off you. Wang Song mumbled. Get lost, this isn't a canteen. Fong Chen jokingly scolded. I don't care, otherwise I'll just stay here tonight. Wang Song acted like a spoiled child. Do you believe I'll throw you into my mental hospital in my Wuling Hongwang? Fong Chen joked. The equipment in my hospital is top-notch, even better than Professor Yang's electroconvulsive therapy. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Song found the idea of a mental hospital funny. One was a principal, the other a dean, and netizens had already dubbed them the Higher Brothers online. Wang Song, don't take bribes and not do my job. Wang Song said, just for this meal, I'll help you with all the paperwork for the media company you want within a week. Ha, I'll count on you for that. Wang Song's involvement would surely help him avoid a lot of trouble. Alright, I should go now. Wang Song stood up. Starting today, I need to prepare for the film and television city. In a few days, I'll make appointments with the actors to discuss their fees and schedules. Great. If you need money, just tell me. You don't have to save money for me. The more you spend, the happier I'll be. Fong Chen teased. You're a weirdo. Wang Song left Fong Chen's villa in a huff. I'm leaving, no need to see me off. I wasn't planning on seeing you off. Fong Chen slammed the door shut, showing no hospitality. With many things resolved, Fong Chen suddenly felt very good, but in a few days, there was a very important matter to attend to. On Friday, Fu Zik would be forced by his parents to go on a blind date, which was a major event now. Xiaoying, is everything arranged? Fong Chen called Zhuang Ying. Don't worry, everything is going according to your plan, just one final step left, and it can be arranged tomorrow. That's good. Fong Chen unconsciously smiled. You probably don't know how to spell the word death when it comes to competing with my brother for a woman, right? Ding Minghui hasn't slept well for several days. Since the last time he met Fu Zi's parents, he felt that they were not very satisfied with him. No, they were very dissatisfied. Although Fu Zi's family is in Jiangnan City, their financial situation is just average. Due to the international conference held 3 years ago, housing prices in Jiangnan City have almost tripled. Even though it can't compare to international metropolises like Shanghai, it's still quite terrifying. Nowadays, in Jiangnan City, a slightly better location would cost at least 3 million for a house, and even just the down payment would be 1 million. Fu Zi's family couldn't come up with that kind of money no matter what. As for Ding Minghui's family, they were even more stretched. Although they could find decent jobs after graduating from their school, it would still take several years to save up enough for a down payment. Ding Minghui could delay getting married, but Fu Zi couldn't wait. So after meeting Ding Minghui that time, Fu Zi's parents inquired around to find a match for Fu Zi. Fu Zi's conditions were quite good, both in appearance and education. After a long search, his parents chose a young man named Meng Xiaoyang. Meng Xiaoyan was a master's degree holder who had returned from studying abroad, 27 years old this year, and had been working as a sales manager in a multinational company for only 2 years, with an annual income exceeding 800,000 yuan. He was considered a talent in terms of temperament and appearance. Fu Zi's mother happened to have a classmate working in that company, so she got to know this young man. After seeing Fu Zi's photo, Meng Xiaoyang was very satisfied with Fu Zi. Although her family background was slightly inferior, it wasn't a burden for him, considering his high potential for advancement. With a better option available, how could Fu Zi's parents give up such a golden son-in-law? Although Ding Minghui also graduated from a prestigious university, in this society, it was difficult to succeed without connections or family support. So, without hesitation, Meng Xiaoyang became their first choice. However, Fu Zi and Ding Minghui had been together for 4 years. They had been secretly dating since high school, hiding it from their teachers and parents. With such a strong foundation of affection, how could a so-called overseas master's degree holder shake it? When Fu Zi's parents demanded that they break up, Fu Zi refused without hesitation. But this summer, her parents forcibly took away her phone and even confined her at home. With the help of her sister, who she had grown up with, the news of her blind date reached Ding Minghui's ears. Despite Fong Chen's substantial investment, the company had just started, and even the department had not been set up yet. All the investments had been used where they were needed. How could he compete with Meng Xiaoyang on his own? Even if Fu Zi firmly stood by his side, what about her parents? Her parents secretly arranged to meet Meng Xiaoyang, and when Fu Zi found out about it, she cried and protested, but her parents didn't care. The night before last, while her parents were out shopping, Fu Zi escaped from home and went to Ding Minghui's company to find him. However, her parents called and threatened her, saying that if she didn't meet Meng Xiaoyang the day after tomorrow, she would only see her mother's corpse. Fu Zi knew her parents' personalities well. They were very concerned about their reputation, and she knew they might actually do such a thing. Minghui, why don't you not go today? My parents will definitely embarrass you. They are forcing me to the brink, and if necessary, I will do the same. Although Fu Zi was petite, she had an extraordinary stubbornness. No, if I don't go, wouldn't that mean I'm backing down? Ding Minghui said, even if today is going to be tough, I will accompany you. And didn't my roommate say that everything will be taken care of by him? Maybe he will have a way. Ding Minghui said casually, but he knew in his heart that Fong Chen had money, but it was only his money. They were roommates, and he was willing to help them start a business with this money, so he didn't dare to expect anything else. At that moment, he suddenly received a text message on his phone from Fong Chen. Lao Ding, tomorrow you and Fu Zi can rest assured and leave everything to me to arrange. See, I told you. Ding Minghui showed the message to Fu Zi. He is so resourceful, he will definitely have a way. During this time, Fu Zi had already learned about Fong Chen's identity. He was the recently sensationalized director Fong Online, and even rich second generation like Wang Tsong admitted to being his younger brother. Maybe he really had some way to help them. Friday arrived as scheduled. With anxious hearts, Ding Minghui and Fu Zi entered a high-end restaurant. The place was chosen by Meng Xiaoyang, quiet and elegant, a place many young people liked to visit. Fu Zi's father, Fu Changhong, and mother, Wang Yan, were already seated by the window, accompanied by a quite handsome young man. They seemed to be chatting about something, with smiles on their faces, as if they had already become a family. "Ha, Xiaomeng, you are so eloquent. In the future, come to Uncle and Aunt's house more often when you have time. We are not far away." Wang Yan was very satisfied with Meng Xiaoyang, although he was a bit flamboyant. Achieving such success at a young age was quite normal. Of course, a few of my classmates in Australia recently sent me some nutritional milk powder. This kind of milk powder is very effective in enhancing immunity for people of your age. Next time, if I have time, I will bring a few cans over. Oh, great. By the way, Uncle and Aunt, when will Fu Zi come over? Meng Xiaoyang was a bit impatient. They had agreed on 11:30, and it was already 5 minutes past. They had been sitting here half an hour ago. Meng Xiaoyang could chat, but with two middle-aged people with whom he had no common language, they had almost exhausted all possible topics in half an hour. Why hasn't that girl come yet? Wang Yan glanced at the time, then looked towards the entrance. Oh, there she is. Wang Yan's smile disappeared as soon as she saw Ding Minghui next to Fu Zi. Her face instantly turned cold. Meng Xiaoyang's polite smile also froze instantly. He knew Fu Zi had a boyfriend, but he was confident that with his own conditions, he could make the other party retreat. But now it seemed that the two had not broken up yet. But he quickly reacted, put on a polite smile again, and casually placed the key to his BMW 7 Series on the table. "What are you doing here?" Fu Zi's parents' faces immediately turned cold, and they pulled Fu Zi to their side. "What did I say? I told you to come alone. What do you mean by bringing him over? Are you trying to embarrass us?" Wang Yan stood up unabashedly and said, "Give up on this idea. No matter what, her dad and I will never agree to you being together. Stop pestering Fu Zi." Ding Minghui knew that he would not see a good expression today, but he did not expect Fu Zi's parents to directly express their stance with such an attitude, and the atmosphere suddenly chilled to freezing point. "Uncle and Aunt, please don't be angry." Meng Xiaoyang quickly stood up to mediate. "I know that this brother and Fu Zi have been together for a long time. If they were to break up like this, then I would have to reconsider. This also shows that Xiao Zi is a good girl, right? Xiaoyang understands the situation." Hearing Meng Xiaoyang say this, Fu Zi's parents felt slightly relieved, but their gaze towards Ding Minghui did not improve at all. Instead, they insinuated, "Unlike some people, Uncle and Auntie, please have a seat first. Since everyone is here, we are all friends. I am not petty. We can discuss everything slowly." Meng Xiaoyang reached out a hand towards Ding Minghui. "Hello, I am Meng Xiaoyang, the sales manager of Reno Biotechnology." Ding Minghui completely ignored him, not because he was impolite, but would you speak kindly to someone who is trying to steal your girlfriend? Especially when the other person is aware of their relationship, clearly not a friendly visitor. "You sit here honestly. If I didn't ask you to speak, you are not allowed to talk." Wang Yan glared at Fu Zi and whispered in her ear. "Ding, right? May I ask which company you are currently working for?" Meng Xiaoyang asked sarcastically. "Him? Just a college student, started some game company with a group of people, just a bunch of kids fooling around." Before Meng Xiaoyang could respond, Wang Yan spoke for him. "That won't do." Meng Xiaoyang shook his head with a serious tone. "The gaming industry is tough now. The initial investment is huge, and the maintenance costs are high. Even for a mobile game, it's very difficult to successfully promote it to the market. You should focus on graduating first, find a decent internship, and then consider starting a business." Meng Xiaoyang had tried entrepreneurship himself, but due to various reasons, he failed halfway. So he knew the ins and outs of it and spoke as if educating a junior. But that's beside the point. "I heard Ding is a student at Jiangnan University, which ranks in the top 3 nationwide. The future development must be promising." Fu Zi's parents suddenly found it strange why Meng Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up for Ding Minghui. "But you should be aware that housing in Jiangnan City is very expensive. Xiao Zi is an only child and definitely won't follow you elsewhere. Maybe you will have a decent income in a few years, but can Xiao Zi wait until then?" Meng Xiaoyang repeatedly mentioned Xiao Zi, as if they were already familiar. "If you want to be together, you must have a stable place first, right? Of course, you haven't graduated yet, don't have any income, which is normal for young people nowadays. But let me ask, what do Ding's parents do?" "His parents are just workers in a small factory," Wang Yan said coldly. "I see. That won't do. Just graduated, You have to support yourself first, and then send some money home to support your parents. You can't save much money throughout the year. Meng Xiaoyang seemed to be considering Ding Minghui. I will work hard. After hesitating for a while, Ding Minghui finally said these few words. Ding Minghui was an honest person with poor eloquence. As a sales manager of a multinational company, Meng Xiaoyan was very articulate and skillful in speech. When it comes to verbal skills, 10 Ding Minghuis are no match for him. By the way, I wonder how your company is doing now, Ding? Have you completed Series A financing? How is the current profitability? Faced with Meng Xiaoyan's rapid-fire questions, Ding Minghui was at a loss. He was in charge of the security sector and knew nothing about the business operations, which were handled by Chang Kai and some recently hired employees. Ding Minghui's character destined him to be an important person, but he could only remain unknown behind the scenes. It seems like your company is not doing well, just starting out, right? How much is the registered capital? It shouldn't be more than 500,000, right? Meng Xiaoyan's tone was full of contempt. So, you can't give Fu Zixing happiness. After laying out this long passage, Meng Xiaoyang still exposed his ultimate goal, which was to degrade Ding Minghui to worthlessness. Uncle and aunt, although I am just a small manager now, I also have an income of several 100,000 yuan every year. I have already bought a house in Jiangnan City, right in Jiangdong District. You can come over when you have time. After degrading Ding Minghui, he began to elevate himself. What, Xiaoyang, you live in Jiangdong District? The houses there are not cheap. Fu Zi's parents almost had wrinkles on their faces from smiling. Jiangdong District is one of the fastest growing economic areas in Jiangnan City, where housing prices are soaring, with the cheapest starting at 40,000 now. But it's not very big, just over 120 square meters. I still have a long way to go with the loan, Meng Xiaoyang modestly said. In fact, the total price of his house was almost 6 million, but due to the talent introduction policy in Jiangdong, he was directly exempted from 800,000. Meng Xiaoyang's parents also contributed 2 million for him, plus the money he saved over the years. He only needed to repay a loan of about 2 million. For his 800,000 annual salary, a 2 million loan was just a matter of 4 to 5 years. Fu Zi's parents were becoming more and more satisfied with Meng Xiaoyang, even wishing to marry their daughter off to him on the spot, while Ding Minghui's face became increasingly ugly. Meng Xiaoyang had been observing Fu Zi's expressions all along, noticing a slight change in her eyes every time he mentioned his income and financial strength. There's a chance, but he didn't know that Fu Zi's expression was only out of concern for Ding Minghui. The more outstanding Meng Xiaoyang appeared, the harder it would be for her parents to accept him. The food is here, everyone must be hungry after chatting for so long, right? Meng Xiaoyang said, let's eat first. Sorry, Ding brother, I didn't know you would come, so I only ordered for 4 people. Would you like to see the menu and choose what you want to eat? This meal is on me. Meng Xiaoyang seemed to be speaking in a victorious manner, looking at Ding Minghui, who remained silent with his head down, knowing that he had already won, and won thoroughly. Oh my god! Look! A Rolls-Royce just arrived at the door. At this moment, some young people in the restaurant suddenly exclaimed. Their eyes followed the sound, and it was a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom. With all the expenses combined, it would probably cost millions to get it, even if he didn't eat or drink for more than 10 years. Then, a man in a suit who looked like a driver got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. The waiters immediately opened the door. Although he was just a driver, he must not be an ordinary one to drive such a car. Could the owner of this car be in the restaurant? Everyone's gaze followed the driver, who finally walked to a seat by the window, and in the surprised and puzzled eyes of Ding Minghui, he walked up to him. Mr. Ding. Sir, are you mistaking me for someone else? Compared to the bewildered Ding Minghui, Fu Zi's parents and Meng Xiaoyan's expressions were even more dramatic. What did the driver of the Rolls-Royce just call Ding Minghui? Mr. Ding? Ding Minghui's clothes, shoes, and pants were not more than 200 yuan each. Even if he didn't have the qualifications to be the driver of that car, how could he be worthy of being called Mr. Ding? However, the driver didn't even look at them, and continued to speak to Ding Minghui. Mr. Ding, don't forget, this afternoon you have a project to discuss with Jiting Technology. The CEO of Jiting Technology should also be coming this afternoon. Jiting Technology? A look of horror uncontrollably appeared on Meng Xiaoyan's face. Jiting Technology was not an unknown small company. Although it was a very young company, it was leading in the gaming industry in Jiangnan City. Entering Jiting Technology was almost every graduate's dream. Even an ordinary graduate would need to be recognized for their abilities, with at least a yearly salary of 200,000, and many achieving $1 million within 3 to 5 years. But the threshold for Jiting Technology was high. Ding Minghui had once interviewed at Jiting Technology but was eliminated in the final interview. Now, the person he looked down upon was going to negotiate with the CEO of Jiting Technology face to face. How could he not be shocked? Mr. Ding, do you need to go there now? Manager Fong may have something to report to you in advance. The driver continued. Manager Fong? Upon hearing this surname, even Ding Minghui, not the brightest, could guess that this was arranged by Fong Chen. He had called a few days ago, saying to come along today, and that he would arrange everything. Was this what he meant by arrangement? But what was the use? Even if Fong Chen did all this, it wouldn't change anything. It was just to show off in front of Fu Zi's parents and Meng Xiaoyang, with no real meaning. Just looking up the legal representative of this company would reveal everything. Oh, Manager Fong instructed that he knew you were meeting your future in-laws at noon today, so he specifically asked me to bring Miss Fu Zi and the two of you together. It's not too late to discuss your matters after the meeting later. Ding Minghui turned to Fu Zi and the others. Fu Zi looked at him with a strange expression, and his parents' expressions were even more dramatic. Weren't Ding Minghui's parents workers? Wasn't he still not a college graduate? Although he was already in business now, this group of non-graduated college students had brought the company to this level? No, we must go and see. Fu Zi's parents immediately made a decision. If all this was true, Ding Minghui was 10 times better than Meng Xiaoyang. It's okay, we can go together. Xiao Ding's work is more important, it's fine. Wang Yan's address to Ding Minghui suddenly became much more affectionate. Fu Zi's expression was somewhat unnatural. She knew her parents were considering her, but they were indeed a bit materialistic. However, she never expected it to be this. Shameless. Well, the three of you can come together, and this one, is Miss Fu Zi's brother? The driver looked at Meng Xiaoyang. You? Oh, I'm their friend. I'll go with them to take a look and visit your company. Is that convenient? Meng Xiaoyang didn't believe Ding Minghui really had such capabilities. Who would be so bored to pretend to be poor and come here to play the fool? Did they eat too much and have nothing to do, so they came here to be looked down upon and ridiculed? Mr. Ding? The driver looked at Ding Minghui with an inquiring look, but Ding Minghui noticed the driver subtly gesturing to agree to Meng Xiaoyang's request. He was just a driver, and he had already said enough. It was not appropriate for him to make such a decision. Oh, then let's go together. I don't mind. Ding Minghui reacted, but he immediately regretted what he said. Fong Chen could certainly arrange for the driver and the car, but what would they do when they arrived at the company? But, sir, I'm afraid Mr. Ding's private car only has 5 seats, so you might. Oh, it's okay, I'll drive myself. Meng Xiaoyang quickly took his car keys from the table and put them in his pocket. The other person was driving a Rolls-Royce, while his BMW 7 Series, though nice, was clearly not in the same league. They hadn't eaten much, but they all lost their appetite. They had already paid when they ordered, so the 6 of them left the restaurant together. Do we really have to take this car? Fu Zi hesitated before getting in. Get in. Ding Minghui patted Fu Zi's head. You and your aunt can sit in the back. Don't worry, I'm here if anything happens. Okay. Seeing Ding Minghui's determined gaze, Fu Zi nodded heavily. Fu Changhong and Wang Yan had never ridden in such a luxurious car before, and they were a bit nervous when they got in. The extremely luxurious interior made them unsure where to put their hands and feet. Xiao Ding, this car must have cost a lot, right? Wang Yan asked cautiously. That's all handled by other departments in the company. I only manage game development and security matters, Ding Minghui replied, not knowing how much the car was worth. Are you Miss Fu's mother? The driver quickly intervened. Mr. Ding has always been in charge of the company's development and security departments and doesn't concern himself with these things. Let me introduce it to you. The total cost of this car, including tariffs, is 12 million renminbi. It was just purchased for Mr. Ding by the company this year. Wow! Wang Yan and Fu Changhong were taken aback. They had never earned so much money in their entire lives. Something's not right, Wang Yan, a shrewd person, thought. Ding Minghui's self-deprecating attitude couldn't be faked. If he really was the general manager of a big company, how could he act like this? If he wanted to marry Fu Zi under these conditions, he could have shown up in this car when they first met. But the last time they met, Ding Minghui and Fu Zi took a taxi home. Is he pretending? Is he trying to act poor and test them? The couple began to speculate. They had observed Fu Zi's expression and could tell he was unaware of everything. But it didn't seem like someone had intentionally arranged this. Renting a Rolls-Royce would still cost a lot of money. When we get to the company, we'll know if it's real or fake by looking at the business license. Fu Changhong whispered to his wife. How could this happen? Meng Xiaoyang, who was following behind, looked grim. They were so close to success, how could this happen? No, it must all be fake. I'll see how you act when we get to the company. Meng Xiaoyan thought viciously. Ding Minghui was on the verge of collapse with anxiety, but the car finally came to a stop. They were at a high-tech industrial park in the center of Jiangnan City, where almost all the well-known companies were located, and the competition was fierce. The companies that survived here were either deeply rooted and unshakable or new powerful enterprises that had overcome obstacles to establish themselves. Could Ding Minghui's game company be located here? The car parked in front of a magnificent building. Although this building is not as magnificent as the top game company like NetEase Thunderfire, it is still several stories high with exquisite design that clearly shows it is not the work of an ordinary design team. The cost of such a technology building could easily be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. How could a group of college students have such financial resources? Mr. Ding, I'll go park first. Manager Fong is waiting for you in the lobby. I'll go ahead. The driver bowed and drove the car into the underground parking lot of the building. Ding Minghui was at a loss, not knowing what to do. He and a few roommates had been to this high-tech industrial area before, and he remembered this building was the headquarters of a company called Thundercloud Games. Although not the top company, this company's business ranged from PC games to mobile games, with monthly revenue reaching billions. Currently, the hottest mobile game in Richest City has a monthly revenue of only 2 billion, so this company is very competitive, with rapid growth potential. But when did he become the general manager of this company? Even if Fong Chen had extraordinary abilities, could he make the whole company play along with him? Xiaoding, lead us inside. Wang Yan couldn't contain her excitement. It was their first opportunity to enter such a magnificent company building. Xiaoding, is this really your company? Fu Changhong still couldn't believe it. Yes, Xiaoding, show us around and broaden our horizons, Meng Xiaoyang said, feeling increasingly suspicious as Ding Minghui stood motionless in front of the building. Why aren't you moving? Was the driver just now your way of fooling us? I seriously doubt your character. Hearing this, Ding Minghui became even more nervous. How could a senior college student suddenly become the general manager of a large game company? If he really went in, wouldn't he be exposed? Let's go in. Fu Zi walked to Ding Minghui and held his hand. Didn't Fong Chen say everything was arranged? Can he deceive you? Ding Minghui nodded. He was in a difficult position now. If he didn't go in, it would prove that everything earlier was just a show to save face, and the situation would only get worse. Mr. Ding, welcome. Two security guards bowed deeply and opened the door for them. Hearing this address, Ding Minghui was stunned. How did these two security guards know him? He was sure he had never been inside this game company before. How was this possible? While he was still puzzled, a young employee passing by greeted him respectfully. It seemed like everyone in the company knew him, and for some reason, they looked at him with awe and even a hint of fear. What's going on? Ding Minghui nervously walked to the company's reception area, where usually every company's license documents are displayed. Thunder Technology Company, Ltd. Legal representative, Ding Minghui. When Ding Minghui saw his name on the document, it felt like a heavy blow to his head with a sledgehammer. He was actually the legal representative of this company. Wasn't this too surreal? Is this a listed company? Meng Xiaoyang was already dumbfounded. The process from registration to venture capital financing and finally going public is extremely difficult. It's normal for a company to take more than 10 years, and many fail along the way. How old is Ding Minghui? Did he start a business right after college? Where did he get the startup capital? And, all things considered, it has only been 3 years since the company was established to going public. It's almost fitting to describe it as a unicorn company. No! It must be someone with the same name and surname. Meng Xiaoyang still couldn't believe it, but when he saw the photo on the license, he fell silent completely. The person in the photo looked exactly like Ding Minghui, and the photo didn't seem to have been taken long ago. Xiaoding, is this really your company? Fu Changhong couldn't help but ask. Not entirely mine, I started it with a few friends. Ding Minghui was unsure how to explain because the company's name was registered not long ago by them. But their company had just been established, how could it have already gone public? However, the business license and the list of many senior executives were indeed authentic, as the names of Fong Chen, Fu Jun, and Cheng Kai were also prominently listed. It was like the entire company had suddenly moved from a few hundred square meters of office space to this game company building. What kind of unbelievable operation was this? A secretary-like woman in formal attire walked towards them. Mr. Ding, here is the financial report from last month. The revenue from the new mobile game we launched 6 months ago has seen a significant increase this month, reaching 1.2 billion. However, the revenue from the other existing PC games has only seen a slight increase, with Thunder World at 830 million and Dream City at 250 million. As the numbers were not mentioned by the secretary, Fu Zifu and Meng Xiaoyan's bodies trembled slightly. All these numbers added up to over 20 billion. Even though they were just revenue figures, it was evident of the company's capability and potential. Who knew how those young people managed to develop the company into what it was in just a few years? Fu Zifu's parents' gaze towards Ding Minghui became increasingly gentle, like in-laws looking at a future son-in-law, while Meng Xiaoyang's presence had long been ignored by them. "Where is Manager Fong?" Ding Minghui asked. "Oh, Manager Fong is waiting for you in the conference room. He instructed to bring you there as soon as you arrived at the company, and the CEO of the other party is already there." "What about them?" "Don't worry." The secretary waved to the front desk staff. "Xiao Su, please take care of Mr. Ding's guests." "Sure thing, leave it to us. Shall I go up first?" Ding Minghui said to Fu Zifu, eager to find out what was going on. Ding! The elevator opened, and the secretary led him to the door of an office. "Mr. Ding, Manager Fong, and the others are inside, so go ahead and get to work." "Oh, okay, you go ahead with your work." Ding Minghui nodded awkwardly and then pushed the door to enter. Where was the CEO? There were only Fong Chen, Fu Jun, and Cheng Kai in the conference room, sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a smirk. Cheng Kai raised his coffee cup. "So, old Ding, how does it feel to suddenly own such a large company? What's going on here? Can one of you explain it to me?" Seeing these familiar roommates, Ding Minghui finally let out the questions he had been suppressing, from the driver, the Rolls-Royce, to this company, and all the employees inside. If he didn't know better, he might have actually thought of this company as his own. "Don't look at us, ask him," Cheng Kai innocently said. "We were kept in the dark too. We only found out about everything when you and Fu Zifu went to the banquet. I really want to see the expressions of your father-in-law and mother-in-law now. Oh, and that Meng Xiaoyang too. This guy looks refined, but is actually a scheming woman?" Fu Jun cursed. "Wait, you all know too? Were you all at that restaurant at that time too?" From their tone, it seemed like they all knew what had happened at the restaurant. "Yes, we know," Cheng Kai said. "That restaurant also belongs to Fong Chen, that beast. We accessed the surveillance footage and saw everything." Cheng Kai said angrily, "That Meng Xiaoyang giving you a hard time is one thing, but your father-in-law and mother-in-law are really not that great. They are just two." Cheng Kai didn't say much more, afraid of Ding Minghui getting angry. In fact, Ding Minghui was well aware of what kind of people Fu Zi's parents were. If one gets used to living a hard life, some negative thoughts will inevitably arise, but he wanted to marry Fu Zi, not her parents. But how many parents nowadays don't mind anything? Aren't they all hoping their daughters can marry into a good family and live a better life? Thinking about this, Ding Minghui didn't really hate them. "Let's talk about this company, Fong. What's going on? Isn't this company called Lei Yun Technology? Why is our Thunder's license now hanging here? Even the sign outside the company building has been changed to Thunder? I bought the whole company." Fong Chen said in a relaxed tone, "So everything you experienced just now is not fake. You are now the general manager of this company." Slap! Ding Minghui collapsed directly on the sofa. Although he had vaguely guessed this point just now, he was still surprised and speechless. This is a listed company with assets worth hundreds of billions of RMB, and it was bought just like that? And this is not a company with shares held by one enterprise. All the shares are scattered among different enterprises, individuals, and organizations. In just a few days, he managed to acquire all the shares? Even if he had the ability and financial resources, can the other party just sell like that? In fact, for Fong Chen, this was not a big deal at all. The total market value of Lei Yun Technology Company, Ltd., is approximately 80 billion renminbi. Although the shares are widely dispersed, Fong Chen's business spans the world. If all his resources are used, he could even disrupt the global economy in an instant. What's difficult about acquiring some shares? In just 2 days, Fong Chen managed to acquire all the shares available on the market. Although there were still some retail investors, he held over 97% of the shares. He directly transferred a portion of the shares to Ding Minghui and the other two, then transferred everything from Thunder over. With money paving the way, all the documents were quickly processed. Now, the Thunder Technologies building, employees, and all industries were completely under Thunder's control. The remaining tasks were simple: rebranding, retraining employees, and other matters were quickly arranged. The reason why those employees showed such expressions when they saw Ding Minghui was because they had just learned the names of the new owners and had not even seen them in person. They couldn't gauge the new owners' temperaments and didn't know if the company would suddenly lay off employees, so they showed a slightly fearful expression when they saw Ding Minghui. I've given each of you three a 10% stake in this company. I've also retained the previous technical backbone with high salaries. You guys better learn well and work hard, don't ruin my company. Fong Chen said. Fong, what are you doing? Ding Minghui's emotions rose, his eyes were a little red. Although the four of them had a good relationship, Fong Chen spent billions to buy a company for him. Such a favor was even greater than the sky itself, who could easily bear it. Don't be sentimental. Fong Chen knew Ding Minghui was the most emotional person. Back in our sophomore year, when I had acute gastroenteritis, those two idiots went to the internet cafe to play games in the middle of the night. It was you who took me to the hospital for emergency treatment. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. Now that I'm successful, what does this mean? That incident with Fong Jueyue was not just acute gastroenteritis, it was accompanied by appendicitis. If left untreated, it could have been fatal. He had undergone hours of surgery to recover, so saying that Ding Minghui saved his life was not an exaggeration. Nonsense! Can't you have a bit of conscience? Who was the one taking care of you at the hospital every day back then? Speak the truth. Isn't it everyone's responsibility today? Fong Chen said with a playful smile. Originally, Fong Chen just wanted to invest some money for them to develop on their own. But after the incident with Ding Minghui, Fong Chen decided to take them through the beginner's village. However, they had not experienced the most difficult stages of entrepreneurship and still had much to learn. I have found some consultants and entrepreneurship mentors for you. Study hard and quickly help me earn back the money spent. I'm still waiting for my share of the profits. Fong Chen pretended to say sternly. But then, Fong Chen's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't checked his personal liquid assets for several days. Logically, having spent 80 billion, his over $500 billion should have decreased. However, the balance showed no change, still over 500 billion. He was dumbfounded. Xiao Yi, is there a bug? Why hasn't my money decreased? Host, please respect me. I cannot have a bug. Then what's going on? Where did my money go? Why hasn't it decreased at all? It's not my fault. Xiao Yi innocently said. Miss Zhuangying acquired that portion of shares without using your liquid assets. She relied on the enterprises and organizations under your name to make the purchase. The liquid assets of those enterprises are not included in your personal liquid assets. Oh my! Fong Chen felt the urge to kill. He didn't know about this. Think about it. If that portion of funds were used for the acquisition, would those shareholders easily give up their shares? It would require the pressure from enterprises and organizations to make them compromise. Are you saying that I wasted all that money? Not exactly. Your portion of the funds is also considered an indirect investment. With Thunder's profit-making ability, you can earn it back in a few years and continue to increase your assets. Your vision is quite good. Fong Chen was speechless. He had enough money, and increasing it was just a number. He wanted to spend it. Why was it so difficult to spend money? The four of them chatted happily for a while, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Chairman Fong, as per your instructions, the company's leadership team is here. Should I let them all in now? The chairman's assistant asked cautiously from outside. Just a few days ago, they received news of a change in chairmanship. From the leadership team to the employees, everyone was nervous, fearing the new leader's arrival might bring drastic changes. Moreover, it is said that the new directors who have just arrived are a group of very young college students, making it even more difficult for them to grasp their personalities. What's going on? The three people looked at Fong Chen. Oh, I have called a meeting of the company's management team. Since we have taken over this company, we must manage it well. Otherwise, it would be a waste of money. Let's at least meet with them first, Fong Chen said, opening the door to the meeting room. Which leader of these companies is not a prominent figure in the company? But power is stronger than people. In front of these students, they all bowed their heads and walked in line obediently, afraid of accidentally upsetting them. They could hardly imagine how four college students who had not yet graduated could have the financial resources and background to acquire almost all the shares of this company. Overnight, the board of directors of the company collapsed directly, and the entire company became the possession of four children. In their minds, they had already regarded these four young people as the sons of some big financial conglomerate owner, probably just out to gain some experience, but the extravagant means they used were quite shocking to some. Everyone, please have a seat. No need to be so formal, Fong Chen spoke first. Many of you are veterans of this company. Today, I have gathered everyone here just to meet with you. The majority of the company's structure will remain the same as before, so rest assured. With Fong Chen's assurance, everyone's expressions improved slightly. Fong Chen naturally sat in the chairman's seat, with Chang Kai and the other two sitting beside him. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Fong Chen, a senior student at Jiangnan University. I am the current chairman of this company, owning over 65% of the shares. In other words, this company is now mine. These three are my friends, each owning 10% of the company's shares. The current board of directors consists of just the four of us. Fang Chen's words were straightforward, immediately stunning all the senior executives. The company originally had over a dozen directors, but now almost all the shares had fallen into the hands of these four young people. The shares held by the old employees combined did not even amount to 5%, so it was clear that this company belonged entirely to them. I know you are curious about our background. I can tell you directly that I have no interest in this company at all. It's just that my three roommates want to make a mark in the gaming industry, so I bought this company. I will not be involved in the company's operations in the future, only in decision-making matters. Therefore, when I am not around, they are the owners of this company. Looks like this guy wants to be a hands-off boss. The three men muttered to themselves. All the senior executives stared in astonishment at Fang Chen. From his words earlier, it was easy to deduce that this new chairman had acquired all the company's shares solely to help his roommates. Were children from wealthy families playing like this now? How come they never had roommates like this when they were young? But rest assured, we are not just idly playing around. My three roommates do not have much business experience, so I hope that in the days to come, you can help them get familiar with and take charge of the company as soon as possible. Chairman, rest assured. Many of us have been with this company since its inception. We will definitely assist the three directors in everything, a senior employee immediately declared. Good. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since the company has now undergone a change in leadership, I, as the chairman, cannot be too stingy. Starting next month, there will be a 20% increase in salaries for all employees, from the lowest level staff to all senior executives. All the senior executives' eyes lit up instantly. This was not a small increase at all. The grievances that some employees had in their hearts disappeared in an instant. Such a good thing was truly rare. The annual salary of these senior executives could increase by tens of thousands or even millions in an instant, making them feel like they were dreaming. Of course, I will continue to increase my investment in the company. As long as you have good plans, good products, good ideas, feel free to propose them. As long as it benefits the company's development, the bonuses will double. You don't need to worry about funding. I can invest any amount of money. Now Fang Chen finally understood that investing was the fastest way to spend money. Besides donations and charity, all expenses could be counted as part of the mission. His previous life had limited his imagination and vision. When this door opened, it was like a whole new world in front of him. Of course, Fang Chen wouldn't spend money recklessly. Even in investing, he would only choose investments with potential. And of course, the final outcome was not his current concern. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. Each senior executive introduced themselves and their roles, and they also got a general understanding of the company's business and products. Ding Minghui and the other two were particularly serious. They didn't want to ruin what Fang Chen had entrusted to them. It would be too disrespectful. It was almost 5 o'clock when they returned downstairs. Meng Xiaoyang had already left quietly at some point, while Fu Zi and her parents were still waiting for them. When they saw Ding Minghui, their eyes lit up. In those few hours, they had not been idle. They learned about the company's profitability and inquired about Ding Minghui's position and income. The answers they received left them almost speechless. Ding Minghui was indeed the president of the company, owning 10% of the company's shares. As for his annual income, it was at least in the tens of millions. Knowing this, Fu Zi's parents panicked. They were afraid that their actions had already offended Ding Minghui. If his relationship with Fu Zi soured, where else could they find such a perfect son-in-law? So the moment Ding Minghui appeared, they immediately approached him obsequiously. Xiao Ding, are you tired after the meeting? Yes, Xiao Ding, sit down and rest for a while. Let's talk about you and our little Z. Yes, don't blame us for being too practical. You know, we only have one child, Fu Zi. As parents, we certainly don't want her to suffer. Now we believe you can make her happy, and we can entrust her to you with peace of mind. Wang Yan and Fu Changhong's sudden enthusiasm left him a bit overwhelmed. He glanced at Fu Zi, and there was a deep bond between them. Then they both looked at Fang Chen with grateful eyes. Fang Chen smiled back. He had done all he could, and the rest was up to them. Just then, Fang Chen received a text message, and his expression suddenly changed. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll leave the company in your hands. Fang Chen hurriedly left. The message was from Guo Xinyu, informing him that her father's condition had worsened. Fang Chen quickly started the car and called Guo Xinyu. After a long silence, he heard sobbing on the other end. Xinyu, don't worry. How is your father now? Take your time to tell me. Fang Chen tried to speak calmly and gently. Fang Chen knew that the medical team should have been arranged by Zhuang Ying. And then? Just now, my father only had some lean meat porridge, and he suddenly started convulsing all over. The doctor said it was heart failure, and he is currently undergoing emergency treatment, Guo Xinyu said, her voice already choked with tears. What's going on exactly? Fang Chen asked Xiaoyi, shouldn't uremic patients be able to live normally as long as they maintain regular blood dialysis? Drinking a little porridge shouldn't cause this, right? Host, uremia in your humans is a very complex condition. Usually, uremic patients do not die from kidney-related issues, but rather from complications such as anemia, bone loss, and heart failure. I find it difficult to understand Mr. Hart's father's situation. Can the failed elixirs left by my ancestors cure his body? Fang Chen asked anxiously. There should be no problem. As long as it's not severe physical limb damage, most conditions can be cured. Uremia should be curable. With Xiaoyi's words, Fang Chen finally felt a bit relieved. Xinyu, I'm coming over now. Don't worry, I have a way to cure your father. You're not a doctor, how can you treat him? Guo Xinyu thought Fang Chen was just trying to comfort her. Of course, I'm not a doctor, but I have many large hospitals and research institutions under my name. My research institutes have made breakthroughs in the treatment of uremia, and have developed special drugs, they just haven't been officially used or produced yet. Let's talk about it later. I'll come over first. Fang Chen sped up. The First People's Hospital of Jiangnan City and the high-tech industrial park he had just visited were almost half of Jiangnan City apart, and it would take over an hour to drive there. By the time Fang Chen arrived at the hospital, it was already completely dark. Outside the operating room, Guo Xinyu was sitting in a chair, covering her face and crying, with a middle-aged woman and a boy who looked about 11 or 12 years old beside her. Xinyu! Fang Chen walked up to her and gently placed his arm on her shoulder. Guo Xinyu trembled, she raised her head, and there was a glistening tear on her curved eyelashes. She had been bearing almost all the pressure at home for so long, even a strong woman like her was at her limit. At the sight of Fang Chen, she seemed to find an emotional outlet and buried her head in Fang Chen's chest, crying. Fang Chen was a bit at a loss, he couldn't stand seeing girls cry, especially when it was a girl he liked. Okay, stop crying, I'm here. Fang Chen gently patted her back and wiped the tears from her face. Xinyu, who is this? Xinyu's mother looked at Fang Chen and asked. It was easy to tell from Guo Xinyu's reaction earlier that the relationship between the two was not simple. Oh, Auntie, I'm Xinyu's friend, my name is Fang Chen, you can call me Xiaoyu. Mom, I've told you about him, he's the one who helped me on the live streaming platform. Guo Xinyu's mother nodded and gave Fang Chen a slightly tired smile. Guo Xinyu had mentioned some things to her. In fact, at first, Guo Xinyu's mother strongly opposed her doing live streaming because in the minds of the older generation, it was almost no different from not having a proper job. But due to Guo Xinyu's persistence and the family situation, Yao Yefang could only let her be herself. Not long ago, Guo Xinyu suddenly sent a large sum of money to the family. Yao Yefang's first reaction was not joy, but worry. Would a big boss sending hundreds of thousands of RMB worth of gifts to a small live streamer not lead to any improper thoughts? Until today when I saw Fang Chen, even though it was only for a short while, his politeness, the gentleness in his eyes when he looked at Guo Xinyu, Yao Yefang suddenly removed most of her defenses. Auntie, how long has he been inside? It's been almost 2 hours. Yao Yefang said anxiously, the long rescue time indicating that Guo Shu's condition was very serious. You haven't eaten yet, right? I bought some porridge downstairs at the hospital, why don't you have some first? Fang Chen took the plastic bags he had just placed on the chair over to them. Have you eaten? After all the commotion until this late hour, Guo Xinyu, her mother Yao Yefang, and her brother Guo Junyu were all feeling hungry, but they didn't have much appetite at the moment. I have eaten, don't worry. Uncle will be fine, he will need your care later. If you don't eat something now, how will you have the energy to take care of him? Fang Chen opened the plastic bags and handed the food to them directly. Xinyu, have some. Mother Yao Yefang also persuaded. Fang Chen's words made sense. Okay. Guo Xinyu nodded and started eating. She was actually so hungry that she had lost all sense of it. The rescue operation lasted for 3 hours. With the efforts of the doctors, Guo Shu finally escaped the danger. In fact, there were several times when he almost couldn't be saved. Guo Shu was wheeled into the ward, and after the doctors gave some instructions, they left. Still under the effects of anesthesia, Guo Shu kept his eyes tightly closed. The torment of the illness had made his body extremely thin, but from his face, one could still see that he was a very refined middle-aged man. Mom, you and Xiaoyu should go home and rest first. I'll stay here, Xiaoyu has to go to cram school tomorrow. With Guo Shu's condition stabilizing, the huge boulder in their hearts finally fell. Can you manage alone? Yao Yefang was a bit worried. It's okay, Auntie. I'll stay here with Sinew, you can rest assured and go back. Fang Chen smiled. Do you not trust me? Are you? Don't get me wrong, Yao Yafan quickly waved her hand. That's not what I meant. I was just kidding, he said. You go back first. If there's any situation, Sinew will inform you. Leave it to us here. Then I'll trouble you with Sinew and her dad. Yao Yafan said gratefully. Once Yao Yafan and Gui Junyu left, the ward became much quieter. This was a specially arranged ward by Zhuang Ying, not only spacious and comfortable, but also well-equipped. Even Fang Chen was visiting such a ward for the first time. Do you want to rest for a while? Fang Chen looked at Guo Sinyu's slightly tired eyes with some pity. Will you leave? Guo Sinyu looked at him, as if she had found her backbone the moment Fang Chen arrived. I won't leave, I'll be right here. Fang Chen silently said to himself, I won't leave now, and I won't leave in the future. With Guo Shu saved, the sudden relaxation of tension made Guo Sinyu suddenly feel very tired. She leaned back on the sofa in the luxurious ward and fell asleep deeply after a moment. Fang Chen carefully laid her down flat, covered her with a blanket, and looked at her beautiful yet tired face, feeling a faint impulse in his heart. But he couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. He walked over to Guo Shu's side. Now that there was no one around, he could quietly make him take the so-called miracle medicine. With a thought, the small bottle appeared in his hand. He poured a pill into his palm, and a strong medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. The appearance of this thing is just too ugly. In his mind, the elixir should be round and exquisite, with elaborate patterns on the surface, not this irregular and rough-looking thing. Xiaoyi, are you sure this thing won't kill people? Fang Chen was a bit hesitant, even feeling that with his constitution, he might end up with diarrhea if he swallowed it, let alone Guo Shu, who was so weak. If there really was a problem, he might end up in the emergency room again. Host, rest assured, although this elixir is defective, it poses no harm to the human body. I have analyzed all the medicinal effects accurately. If anything goes wrong, you can just smash me, Xiaoyi said confidently. Smash you? Then wouldn't I have to smash myself first? Fang Chen muttered. Since Xiaoyi had made such a guarantee, the elixir should indeed be miraculous as it claimed. Fang Chen carefully opened Guo Shu's lips and tried to feed him the elixir, but encountered a problem. Guo Shu was still unconscious, unable to swallow on his own, and the elixir was almost as big as a marble, making it impossible to force it down. Xiaoyi, is there a way to make Uncle swallow it? Fang Chen tried for a while but gave up. He didn't dare to force it, fearing that he might accidentally block the airway. Host, you can use bioelectricity to stimulate Mr. Guo's muscle groups to induce swallowing externally. Bioelectricity? What's that? Fang Chen was puzzled, as he had never heard of this concept before. Bioelectricity is the weak electrical energy inside the human body that is the main driving force for human bodily functions. The decline in body functions due to aging is caused by a weakening of bioelectricity. Fang Chen was still unclear. Let me give you another analogy. Have you watched Dragon Ball? Yes. In Dragon Ball, the Turtle School's ki can be seen as a powerful energy condensed by a biological computer. Do you understand this explanation? You should have said that earlier. With this explanation, Fang Chen almost understood half of it. But I don't have such powerful bioelectricity. Don't worry, once you activate level 1 permissions, you can start learning how to guide bioelectricity. For now, I can help you with that, but you must generate enough bioelectricity in your body. What do I need to do? Stay calm and let the bioelectricity accumulate as much as possible. Fang Chen immediately quieted down, like a wooden man, not moving at all. Unbeknownst to him, an invisible energy was gathering towards his fingertips. Gradually, as the bioelectricity accumulated more and more between his fingers, it emitted a faint light, a miraculous sight that made him show a look of surprise. Almost there, you can put the elixir into Mr. Guo Shu's mouth now. Fang Chen followed suit and then followed Xiaoyi's instructions to massage his throat with his fingers. After a moment, Guo Shu's Adam's apple suddenly moved, actually making a swallowing motion while still under anesthesia. Fang Chen suddenly felt all his strength drained from his body, even his limbs felt a bit weak. Xiaoyi, what's wrong with my body? Does this thing have any side effects? Fang Chen crawled to another sofa using both hands and feet, collapsing completely, feeling as if he had just finished a 1,500-meter physical test. Host, don't worry, it's just because you can't autonomously condense bioelectricity, and the physical exhaustion caused by the weak bioelectricity in your body. Just replenish some energy and rest for a while to recover. Phew, that's good. Fang Chen was relieved without any aftereffects. The next morning, Fang Chen was awakened by a refreshing fragrance. The moment he opened his eyes, Guo Sinyu's face was right in front of him. Not only that, for some reason, her face was blushing. You're awake? Guo Xinyu quickly stood up, seeming a bit nervous and awkward. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? Did you catch a cold last night? Fang Chen reached out to touch her forehead, but Guo Xinyu slapped his hand away. I'm fine, don't ask. Guo Xinyu turned and ran towards the bathroom. What's going on? So strange. Fang Chen muttered softly, finding girls nowadays to be quite peculiar. He glanced at Guo Shu and was suddenly startled. He didn't even know when he woke up, and he was smiling at him, looking nothing like someone who had just been rescued yesterday. Uncle, you're awake? Do you feel better? Fang Chen asked. Oh, by the way, I'm Fang Chen, Xinyu's friend. You can call me Xiaofang or Xiaoyu. Friend, boyfriend? No, it's not like that. Fang Chen waved his hand and quickly explained. We met online, and we only met in person a few days ago, not as you imagine. Oh, Guo Shu's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. He woke up earlier than Fang Chen, and he clearly saw some of his daughter's movements just now. Uncle, how do you feel? Fang Chen asked. It's strange. When I woke up this morning, my body suddenly felt very relaxed, just like when I was young. Young man, help me up and let's walk. Fang Chen was delighted. Could that broken pill really have such a powerful effect? He quickly helped Guo Shu up, and he could actually take a few steps on his own, just a bit unaccustomed to walking because he had been lying in bed for too long. Dad, why are you standing up? The doctor said you shouldn't move around casually. Guo Xinyu, who had just come out of the bathroom, became anxious. Xinyu, I'm fine. Guo Shu walked a few laps and even walked briskly. Look, my body seems completely fine now. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. How is that possible? Guo Xinyu was stunned. Guo Shu had been lying in bed for a long time, and the doctor said his leg muscles had slightly atrophied, but looking at him now, he seemed like a middle-aged man full of vitality who exercised regularly. Uremia is not a minor illness. He was just rescued yesterday. How did he suddenly become like this overnight? With today's medical technology, uremia can only be cured by a kidney transplant. Could it be? Her gaze immediately fell on Fang Chen's face. Yesterday, Fang Chen mentioned that his laboratory had developed a special drug for uremia. Could this be true? Even if it was a special drug, how could it make a patient so lively overnight? For a moment, she felt that Fang Chen had become much more mysterious. Unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. Guo Shu's attending physician looked at the test results in astonishment. Guo Shu's kidneys were incredibly healthy, his muscle tissues had completely recovered to their original state, the symptoms of heart failure had completely disappeared, and his physical condition had reached an extremely healthy level. Eyes can deceive, but data cannot. They confirmed it 3 times and had to admit that Guo Shu's uremia had been cured. It was considered a miracle in the medical field, as experts couldn't figure out how it happened. The only thing worth investigating was the discovery of a large amount of Chinese herbal ingredients in Guo Shu's blood. Can traditional Chinese medicine cure uremia? This unheard-of situation puzzled the experts, as neither of the 2 different treatments Guo Shu received involved any Chinese medicine. The examinations continued until late that day. The experts had hoped Guo Shu would stay in the hospital for further observation, but after spending several years there, he was eager to leave the place that made him feel nauseous and never wanted to return. Due to the decline in business, treating Guo Shu had cost a lot of money. They had already sold their house and car. Guo Xinyu's mother, Yao Yefang, had resigned from her job long ago to become a full-time homemaker. The family's income barely supported them, relying on the meager earnings from Guo Xinyu's live broadcasts. They rented a small house near the hospital, less than 40 square meters. Guo Xinyu lived at school, while Yao Yefang and her son, Wei Junyu, lived in the rented house. Fang Chen's sports car could only accommodate 2 people, so his Wuling Hongguan came in handy. After living in the hospital for several years, he had left a lot of luggage there. Fang Chen never expected to have the opportunity to drive the Wuling Hongguan so soon. Although the house was small, Yao Yefang had tidied it up neatly and brightly. Sorry, Xiaofang, Yui should have told you about the situation at Uncle and Auntie's house. We can only trouble you to have a meal here, Yao Yefang said awkwardly. It's okay, I'm not picky. Actually, it's quite cozy when we're all squeezed together in a small space, Fang Chen said sincerely. His parents had gone to who knows where in the universe, leaving him alone in such a big villa, which indeed lacked a bit of warmth. He preferred the feeling of being together in this small but well-organized place. You sit first, let Yui chat with you. I'll go cook. In the morning, Yao Yefang had bought a table full of good food. Although she didn't know how her husband's illness had suddenly improved, she knew that the foreign medical team had been arranged by Fang Chen, so she wanted to thank him no matter what. Guo Shu sighed. Although his health had improved, he no longer had the energy he had when he was younger. Although he had repaid some of the debts owed by the family, there was still a considerable amount outstanding. He didn't have the ability to earn money now. He felt he owed Guo Xinyu too much. If it weren't for his daughter's maturity, this family might have collapsed. Thank you so much this time, Guo Xinyu said in a mosquito-like voice. Did my dad's body recover because of that special medicine of yours? Fang Chen nodded slightly. Don't tell anyone. This thing is not mature yet, and I don't want my research results to be coveted by anyone. I know. I won't say anything. Guo Xinyu naturally knew that such things should be kept secret. The private conversation between the two took on a different meaning in Guo Shu's eyes, especially after he saw something he shouldn't have that morning. Xiaofang, are you and Yui in a relationship? Guo Shu wasn't stubborn. Seeing their appearance, he naturally had such a guess in his mind. Even Yao Yefang, who was washing vegetables, couldn't help but bring her ears closer when she heard this sentence. Wei Junyu, on the other hand, was mischievous, blinking his eyes and looking up at his sister. Dad, what are you talking about? Guo Xinyu remembered the embarrassing scene in the morning and blushed instantly. We've only known each other for a few weeks. Is that so? What a pity, Guo Shu said somewhat regretfully. Regardless of character or conditions, Fang Chen was excellent. If he could really be with his daughter, he would be very reassured. Dad, Guo Xinyu pouted. How can you say that? If you joke like this, I'll be angry. Okay, I won't say anymore. Guo Shu laughed. Xiaofang, you're still a student, right? I heard that the expert team and the ward that treated me were arranged by you. Do your family know about these things you've done? Guo Shu actually wanted to inquire about Fang Chen's family situation. Judging by his appearance, he should be from a big conglomerate. Guo Shu could confirm that Guo Xinyu was interested in Fang Chen. As a father, he naturally wanted to find out more about him. I'll be a senior after summer break. As for my family, Fang Chen really didn't know how to explain. He quietly apologized to Feng Huai and Xiaolan. They're no longer around. A hint of surprise flashed across Guo Shu's face. He didn't expect Fang Chen to have such an experience. My parents left me a lot of things. Now, I'm studying and managing these businesses at the same time. I arranged all these things, so you don't need to worry about me getting into trouble. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you these things. It's okay, don't worry about it. Fang Chen immediately changed the subject. Uncle Guo, what are your plans for the future? Do you have any plans? Fang Chen's question struck a chord with Guo Shu. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although his connections from the past were still there, he was burdened with debts now and didn't have the funds to take on contracts. Moreover, with one more person in this small house, it had become even more crowded, and there were too many things to worry about now. Oh, by the way, Xinyu, the place the company prepared for you is ready to move in. You and uncle and auntie can tidy up here in the next few days. Ha! Xinyu was stunned. What was Fang Chen up to now? Xiaofang. This? Yao Yefang, who was preparing food on the side, was also puzzled. Uncle and auntie, don't you know? Xinyu has signed a cooperation agreement with one of my companies. She is now an artist under our company, and the company has arranged an independent residence for her. You don't have to live in this cramped place anymore. Xinyu, what's going on? Guo Shu and Yao Yefang asked. They knew that Guo Xinyu was a live streamer online, but they were unaware of her signing a contract. Even Guo Xinyu herself was at a loss. Although she had this plan, they hadn't discussed it properly yet. Well, I was just about to tell you. I didn't have a chance yet, afraid you wouldn't agree, Guo Xinyu said softly. Silly child, why would we disagree? Yao Yefang said, if you were signing with some other company, we might object, but we trust Xiaofang. Since that's the case, then it's great. As a father, Guo Shu naturally knew that Guo Xinyu's dream was to become a singer. However, the entertainment industry is a complex place, full of hidden rules. People like Guo Xinyu would likely be taken advantage of. But with Fang Chen's help, even if she didn't become a big star in the end, she shouldn't suffer any grievances, right? As a person with experience, he could see that Fang Chen had a lot of affection in his eyes when looking at Guo Xinyu. He definitely didn't approach her with any ulterior motives. You guys don't object? Guo Xinyu was surprised and even a bit delighted. Of course not, but you must work hard. Little Fang has helped our family so much, you can't slack off. Okay. Guo Xinyu nodded heavily. Even if it was just to not disappoint Fang Chen, she would definitely work hard. Yao Yefang's cooking skills were quite good. Although the taste might not be as good as the chefs at home, it was much more delicious to eat. Uncle, I will transfer the signing fee to Sinyu's account in a while. You can pay off the debt first. As for the rest, if you have the energy, you can continue your previous business. If you don't have the energy, you might as well invest and manage finances. I can find someone to help you. At the dining table, everyone chatted like a family. Ha, I'm not old yet. Those former partners are my old friends. As long as there is capital, I can save some dowry for Sinyu. Guoshu laughed, and now he was becoming more and more satisfied with Fangchen. He didn't have the bad habits of a second-generation rich, and his personality was also very good. In the eyes of Guoshu and Yao Yefang, if the two of them could be together, it would be a perfect match. Dad, you're at it again. Guoshu's teasing made Guosinyu want to crawl under the table. Everyone chatted and laughed until 9 o'clock. It was time for Fangchen to go back. After all, Guosinyu's younger brother was still young and needed to rest early. Uncle, Auntie, I'll go back first. You pack up and move in a couple of days. I'll notify my assistant to send someone to help you. Fangchen got up and rubbed Gui Junyu's head. Xiaoyu, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be an astronaut, Gui Junyu said without hesitation. Great. As long as you study hard, Big Brother will build a big spaceship to send you to space in the future. This sentence might sound like a joke to others, but Fangchen was fully capable of building a spaceship, and the knowledge stored in Xiaoyu's database was enough for him to create a spaceship far beyond this era. Sinyu, why don't you send Fang off? Yao Yefang nudged Guo Sinyu. Oh, Guo Sinyu stood up. I'll walk you out. Okay. Fangchen didn't refuse. He enjoyed being alone with Guo Sinyu. As the two walked out, Guo Sinyu's parents immediately sat together and whispered to each other. Honey, what do you think of this young man, Fang? Yao Yefang couldn't wait to ask. Ah, Guo Shu sighed and shook his head. What's wrong? Don't you think he's good? Yao Yefang was somewhat surprised. No, he's too good. Guo Shu said, I understand what you mean, but I'm afraid our Sinyu is not a match for him. Nowadays, girls look for partners who have cars and houses, but how many people understand the importance of being well-matched? Gui Shu, being an educated person, knew the importance of this. What are you saying? Is our Sinyu not good enough? Yao Yefang said discontentedly, and I don't think Fang is that kind of person. Can't you see that he's also interested in our Sinyu? Of course, I can see that. I even saw our daughter sneak a kiss to Fang this morning. Thinking that the cabbage he had raised for over 20 years was being taken away like this, Gui Shu felt a bit uncomfortable. Well, let the young people handle their affairs themselves. Let's not worry about it. Fangchen and Guo Sinyu walked side by side in the dark alley, feeling a sudden awkwardness in the air. Neither of them spoke. Coincidentally, both seemed to have something to say to each other. You go first, Fangchen said. About my dad's matter, thank you. Is that all? It's just a small matter. Fangchen smiled. I thought you had something else to say. Ha! Guo Sinyu naturally guessed what Fangchen meant by something else and immediately pretended to be clueless. By the way, I have a gift for you. Fangchen suddenly took out his phone and opened a file. What is it? Guo Sinyu curiously leaned in. A song I wrote, for you. Fangchen shamelessly said, although this song was actually composed by Xiaoyi with powerful skills, just the intro almost made him sink. You can write songs too? Guo Sinyu looked at him skeptically. What? You look down on me? Fangchen said indignantly, I passed the highest level of piano and violin when I was in the second year of junior high. If I had continued, I would have won several international awards by now. You're just bragging. Guo Sinyu studied music herself, so Fangchen couldn't fool her easily. I've finished the arrangement, these are the lyrics, you can try it. Fangchen opened the lyrics file. Testing my sight singing skills? Guo Sinyu grabbed the phone, confident in her ability. Sight singing was her strong suit. She opened the accompaniment, a piano and violin concerto played in the intro. The beautiful and moving melody instantly interpreted what was stunning. Looking at the music sheet, she gently sang the lyrics. The lyrics of this song depicted a story, containing the beauty of youth, the bitterness of unrequited love, the pain of parting, and the surprise of reunion. Without many fancy words, it expressed each emotion just right. Guo Sinyu was sure that if this song were released online, it would definitely become popular. Did you really write this? Guo Sinyu still couldn't believe it. How could someone without emotional experiences write such a song? Fangchen was just in his early 20s, he didn't have that kind of experience. Of course I wrote it. Now that you're a singer in my company, consider this my gift to you. Practice this song well, I believe with your ability, you can sing it well. Then we'll find a professional recording studio to record it, it will surely bring you a lot of popularity. You could find someone better than me to sing it. Guo Sinyu wasn't very confident in herself. In her school, there were plenty of people with better singing skills than her, even top singers would be willing to sing this song. No way! I wrote this specifically for you, only you can sing it. Fangchen suddenly became a bit domineering. If you feel you can't sing it well, it's okay, I'll find you a teacher. When you feel confident, then we'll sing it together. I won't let you down. Guo Xinyu was easily moved, her eyes were a bit moist. Then let me give you a gift too. Guo Xinyu took a deep breath. If the light were brighter, you could see her chest heaving up and down. What is it? Come closer, Guo Xinyu said. Fong Chen leaned in. Can you show me now? Moa. Guo Xinyu lightly kissed Fong Chen's face like a dragonfly touching water, then turned around and ran towards home. Fong Chen showed a triumphant smile, touching the spot on his face where he was kissed, looking like a fool. Cut, look at how happy you are with such little achievement. Host, you are really lacking in ambition. Xiao Yi's voice appeared untimely in his ear. If you call me dad, I'll tell you a secret. Xiao Yi, when did you become like this? Fong Chen's face looked as if he had eaten shit. Has he been looking at Weibo data too much? You're dreaming. I have dignity. Then I won't tell you what Guo Xinyu did to you while you were asleep this morning. Dad. Oh, good son, Xiao Yi replied with an extremely teasing voice. Can you tell me now? Fong Chen said fiercely, if it's not something I want to know, I'll commit suicide and let you die without a host. Here. See for yourself. Xiao Yi directly projected the scene onto Fong Chen's retina. Is this real? Dad won't lie to you. Fong Chen completely ignored Xiao Yi's words. No wonder when he woke up this morning, Guo Xinyu had a look that was hard to understand. It turns out she kissed him while he was asleep. Son, come on, make a move and win her over. Shut up. Wang Tsong helped Fong Chen find a media company, which was basically settled because there was almost only an empty shell left, so it didn't cost much money, and various documents could be processed in a few days. As for whether the company had any signed artists, Fong Chen didn't care at all. The only purpose he bought the company was to create a platform for Guo Xinyu. Profit and development were not in his consideration for the time being. Zhuang Ying also arranged the matter of the house for Guo Xinyu's family properly, near her school. The house was not too big, about 120 square meters, but it was enough for the family. As for the signing, it could be discussed after the company's business license was obtained. Although Guo Xinyu had a large fan base, her time of study was not long enough. Formal training could not give her the stunning musical ability. Therefore, Fong Chen specially found an Italian national treasure-level singer to guide her. During this time, Guo Xinyu was fully devoted to her studies, leaving Fong Chen with free time. When he had nothing to do, he played games and watched movies, returning to the life of an ordinary college student. Lao Fong, do you have time recently? Wang Tsong suddenly called Fong Chen. Yes, what's up? Are those things settled? It's not that simple. Wang Tsong chuckled. Having money can indeed make things easier, but getting a large piece of land from the government involves various troublesome procedures and processes that cannot be completed in a short time. What do you need me for? There's an entertainment industry gathering, are you interested? Wang Song said, I've contacted the actors we talked about last time, but everyone's schedule is full. However, everyone will be there that day, and we can chat after the banquet. Okay. Fong Chen had never met those stars face to face before. According to Wang Song, the stars not only had a presence in the film and television industry but also in the music industry. Of course, many big shots from the entertainment industry would also attend. As the head of Bamboo Entertainment, Wang Song naturally received an invitation. However, he was not very familiar with the bosses in that circle, so he wanted to invite Fong Chen to accompany him. It's settled then. The gathering will be held at 6:30 p.m. next Saturday at the Addison Hotel in Sanya. Don't be late. Don't worry, I'll take a private plane there directly, I won't be late. Fong Chen said. Wang Song felt that every time he talked to Fong Chen, he would be somewhat hurt. He didn't even have a private jet yet. Then it's settled. We'll meet at the venue, remember to dress formally, don't just wear shorts, tank tops, and slippers like last time. I can't afford to lose face with this person. Alright, I got it. I know how to behave. Fong Chen quickly agreed. Wang Song was afraid of losing face, and Fong Chen himself was also afraid of losing face. The idea of attending this gathering excited Fong Chen for several days. Despite his wealth, those celebrities probably all wanted to flatter him. But even now, he hadn't completely adjusted his mindset. After all, he had only seen those figures on TV screens and the internet. Fong Chen's private plane in Jiangnan City was always on standby at the airport in the east of the city. It was regularly maintained, so it was always in excellent condition, and the maintenance personnel were also top-notch. This time, Zhuang Ying and Fong Chen set off together. Fong Chen had hardly ever left Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, let alone been to Sanya. It was his first time. Unfamiliar with the place, and he was naturally directionally challenged. If he went alone, he would probably get lost there. The sun god raced along the highway to the airport, and Fong Chen could hardly contain his excitement. He had never seen his own private plane before. He had seen the private planes of the Dubai tycoons in the news before. The luxury was comparable to a five-star hotel. He believed that his plane wouldn't be too far off from that level. Xiaoying, is the itinerary all set? Fong Chen asked. It was arranged a few days ago. The airport in Sanya has already made arrangements, and the Addison Hotel there is also part of your company's Iwang International Industry. The hotel has arranged a presidential suite and a meeting room for you. Again. Fong Chen was now numb to this. If one day Zhuangying told him that a certain company wasn't his, he might actually be surprised. After purchasing the private plane, a VIP channel was set up for him at the airport in the east of the city, with no need for security checks. After verifying his identity, he could enter without any hindrance. Is this the airport in the east of the city? Why does it feel so different? Fong Chen had many classmates who were not from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. When they went home on vacation, they often flew out from the airport in the east of the city, but this place was completely different from the photos in their social circle. It was like an independent small airport, with rows of green belts on both sides, and the airport in the east of the city seemed to be separated by a cement wall. Young master, this airport is your private airport. All the planes here are at your service because when the airport in the east of the city was built, it was under the project of Mr. Fong Huai's company, so they set aside this area for private use. My dad is really something. Fong Chen exclaimed. Having a private plane was already excessive, but to have a private airport as well, I wonder if my family also has private islands? Yes, young master, you have a total of 184 private vacation islands around the world. Fong Chen simply closed his mouth. He was now more interested in the private plane in front of him. Is this plane a Boeing 747? To be precise, it should be a Boeing 747-8 VIP private plane. This plane was purchased by Mr. Fong Hui. I haven't handled it yet, so I think it would be better for Captain Victoriac to introduce it to you. Zhuangying pointed to a group of people walking towards them. This group consists of a total of 8 people, 2 men and 6 women. At first glance, it is clear that they are not Chinese. The men are tall and strong, while the women have well-proportioned figures, comparable to supermodels. Who are they? They are your flight crew, 1 captain, 1 first officer, and the remaining 6 are flight attendants. They are responsible for all your needs during the flight, Zhuangying said. Both captains used to serve in the Russian Air Force and have extensive experience to handle any unexpected situations. As for the flight attendants, they are all top models with Miss World lineage, and there is even a pair of twins, Zhuangying said with a smile, leaning in close to his ear. Sir, there are special rooms on the plane. If you desire any special services, I believe they will be more than happy to assist. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face turned red, as he was still a young man inexperienced in such banter. Captain Victoriac, long time no see. Zhuangying shook hands with the handsome Russian leader. And First Officer Norwich, how's life in China? Oh, dear Miss Zhuang, China is absolutely fantastic, Captain Victoriac said. Their work was quite leisurely, aside from occasional skill training sessions, they mostly enjoyed a generous salary and vacation time. It was their second year in China, exclusively serving the private planes of the Fong family. They had yet to undertake any missions in these 2 years, a lifestyle that made their peers envious. You must be Mr. Fong, right? Captain Victoriac shook hands with Fong Chen. Mr. Fong, we are here to serve you on this trip, and I believe we can provide you with the best flying experience. I am willing to believe in you. Fong Chen shook hands with them one by one, noticing that when he shook hands with the female flight attendants, they lightly rubbed their palms, their eyes filled with intense passion. Fong Chen had heard that this gesture was a special hint, implying, although they were supermodel-level flight attendants, these women were well aware that their beauty was temporary. As they aged, they would lose their charm, so they aimed to save a substantial amount of money or find a wealthy billionaire while they were still young. These 6 female flight attendants were still virgins, a special requirement when the team was recruited. In other words, any one of them was ready to accompany Fong Chen whenever he desired. Fong Chen quickly withdrew his hand, not because these 6 beauties lacked any appeal to him, but because he was not a womanizer at heart. He suspected that this was another setup by his father, Fong Hui. Victoriac, you should be familiar with the situation of this aircraft, right? Take me up to have a look. Fong Chen was not in a hurry to depart, as the aircraft was undergoing final refueling checks. Of course, Mr. Fong, please follow me. Led by Victoriac, they walked up the gangway and entered the interior of this custom-made private aircraft. This is actually an airplane? Fong Chen couldn't help but blurt out. Besides luxurious, he couldn't think of any other words to describe this airborne palace. The original interior of the aircraft had been completely removed, and the cabin was divided into spacious and bright rooms. The first thing that caught the eye was a living room, complete with sofas, coffee tables, a television, and all the necessary equipment. All the wooden furniture and floors are made of premium Manhwa redwood, designed by the interior architecture master Mr. Borman as per Mr. Fong Huai's request. You can hardly find any visual flaws, confidently said Fortoriak. What is this fragrance? Fong Chen smelled a faint woody scent as he walked in. Oh, this is the agarwood from your huaxia. Each gram costs thousands of dollars, ensuring you feel mentally comfortable, emotionally pleasant, and have a calming and sleep-inducing effect during your journey. Through the hall is the restaurant inside the plane, with a long Nanmo table over 10 meters long, neatly arranged with 2 rows of European-style chairs, looking as exquisite as a hotel room. At the top of the long table hangs a gorgeous crystal chandelier, making all the decorations shine brightly under its reflection. Mr. Fong, due to the constraints of weight and volume, we cannot carry too many ingredients. So, in the future, it would be best if you could inform us in advance of what you would like to eat when traveling, so we can prepare in advance, suggested Fortoriak. Oh, there are also some beverages here. Feel free to taste them if you need. He opened a side cooler, neatly arranged with several bottles of red wine. These are wines produced by the Licobeo Premium Vineyard, all from the 1982 vintage. I've been looking forward to them for a long time. Next is a luxurious room reserved for Fong Chen, with an adjacent study spanning tens of square meters, filled with various books and paintings by renowned foreign artists. Behind that is a kitchen, a medical room, and the work area for the maritime crew. The interior area of this plane is close to 4,800 square feet, roughly equivalent to about 450 square meters. When Mr. Fong Huai purchased it initially, the price was approximately $400 million. The captain detailed the situation of the plane. Fantastic, it's like a mansion flying in the sky. Fong Chen was extremely satisfied, never expecting that although his old man may be a bit sleazy, his taste is quite good. By the way, Mr. Fong, your car can be parked directly in the storage compartment under the cabin, which has been transformed into a small garage. Oh, really? Fong Chen was pleasantly surprised. Now he wouldn't have to look for his car everywhere. Yes, would you like your car to be transported there as well? Bring it over. It's my first time going to such a place, so I should have some presents, said Fong Chen. Alright, I'll arrange it immediately. You can rest for a while, and we'll be ready to take off in about half an hour. Fortoriak said before leaving. You can sit together, no need to be so formal. I'm not that strict, Fong Chen said to the flight attendants, standing for so long is tiring. That won't do, Mr. Fong. This is our job. Several flight attendants remain steadfastly in their positions. We are paid high salaries, and there's usually not much to do. When you travel, we should hold ourselves to the highest standards. In that case, I appreciate your hard work. Fong Chen whispered to Zhuang Ying, Miss Ying, are their salaries very high? Yes, young master. The captain earns $5 million per year, the co-pilot $3 million per year, and all the flight attendants have an annual salary of $2 million. So much? Asking revealed a shocking truth. Normally, the salary of a huaxia captain is usually in the $1 million range before taxes, but this is more than 10 times that amount. Young master, they are the best. Zhuang Ying added, when selecting pilots and flight attendants, the standards are extremely high, so this kind of salary is not exaggerated at all for such a rigorous selection process. Well, anyway, their annual salary is not even close to the profit I make in a few minutes, thought Fong Chen, feeling much more balanced in his heart. Mr. Fong. Captain Victoriac walked up to him, followed by a woman in her 30s or 40s, wearing sunglasses and slightly chubby. What's the matter, Captain Victoriac? Fong Chen leaned out. Are we about to depart? Just wait a moment, Mr. Fong. There is a lady here who wants to ask for your help, brought by the head of the main airport. Who is it? Fong Chen walked out, and when he saw the slightly chubby woman, he was stunned. You are Daying? Speaking of Daying, not many people know her, but if you mention her boss, everyone should be familiar. Her full name is Jiang Weiying, the assistant and manager of the popular singer Su Luan. If you are a fan of Su Luan, you will definitely not be unfamiliar with this slightly chubby woman. Su Luan was also invited to that large banquet. Recently, he was conducting business activities in Jiangnan City. Although with his popularity, he didn't need such events to promote his new song. Pleasing his fans has always been one of his biggest advantages besides his outstanding talent. Originally, he was supposed to take the 9 o'clock flight to Sanya this morning, but unfortunately, the plane had some emergency issues at the previous airport and was undergoing urgent repairs. The temporary flight time was delayed until 4 in the afternoon, so he wouldn't make it to the evening gathering. Although he is a superstar, he is also a citizen and does not have any special privileges to help him arrive at the banquet on time. Fortunately, the airport manager told him that the owner of the private airport nearby seemed to be heading to Sanya today and might be able to help. So Daeng found Victoriak hoping he could help, leading to the current scene. Do you know me? Jiang Weiying was somewhat surprised in her heart. Maybe this incident had some hope. She originally thought the owner of the private plane would be a wealthy old man with white hair. If that were the case, it might not be easy to talk to him, but she never expected it to be a young man like this. Nowadays, as long as you listen to music, how many people are not fans of Su Luan? I know, of course I know. You are Su Luan's assistant, right? Fang Chen, like an innocent fan, looked back and said, "Is Su Luan here? Where is he? Can I get an autograph?" Jiang Weiying was taken aback. Not only was he a fan, but he seemed to be a very wealthy superfan. Oh, right, do you have something to discuss? Yes, Jiang Weiying said politely. Today, Su Luan is supposed to attend a gathering in Sanya, but due to some issues with the plane, the flight is delayed until at least 4 o'clock. The banquet starts at 6:30, and it takes 4 hours from Jiangnan City to the airport in Sanya. We heard that this plane is also going to Sanya, so we wanted to ask if we could catch a ride? You're also going to Sanya? That's great. Fang Chen almost jumped up. Sure, as long as it's not too many people. There are only 3 of us, me, Su Luan, and his lyricist Zhang Luoshan. We can have the remaining staff take a later flight. It's not a problem. Jiang Weiying blushed a bit when she mentioned catching a ride, but it seemed like she was unusually lucky today. Captain Victoriak, would it be okay to have 3 more people? Fang Chen asked. No problem, there is plenty of food on the plane. We have prepared enough supplies for 20 people each time, so you can rest assured. Captain Victoriak said. That's great, all of you come aboard. We will be taking off soon. Fang Chen was eager to see Surin. Alright, thank you. Jiang Weiying immediately shared this good news with Surin, and shortly after, the 2 young men, almost completely covered up, boarded the plane. Surin and Zhang Luoshan were good friends. Despite their fame and wealth in the entertainment industry, they were still quite young, in their early 30s. Their fame brought them immense wealth. Surin's wealth was particularly astonishing, with his garage housing various sports cars worth hundreds of millions of dollars, as well as a valuable private jet. However, compared to the plane in front of them, it was a world of difference. They put on sunglasses, took off their baseball jackets, revealing faces that were enough to make countless young girls scream. Even Fang Chen felt the urge to scream. No, I have to stay calm. I have a status now, I can't act like an inexperienced kid. Fang Chen tried to calm himself down. However, the famous philosopher Wang Jin's law of true fragrance, discovered in our country, had never been wrong. Fang Chen secretly handed his phone to Zhuang Ying, shouting, "Help me take a few photos later, remember to use the beauty filter." "Hello, I'm Surin, and this is Zhang Luoshan." Surin friendly extended his hand. Although he was famous and wealthy, he knew that to some people, his wealth was still insignificant, and the young man in front of him or one of his relatives was one of those people. Facing his idol, Fang Chen felt a bit awkward. "Hello, I'm Fang Chen." "Fang Chen? Are you the director Fang Chen from the Shuguang Mental Hospital?" Surin also frequented Weibo, and recently this name had been making waves, so he was not unfamiliar with it. This young man seemed mysterious, but in fact, many people could spot him in various places, always pulling off jaw-dropping stunts. However, no one knew what business he was in or how much money he had. At least Wang Song, one of the top super-rich second generation in the country, openly admitted that he was far from being as wealthy as Fang Chen, showing how unimaginably rich this young man was. "That title is just something I made up for fun," Fang Chen said embarrassedly, not wanting to lose face in front of his idol, "but that hospital does exist. I swear." "Ha, you're quite an interesting person, Fang brother." Seeing Fang Chen's embarrassed look, Surin and Zhang Luoshan couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems like you're also going to the banquet, right?" Yes, Fang Chen invited them to sit down. The hall was spacious enough to accommodate several people, and the flight attendants immediately brought a bottle of red wine and some snacks. "It was Principal Wang who invited me, wanting me to broaden my horizons. I didn't expect to meet you here first." "You're joking, with your wealth, there's probably nothing you haven't seen, right?" Surin and the others thought Fang Chen was being modest, but in reality, he hadn't seen much of the world. 82 Vintage Wine. Zhang Luoshan was a wine lover. The 1982 red wine was highly priced and of excellent quality because that year had the best climate for grape growth. Even the most ordinary red wine costs tens of thousands per bottle, and the wine produced from Li Qibao's special grade vineyard is said to be priceless. It is rumored that even the cheapest bottle costs tens of thousands of dollars. The fact that they can bring it out to entertain their guests shows the power and influence of Fang Chen. Surin, can I make a request? Fong Chen hesitated a bit. Go ahead. We can't just freeload on this plane, right? Surin chuckled. For your concert in November, could you get me 2 tickets? Fong Chen asked. Your tickets are really hard to come by. Is that all? Surin thought it was a big deal. To be honest, he wouldn't mind spending a little extra money to buy high-priced tickets from scalpers. Nowadays, rich people are really strange. They don't bat an eye at spending a few billion on a private jet, but they haggle over tickets that cost a few thousand. Let's exchange contact information. When you arrive, I'll have someone take you to the VIP area. You can arrange for up to 20 people. Surin was starting to form a friendship. This was a rare opportunity. A few VIP tickets could introduce him to a super rich person, which was really worth it. That's great. Fong Chen was delighted. And one more thing. He suddenly pulled out a DSLR camera. Can we take a photo together? A 4-hour journey that should have been extremely boring turned into a private concert with the addition of Surin and Zhang Luoshan. Fong Chen's private plane was equipped not only with KTV facilities but also had a digital piano, violin, guitar, and other musical instruments in the study. It must be said that Surin's musical ability was truly unparalleled. He could play almost any instrument with ease. Fong Chen's karaoke singing skills were so good that by the end, his voice was almost hoarse, but he still enjoyed it. He couldn't believe that one day he would be singing and playing music with his idol. Zhang Yuan, back then, you threw yourself into someone else's arms for a concert ticket. Now, Surin and I can sing together. What kind of expression would you have if you knew? Fong Chen thought to himself. Perhaps this was the competitiveness in his heart. The food on the plane was delicious. When they got tired of singing, they had a delicious lunch in the nearby restaurant. If the plane wasn't about to land at Sanya Airport soon, they would have wanted to take a nap comfortably. The power system of the plane had been strengthened, and they almost shortened the 4-hour flight of a regular flight by half an hour. Before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they safely landed at Sanya Airport. Surin had many crazy fans following him all the way, but because their plane had problems, although those fans knew about it, no one knew that he had hitched a ride on Fong Chen's plane to get here, so the airport was surprisingly peaceful. Mr. Fong, thank you for your help again. Surin expressed his gratitude once more. The car that would take them to the hotel was already waiting near the airport. I'll be there a bit later, so let's meet again at the evening banquet. Fong Chen was getting impatient. He wasn't as crazy about chasing stars, but there were indeed quite a few celebrities in the entertainment industry that he liked. He estimated that he would have the opportunity to meet a large group of them tonight. It's like a dream come true. After they left, Fong Chen collapsed on the sofa, his hands and feet trembling slightly. He was even more nervous than when he checked his college entrance exam results. Young master, you need to improve your mental resilience. Zhuangying seemed very calm. Don't forget, you have an invitation to the Queen of England's birthday party at the end of the year. If you're still like this, you'll embarrass yourself. Ha ha ha, isn't that still a long way off? Fong Chen accompanied with a smile. I've only taken over the family property for less than a month now. How can I recover so quickly? By the way, young master, how many days do you plan to stay here? Zhuangying asked. 3 days, after the movie matters are resolved. I'll play for 2 days before going back. I've never been to Sanya in my life. Fong Chen was full of longing for the azure sea and beautiful beaches. Although his hometown also had beaches, they were still a notch below compared to Sanya. Captain, we'll stay here for 3 days. Why don't you all go and have a good time too? Fong Chen called all the crew members over. I'll give each of you a limit of $100,000. Consider it a vacation. No need to stay in this boring plane every day. Victoriac and others immediately showed expressions of surprise. Although they had no flying tasks in the past 2 years, they needed to maintain their professional skills and abilities, so they only had a few slightly longer holidays each year. Unexpectedly, after just one flight, Fong Chen not only gave them time off but also such a large spending limit. Is there a more generous employer in the world than Fong Chen? Especially the 6 supermodel flight attendants, they were beaming with joy, as if they couldn't wait to hug Fong Chen's head and give him a French wet kiss. This was a formal occasion, and Fong Chen put on his formal attire. Although Zhuangying was in the role of an assistant, in such occasions, she also represented Fong Chen's image, so she wore a quite magnificent evening gown. Young master, you seem disappointed? Zhuangying, in her evening gown, exuded a presence no less than those female stars at the Cannes Film Festival, but Fong Chen's gaze did not linger on her. Are you thinking of bringing Miss Guo as your companion? Zhuangying immediately saw through Fong Chen's thoughts. Fong Chen looked at her in surprise. Was his thoughts really that obvious? Oh well, I'm coming to such an occasion for the first time. I don't know how awkward it might be. She probably would feel even more embarrassed. Fang Chen comforted himself, I'll bring her along next time if there's a chance. Fang Chen was well aware that Guo Xinyu probably had feelings for him, but neither of them had confirmed their relationship, so it wasn't quite appropriate. Sanya Airport did not have a private section for Fang Chen, but they opened a VIP passage for him. Along the transparent glass, Fang Chen noticed that the fans who came to pick him up today were still in large numbers. After all, today was a huge entertainment event, with so many celebrities coming, how could their fans turn a blind eye? Hey, isn't that Su Luan? Fang Chen saw the figure wearing a jacket and a mask from afar. Although the fans did not receive the news, it didn't mean their eyes were blind. Although some fans were there to pick up other celebrities' flights, it didn't stop them from being fans of Su Luan. A few sharp-eyed fans noticed the two of them and immediately surrounded them. Poor Su Luan had originally wanted to sneak into the hotel, but it seemed that there was no way to escape this group of crazy fans for a while. Lao Wang, I've arrived in Sanya, where are you? Fang Chen called Wang Tsong on the phone. It was his first time attending such a gathering. Although he was the owner of the hotel, he would still feel at a loss without someone accompanying him. So fast? Wasn't the flight from Jiangnan delayed? Wang Seng's information was quite accurate, and he was worried that Fang Chen wouldn't make it in time. If it's delayed, then it's delayed. I have my own plane, Fang Chen boasted. I even gave Su Luan a ride on the way. We were singing and drinking together just now. Oh, Wang Tsong did not have much of a reaction. He had signed several girl groups under his label, and the members were all eager to run to his bed. In this world, as long as you have money, there is really nothing you can't do. What's wrong with having a meal and singing with a big star? Wang Tsong even often plays games with those stars. In comparison, he was more interested in Fang Chen's private jet. How about taking me for a ride when you go back? I've never been on a private jet before in my life, Wang Tsong said. Although Wang Tsong's family also had a private jet, it was only used when Wang Lin went out for business, and Wang Tsong dared not mess around behind his father's back. Private jets cost billions or even tens of billions, and even if Wang Tsong could afford to buy one, he couldn't afford to maintain it. He naturally wouldn't pretend to be someone he's not. Sure, I'll come find you first. Okay, I'm in the hotel. Just come directly to Presidential Suite 004 to find me. Alright, see you at the hotel. Fang Chen hung up the phone. Xiaoying, does the hotel have many presidential suites? I thought there was only one. Ha, young master, the presidential suite just represents a certain level, it's not about quantity. But the room numbers have their own significance, Zhuang Ying explained. So you mean there are several people with higher status than Wang Tsong in this hotel? Yes, room 001 is always prepared for you and is not open to the public. So at least two people with higher status and wealth than Mr. Wang Lin will be attending this gathering. Interesting. Fang Chen suddenly became more excited about the evening party. The deep purple sports car raced down the road, a rare sight even in such an international tourist city. Wherever it went, the car was always a bright and beautiful sight. Through chatting with Su Luan and others, Fang Chen learned that the purpose of this gathering was very simple, just a friendly gathering of the big shots in the entertainment industry. There are only a few dominant forces in the entertainment industry in China, and everyone needs a regular gathering to develop relationships and make the industry more prosperous. Many young heirs and princesses from the entertainment industry followed their parents to this grand event to broaden their horizons. The Edison Hotel is one of the most outstanding hotels in Sanya. Built by the sea, its decoration style is very suitable for vacation tourism, with plenty of amusement parks, swimming pools, and other entertainment facilities. It is a highly cost-effective 5-star hotel. It seems like we're a bit late. As they drove into the hotel, there were almost no parking spaces left, which gave Fang Chen a headache. Young master, have you ever seen a hotel that still needs to find a parking space for its own guests? Zhuang Ying tapped her forehead. The hotel's underground parking lot has a dedicated garage for you. Oh, is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? Fang Chen underestimated, although he didn't ask either. But thinking about it, he seemed to have underestimated himself a bit. Fang Chen vividly demonstrated his ability to get lost, wandering around the hotel for a long time before finally finding the entrance to the underground parking lot. Just as he was about to drive the car down, a brand new Bentley sped out of the garage at an extremely fast speed. Although Fang Chen's strong reaction time allowed him to turn the steering wheel to try to avoid it, he still inevitably collided with the car. Bang! When Fang Chen heard the sound, he felt a pang of pain. He had only been driving this car for less than half a month. Although the car's exterior was specially made to withstand impact at a speed of 100 km per hour without harming the driver's seat, it didn't mean the car itself wouldn't get damaged. Xiaoying, are you okay? Fang Chen turned to look at Zhuang Ying. I'm fine. The sudden braking had caused her lips to be slightly cut, but fortunately it was not a big deal. Who's the idiot driving like this? Fong Chen got out of the car, his face dark and somewhat scary. They were driving slowly and abiding by all traffic rules. It was the Bentley that was causing chaos. At that moment, the owner of the Bentley also got out of the car, a young man and woman, probably a couple. The man was dressed casually, wearing a duckbill cap, a silver chain around his neck, and his hair dyed gray. If one had to describe him, non-mainstream would probably be the most fitting term. The woman was also young and pretty, but there was a strong sense of arrogance in her demeanor, giving off an uncomfortable vibe. "Hey, how did you drive?" Fong Chen hadn't spoken yet, but the young man was quick to accuse. Fong Chen ignored him and silently walked to his car. Thanks to his timely maneuver, the two cars had avoided a direct collision, but there was a long scratch near the front headlight of his car. Fortunately, due to the sturdy material of the car, there was only slight deformation, but it still needed some repairs. As for the Bentley, it was in a pitiful state, with the impacted area almost completely caved in, a headlight shattered, clearly showing the quality of the two cars. "I'm talking to you. Are you mute?" The young man spoke again, and when he saw Zhuang Ying next to Fong Chen, his eyes narrowed, as if he was up to something. "How did I drive? I should be asking you that, right?" Fong Chen's eyes turned cold. He rarely got angry, but when he did, his temper was probably bigger than anyone else's. "You dare to ask me when you've wrecked my car like this?" The young man acted insolently. Fong Chen chuckled. How could there be people who twisted right and wrong in the world? The speed limit in the parking lot is not more than 5 kilometers per hour. The speed you were driving just now was far more than 5 kilometers, not to mention 50 kilometers. Who's the one accusing whom? Fong Chen said coldly. "Xiaoying, ask how much it will cost to repair this damage." Although the car factory was owned by his family, Fong Chen wasn't going to let this person off easily. Zhuang Ying immediately took a photo and sent it to the factory's manager, and soon a reply came back. "Young master, the factory said the repair cost would be around $1. 28 million, Zhuang Ying said. "Oh, by the way, it's in US dollars. Did you hear that? $1. 28 million for repair costs. Pay up," Fong Chen said lazily. "You dare to ask for $1. 28 million to repair this junk car? Are you extorting money?" The young man suddenly showed a fierce expression. "Junk car? Have you not heard of the Apollo Sun God Limited Edition? The cost of this car is over $12 million. Is $1. 28 million for repairs too much?" Fong Chen knew that he probably wouldn't get the repair fee, but there were still several hours before the banquet, and he had plenty of time to play with this rich second generation. As soon as he heard the price, the young man knew he had encountered a tough opponent. His name was Qin Xiao, and his father was Chen Rendong, one of the shareholders of Huayu, one of the largest entertainment companies in the country. This identity almost made him influential in the entertainment circle of Huaxia, but even Chen Rendong had never driven a car of this value. Could this be the son of some big shot in the industry? Chen Xiao tried to search his memory for this face. The appearance of Fong Chen seemed familiar to someone, but he knew almost all the second-generation figures in the circle, and there didn't seem to be such a prominent figure among those he couldn't afford to offend. Could it be one of the recently rising stars? Although Chen Xiao grew up in this circle, he didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry. In the eyes of those capitalists, all the big stars, actors, and singers were just performers. As long as they had enough resources, they could cultivate as many as they wanted. Chen Xiao's only hobby was playing with those minor celebrities. He didn't care about anything else. Seeing the outstanding appearance of Fong Chen and Zhuang Ying, it seemed like a possibility. "Which company's artist are you?" Chen Xiao gained a bit more confidence. "My dad is a shareholder of Huayu. If you don't want trouble, you better leave now." "A shareholder of Huayu? What's that?" Fong Chen knew about Huayu, but he remembered that the boss of Huayu was surnamed Xiang, right? This young man was probably the son of that small shareholder. But even if the real boss of Huayu came, he wouldn't be afraid at all. "So, you're not planning to compensate for my car? Kid, I advise you to back off. I'm already being nice by not asking you for the repair money." Chen Xiao seemed to have not understood the meaning behind Fong Chen's words. "If you don't know how to respect, you won't survive in the entertainment industry." "Miss Ying, can I borrow your mirror?" Fong Chen suddenly said out of the blue. "Young master, what do you need the mirror for?" Although Zhuang Ying didn't know what Fong Chen was up to, she took out her makeup mirror from her bag. "This idiot seems to mistake me for some male celebrity. I need to check in the mirror if I'm really becoming more handsome." Fong Chen admired himself in the mirror. Indeed, after genetic optimization, his features were sharp and masculine. If the total score was 10, he could at least score an 8, right? Are you playing with me? Chen Xiao was completely provoked by Fong Chen's nonchalant attitude. I'll give you one more chance. Pay for the repair, and get lost. Pay for your repair? Fong Chen burst into laughter. Did your PE teacher teach you law? I seriously doubt if you cheated on your driving test. Although Chen Xiao had a driver's license, with his status, getting one was a piece of cake. Usually, if he committed minor violations, no one dared to investigate further once they knew his identity. He really had no idea what the content of the driving test was. This guy is hopeless, Fong Chen said as he walked towards his car. He wanted to do something special. He felt like smashing the car again. Although there were no fire axes nearby this time, he had a heavy ancient sword on him. It should be satisfying to use it to smash the car. However, taking out that sword directly from his storage space would be too shocking, so he pretended to search for something in the car. But all this meant something else in Chen Xiao's eyes. Fong Chen was backing down. TSK, I thought he was some extraordinary rich second generation. Turns out he's just an artist. Chen Xiao suddenly felt more confident. Just an artist, no matter how rich, as long as the boss behind him wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake. How many small internet celebrities and minor stars have ended up in his bed using this trick, which almost never fails? Wait a minute. Chen Xiao raised his voice. You hit my car and now you want to leave? Fong Chen was taken aback. Why did this guy suddenly become so confident? He stopped his actions, wanting to see what else Chen Xiao had to say. So what do you want? Fong Chen looked at him expressionlessly. This car is worth over 5 million. It's definitely going to need major repairs after being hit like this. Give me 1 million. Chen Xiao seemed to act like he was still at a disadvantage. Also, tonight, I want this woman to accompany me for a meal as an apology. That will settle the matter. Otherwise, I will have your company banned from all platforms. Chen Xiao didn't care which company Fong Chen belonged to. In his concept, there was no one in the entertainment industry that he couldn't handle, as long as they weren't the largest shareholder of the top 3 entertainment companies. He wanted some respect for his father. Are you looking for trouble? Fong Chen's bottom line was his friends. Although Zhuang Ying was just his assistant, Fong Chen already considered her a friend. Chen Xiao's words undoubtedly touched his sore spot. Xiaoying, go sit in the car. The following scene may not be suitable for children. Fong Chen pulled out the ancient sword from the car. Zhuang Ying was shocked. She knew exactly what Fong Chen had brought with him when he left. She could guarantee that there was definitely no such ancient sword in the car. Suddenly, she remembered what her grandfather had once told her. Xiaoying, whatever unbelievable things you see while working for young Master Fong, don't be surprised. Just keep everything you see to yourself. Originally, Zhuang Ying was still pondering the meaning of this sentence, but now she seemed to understand it somewhat. Xiaoyi, help me block all nearby surveillance. I'm going to smash this car. Fong Chen dragged the ancient sword step by step towards the car. Okay. Xiaoyi had become somewhat unscrupulous since following Fong Hui. Now that the host had become Fong Chen, it had become even more mischievous. However, it almost unconditionally followed Fong Chen's orders. In an instant, all communication devices and surveillance around were blocked. If someone stood in front of the monitor, they would see the area as if a flashbang had been thrown, with only a bright white light. The ancient sword was extremely heavy, making a hair-raising sound as it rubbed against the ground. What? What are you going to do? Chen Xiao and his female companion were so scared by this momentum that they involuntarily took several steps back. I'm a very easygoing person. If you had just apologized and compensated, this matter would have been over, Fong Chen said, but you shouldn't have threatened me with those words. Your threats have no effect on me. Don't mess around. Crack. Before he could finish, Fong Chen lifted the ancient sword and smashed it on the windshield of the car. The over 100-pound ancient sword, even the toughened glass made in China couldn't withstand the blow. The huge impact even pushed the car back a few centimeters. Oh, this thing is much better than a fire axe, Fong Chen said with lingering excitement. You dare to smash my car? Do you believe? Crack. Another strike, this time directly denting the front of the car. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this isn't the first car I've smashed. The last person whose car I smashed is still in jail. Fong Chen continued to smash the car's front 5 or 6 times. If someone who didn't know saw it, they would think it was a serious car accident that caused the car to look like this. Xiaoyi, help me erase all the footage after the car crash from the surveillance. Host, you are really cunning and crafty. Fong Chen's thoughts made Xiaoyi feel a bit sinister. Last time that guy drank alcohol, he was too guilty to dare to trouble me again, Fong Chen said. Today is different, although he was speeding first, the nature of the offense is not so serious. If he turns the tables on me, then I might have a little trouble. Alright, that's it. Fong Chen returned to the car, pretending to put the ancient sword back in place. Zhuang Ying secretly glanced over and found that the ancient sword had disappeared. Indeed suspicious. Zhuang Ying's pupils dilated for a moment and then recovered from shock, but the shock in her heart was not so easily calmed. Oh, by the way, my name is Fong Chen. If you think you have the ability, feel free to come and cause trouble for me. Fong Chen and Zhuang Ying got back into the car, but you better think about what trouble it might bring you. Even if the biggest shareholder of your Hua Entertainment, Mr. Xiang, comes, I might not be afraid. Fong Chen slowly drove into the underground parking lot. Chen Xiao's expression fluctuated as he looked at his car, which was already half smashed, not knowing what to think. Xiao, are you just going to let him go like that? Chen Xiao's female companion tugged at his sleeve. How is that possible? Chen Xiao looked at his car, which was half smashed, feeling extremely heartbroken, but he wouldn't call the police because there was an unwritten rule in their circle that conflicts among the second-generation rich had to be resolved privately. If he called the police, he would probably be ridiculed by those around him. So, in fact, Fong Chen didn't need Xiaoyi to do those things. What should we do then? Let's go. Let's find Mr. Xiang. What bad luck, coming to the party with a happy heart, only to have your mood ruined by a stupid second-generation rich kid. Fong Chen parked the car in the underground garage, looking at the scratch and feeling heartbroken, as if he would rather have that wound on himself. Young master, you seem to enjoy smashing the car just now. Zhuang Ying teased, especially when Fong Chen heard Chen Xiao's disrespectful remarks, even she felt a bit intimidated. Enjoyable it was, but it might bring some trouble later on. Fong Chen didn't think that this pampered second-generation rich kid would just hide away quietly after suffering a loss. Young master, are you afraid? Afraid? Why would I be afraid of him? If that unnamed second-generation rich kid dared to cause trouble for him, Fong Chen was confident he could deal with him financially and influentially. As for his sinister intentions, the entire hotel belonged to Fong Chen. Were all those security guards just for show? With his extraordinary physical fitness, he could handle several people at once. He wasn't afraid at all. Hey, Fong Chen, over here. Wang Song was already at the hotel, waving at Fong Chen. You came really early. Fong Chen patted his chest. I came yesterday. Wang Song rubbed his chest, thinking about how strong this guy's grip was. And who is this lady? Oh, this is my assistant Zhuang Ying. She had something to do last time you came, so she couldn't make it. Today, coming to such a strange place, I needed someone to help me with everything. Fong Chen said. Not bad. You even have a female assistant that makes people envious. Wang Song teased Zhuang Ying. Miss Zhuang, your outfit today is no less than that of a celebrity attending a banquet. Mr. Wang, thank you for your exaggeration. Zhuang Ying had also been to high-end social events, so compared to Fong Chen's rustic appearance, she appeared much more composed. How about it? Are you interested in joining my company for a while? I can definitely offer you a satisfactory reward. Wang Song directly started poaching Fong Chen in front of him. Old Wang, I'm not trying to scare you, but if you can show me a higher salary than mine, I'll hand-split a durian at this banquet today. Fong Chen said confidently. You should know that Zhuang Ying doesn't just receive a fixed salary, she also gets bonuses from the part of the industry managed by the Zhuang family, and that's a huge amount. Such a big bet? Wang Song was taken aback. He now realized Fong Chen's financial power and doubted if he could even afford to challenge him. Old Fong, can I ask you secretly, how much do you pay her annually? Wang Song leaned in and whispered to Fong Chen. Not much, just tens of billions in US dollars. Damn, you're ruthless. Wang Song was speechless this time. Even if he combined all his assets, he might not have tens of billions in US dollars. He even thought about asking Fong Chen if he needed an assistant. By the way, you seem a bit off. What's wrong? Encountered something unpleasant? Tell me to cheer me up. Wang Song put on a playful smile. Nothing much, just encountered a brainless second-generation rich kid when parking earlier, and he hit my car. The sun god car? Fong Chen nodded. Who did that dog do it? If it were me, I would definitely smash his head. Wang Song had been eyeing that car for a long time. I don't know him, probably the son of some big shot in the entertainment industry. It's a minor issue, anyway, I've already smashed his car. You smashed another one? Wang Song burst into laughter. You're impressive. But you need to be careful. Wang Song warned, these guys have more than just money in their family background, their connections are also extensive. They have power and influence, and might use special means to deal with you. Be cautious. Alright, it's just a rich second generation. I really don't care. Fong Chen handed his luggage to the staff who came to receive them. Please arrange my luggage first. Put it in room 001. 001? Wang Song seemed surprised by the number. Wait, did you book room 001? This hotel has 10 presidential suites, but not everyone can book them. Although the rooms are the same, the room number is assigned based on the guest's status after receiving the order. Wang Song came with Wang Lin, and even Wang Lin only managed to book room 004. They knew the occupant of room 003 was Mr. Xiang Lingyue, the largest shareholder of Hua Entertainment Company. Although there was still some gap in wealth between him and Wang Lin in terms of connections, he was no less than Wang Lin, so it was reasonable for him to stay in room 003. They didn't know who owned room 002 yet, only that it was a woman. But if she could make Mr. Xiang Lingyue take a back seat, she was definitely not an ordinary woman. Wait, don't tell me this hotel is also yours? Wang Song suddenly realized something. Based on past experiences, his guess was usually correct. You're right. Fang Chen added, but it's not just this hotel, even the Yuan International Group that owns this hotel is mine. If you ever stay anywhere, just mention my name, and you'll get a discount. You always manage to surprise people. Wang Song was used to Fang Chen's extensive business empire, so he quickly recovered from his initial shock. Earning billions of RMB annually through financial investments alone, Fang Chen's wealth had long exceeded his imagination. By the way, do you want to come to my place? My dad is curious to meet you. Ha! This time Fang Chen was taken aback. Wang Lin's father once said a very famous phrase, set a small goal first, make a billion. Therefore, almost no one is unfamiliar with Wang Lin. To be honest, Wang Lin is indeed a master of investment in business. He has established such a huge business empire, which is very strong. Suddenly having to meet such a person, Fang Chen felt a bit nervous. What are you afraid of? You might be richer than my old man. It's not about money. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. He may be richer than Wang Lin, but the latter's aura has been honed bit by bit in the business world, something Fang Chen lacks. Isn't that Prince Wang? Just as Fang Chen hesitated about meeting Wang Lin, a young man who looked to be around 27 or 28 walked over. Standing beside him was someone Fang Chen was very familiar with, the wealthy second generation he had just clashed with. Chen Xiao, who had been arrogant just moments ago, now stood respectfully behind the young man, indicating that the young man's identity was extraordinary. Xiang Yu? Long time no see. Wang Song shook hands with him. Xiang Yu is the only son of Hua Yu's boss, Xiang Lingyue, and a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, is just a shareholder's son and naturally ranks lower in front of him. Wang Song and Xiang Yu have a good relationship in private. The two, along with the son of a prominent figure in Yanjing, are known as the three wealthy second-generation heirs of China. However, being a wealthy second generation here is not a derogatory term. They have achieved some success on their own, unlike the idle-rich second generation. Upon seeing Fang Chen, Chen Xiao's eyes turned red instantly. He whispered something in Xiang Yu's ear, causing Xiang Yu's smile to freeze. Wang Xiao, do you know this person? After hearing Chen Xiao's words, Xiang Yu looked at Fang Chen with an unfriendly expression. Judging by their status, Fang Chen seemed to be a little brother to Wang Song, either a small shareholder in Wang Lin's group or one of his artists. Oh, this is a friend of mine, Fang Chen. Xiang Xiao, you should have heard of him. Wang Song seemed oblivious to the hostility in Xiang Yu's eyes. La Fang, this is Xiang Yu, the son of Mr. Xiang Lingyue, chairman of Hua Yu. Hello, I've heard of your great name, Fang Chen said in a very official tone. In fact, he had never heard of Xiang Yu's name before, he learned it from his roommate, Cheng Kai. Cheng Kai was a big fan of a female celebrity. Not long ago, Xiang Yu and this female celebrity not only announced their relationship but also quickly got married. Cheng Kai held a grudge against Xiang Yu for stealing his wife, and that's how Fang Chen came to know about him. I just heard of Mr. Fang's name. Xiang Yu didn't even extend his hand, leaving Fang Chen's hand hanging in the air, a very embarrassing situation in social settings. Chen Xiao had embellished the story about Fang Chen earlier, and when it reached Xiang Yu's ears, it became a sign that Fang Chen didn't respect Xiang Lingyue. In such a situation, how could Xiang Yu possibly show any kindness to Fang Chen? In this era where almost everyone is online, Xiang Yu naturally knew about Fang Chen. Although Wang Song had repeatedly claimed on Weibo how rich Fang Chen was, most people thought he might have more personal wealth than Wang Song, never imagining that even Wang Lin's wealth was far less than Fang Chen's. The list of wealthy people in China has been stable for many years, with only minor fluctuations. As the successor of the future entertainment industry, Fang Chen does not regard him highly. On the contrary, Wang Song, as the successor of Wang Lin, is worth his attention, considering the size of their family's group. The guy whose car I just smashed is the one behind him with white hair. Fang Chen whispered to Wang Song, I guess that lackey must have said something to instigate trouble, and now he's probably here to cause problems for me. Xiang Xiao, I think there might be a misunderstanding between you and my friend. Wang Song didn't want any conflict to arise from this situation. After all, this was a big gathering in the entertainment industry, and as the prince of the entertainment industry, Xiang Xiao held considerable power. Wang Song, we both care about our reputation. Xiang Xiao's tone towards Wang Song changed. Chen Xiao's father is a shareholder of our entertainment company. Your friend damaging Chen Xiao's car is a disgrace to our company. This matter cannot be overlooked. So, Xiang Xiao, what do you plan to do? Wang Song's tone softened slightly. Xiang Xiao was about the same age as him, but Xiang Xiao's achievements far surpassed Wang Song's. Although Wang Song was not afraid of facing off in the business world, he lacked the same connections and relationships as Xiang Xiao. Therefore, he hoped to avoid conflict if possible, even if it meant that Fang Chen might suffer some losses. How about this? Out of respect for you, have him apologize to Chen Xiao and compensate for the car repair costs. We can consider this matter settled and even become friends. What do you think? With a preconceived notion, Xiang Xiao believed that Wang Song held the dominant position in his relationship with Fang Chen. His tone sounded more like a negotiation with Wang Song, without considering Fang Chen's attitude or thoughts at all. No room for negotiation? Wang Song asked again. Xiang Xiao shook his head directly, and Chen Xiao standing behind him looked smug, as if he already had the upper hand. Forget it, I won't get involved in this matter. Wang Sang's unexpected response surprised Xiang Xiao. He thought Wang Song would either agree or disagree. What did not get involved mean? You're not going to intervene in this? Xiang Xiao asked directly. I'm not his man. Fang Chen patted Wang Song's shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to worry about this matter. Wang Song had already given enough face, but Xiang Xiao didn't appreciate it, so let him deal with it on his own. The speed limit in the parking lot is 5 kilometers per hour. The guy behind you, Chen Xiao, was driving way above that speed. First, he hit my car, not the other way around. Secondly, I warned him to apologize and pay for the damages, and I would let it go. But not only did he threaten me, he also insulted my assistant. I think even Xiang Xiao wouldn't tolerate such provocation, right? Are you trying to reason with me? Xiang Xiao sneered. In their circle, reasoning was a ridiculous concept. Right or wrong, they usually relied on their status to resolve conflicts. Although I know you people usually don't reason, I prefer to persuade with reason. So let me explain my reasoning to you first. Even if it's Chen Xiao's fault, Xiang Xiao didn't care about that. He only cared that his people were humiliated and his company's reputation was tarnished, nothing more. So even if an apology and compensation are necessary, he should be the one compensating me. Chen Xiao, is that how things unfolded? Xiang Xiao looked directly at Chen Xiao. His gaze was like an X-ray machine, as if he could see through all of Chen Xiao's thoughts. In this circle, without courage and means, even with a strong background, one would be left with nothing. Yes, it's like this. Apologize and compensate. Xiang Yu said with an unquestionable tone. Xiang Xiao, this. You don't listen to me, do you? Xiang Yu's tone became more serious. Wang Song and Fang Chen looked at each other, wondering what was really going on with Chen Xiao. Why did he suddenly have to apologize to him? This wasn't how a typical script goes. I'm sorry, Chen Xiao came out with a slightly resentful tone. I will transfer the compensation for hitting your car to your account later. Fang Chen directly gave a series of numbers, his card number, and Chen Xiao made a phone call. Soon, the money was transferred. As the son of a shareholder of Huayu, he could easily come up with millions. Young Master Xiang is indeed reasonable. Although Fang Chen felt that something was off, Xiang Yu's attitude seemed to have no hidden agenda. Since we have settled our accounts, we won't bother you anymore. Wait. Xiang Yu stopped him. Now that Fang Xiao has settled the accounts between you and Chen Xiao, let's calculate ours next. Fang Chen's lips curved slightly. Indeed, things were not that simple. You damaged Chen Xiao's car, insulted our Huayu company, we should settle this account, right? What does young Master Xiang mean by that? These young masters were not short of money or women, but they valued their reputation greatly. Apologize to me at the banquet. After hearing this, Wang Song's expression changed. In that circle, doing so meant surrendering, and one would have to walk with their head down when seeing that person in the future. Xiang Yu wanted to humiliate Fang Chen. Fang Chen had just started a media company, and in this business world, he might not have a place anymore. A car can be damaged, but as for your Huayu company, I really don't care. Forgive me for being blunt, in my eyes, your Huayu is just a little brother. Good, very good. Xiang Yu's chest heaved violently. As the leader of one of the top 3 entertainment companies in China, no one had ever dared to speak about Huayu in such a way. This was the first time Xiang Yu had heard such audacious words. Wang Song, his family should also be a shareholder in your group, right? I will inform my father about this matter. If you don't want our families to become enemies, you should know what to do. Due to Fang Chen's actions, Xiang Yu's attitude towards Wang Song was not so friendly. Xiang Yu, I'm afraid you've threatened the wrong person. Fang Chen is not part of our group, Wang Song said. Even if you pressure our family, it won't work. And you are underestimating me, Wang Song, too much, right? Even if he is part of our group, I, Wang Song, will not betray a friend for my own benefit. I wonder if Fang Xiao has the courage to say what his family does for a living. Xiang Yu had already declared war openly. If Fang Chen's background couldn't match his, as long as he dared to reveal his family's business, their industry would soon be impacted. Oh, you want to know what my family does? Fang Chen smiled lightly. At that moment, Zhuang Ying had finished packing and came down. She stood behind Fang Chen, and she knew Xiang Yu. Seeing Chen Xiao behind him, Zhuang Ying naturally understood what had happened. What, Fang Xiao, are you afraid to say? Xiang Yu asked aggressively, so you only have this much courage, but it's okay if you don't say, I will soon have it investigated. Fang Chen scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It's not that I'm afraid to say, it's just that my family has too many industries, I don't even know where to start. Wang Song rolled his eyes. He knew Fang Chen was about to show off again, but then he put on a gloating expression. It couldn't be just him getting hit by Fang Chen every day. It was a good opportunity for Xiang Yu to experience what it felt like to have money thrown in his face. Xiaoying, you tell him. I don't even know how many industries I have. Fang Chen gestured with his hands and walked behind Zhuang Ying. Mr. Fang's industries span various sectors. In the retail industry, Mr. Fang owns 72.5% of Walco Group's shares, 49% of Huaxia Petrochemicals shares, and 68.5% of shares in Saudi Arabia. In the automotive industry, Mr. Fang owns over 50% of shares in 10 well-known brands. At the same time, Mr. Fang is also the largest shareholder in companies such as American Cashew Company and Swiss Jianeng Mining, apart from the government-held shares. Zhuang Ying listed a long string of holdings, but it seemed like she hadn't finished a small portion. Even Fang Chen seemed a bit stunned. He actually had so many industries. He felt like he owned almost everything on the planet. But it wasn't hard to understand. Their ancestors had obtained the intelligence system from Little E thousands of years ago, even before many countries existed. The wealth accumulated over such a long period was immeasurable even to themselves. All right, let's not scare the kids anymore. Fang Chen interrupted Zhuang Ying. Young master, I haven't even mentioned 1/5 of your industries. Zhuang Ying, learning from Fang Chen, gave him a mischievous look. Xiang Xiao, I know you plan to target my industries. Now that I've told you, where do you plan to start? Fang Chen asked. Cheng Xiao was already dumbfounded, but Xiang Yu didn't seem fazed. Many of the things Zhuang Ying mentioned were the largest companies in various fields globally. If one or two were mentioned, maybe he could believe it. But to believe he was the largest shareholder in so many top industries, was he a fool? Do you believe everything he says? Xiang Yu glared at Chen Xiao. What? It seems young Master Xiang doesn't believe it. Fang Chen laughed. Alright, I've listed my industries. Now it's your turn. Xiang Yu seemed like he wanted to say something, but his mouth moved, and nothing came out. Oh, I'll just ask Baidu, no need to make it complicated. Fang Chen took out his phone and started searching Xiang Yu's name. Xiang Yu, the only son of Huayu Chairman Xiang Lingyue, Chairman of Star Fashion Group, Chairman of Platinum Electronics Technology. Well, let's start with these two. Fang Chen said to Zhuang Ying. Xiaoying, can you make him lose his composure immediately? Young master, you're so bad. Leave it to me. Zhuang Ying took out her phone and started contacting someone on the side. Xiang Yu's face changed instantly. He had heard Fang Chen's words earlier. He meant to target his industries in fashion and electronics. Although he had just started in these areas, they were not ordinary small companies. How could a phone call cause problems for his company? 3 minutes later, Zhuang Ying came back, smiling at Fang Chen. Young master, it's done. In less than 3 minutes, his face will definitely change. Fang Chen immediately took out his phone and opened the camera function. I have to record this moment quickly. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense. Although there was no overt hostility, it was unusually heavy. As Zhuang Ying had said, in less than 3 minutes, Xiang Yu's phone rang. He seemed to be shocked as if struck by lightning. Answer it, young Master Xiang. Fang Chen said. I really don't believe it. Xiang Yu snorted coldly, took out his phone directly, and dialed the phone number of the overseas channel manager of Star Fashion. Xiang Xiao is in trouble. What's going on? Calm down and tell me slowly. Xiang Yu glanced at Fang Chen, and that look suddenly made him feel a chill in his heart. All our channels for sourcing goods have been cut off. I don't know why, those suppliers have been calling one after another asking me to terminate our cooperation. Even the stores selling our products have removed all our products from the shelves. How could this happen? When we signed the contract, there were hefty penalties, aren't they afraid? This is also the most strange part for me. They actually transferred the penalty money directly at the first time, although it is a huge amount, but now we have lost these channels, we can't continue with production. Impressive. Fang Chen gave a thumbs up to Zhuang Ying. He clearly heard the content of the call through Xiaoyi. Zhuang Ying's call directly cut off Xiang Yu's raw material and sales channels. As for those penalties, Fang Chen is not afraid of losing money at all. He would be even happier to spend money if given the chance. Not long after, the person in charge of Platinum Electronics Technology also brought the same news. Not only that, but even several financial consortiums have started to acquire shares of those two companies. How could this happen? Xiang Yu's phone fell to the ground with a snap. If he still didn't know about Fang Chen's power now, then he would be a fool. Just one phone call can sever almost all the companies that have cooperation with his enterprises domestically and internationally. How terrifying is this financial and influential power? Alright Xiang Xiao, these things are just a drop in the bucket for you. This is a warning, Fang Chen said coldly. You can have your face, but you need to know who you are dealing with. Let's go Lao Wang, don't keep your dad waiting for too long. Fang Chen walked past the already stunned Xiang Yu. And, you better stay away from this kind of person, one day he will ruin you. Lao Fang, you're amazing. After the three entered the elevator, Wang Song immediately gave him a thumbs up. Although their private relationship was good, in the business world, Wang Song had suffered losses in Xiang Yu's hands more than once, but this was the first time he had seen Xiang Yu being hit like this. Just a few minutes to cut off the supply and sales channels of Xiang Yu's two listed companies. It is estimated that his stocks will start to fall soon, followed by asset shrinkage. This is not a small loss, because these two companies almost account for half of his revenue in the industries he founded. Xiaoying Jia, how did you do it? Fang Chen asked. Even if my industry is all-pervasive, we can't possibly find all the cooperation partners of those two companies all at once, right? Young master, you don't know. In fact, a long time ago, the Fang family established a very large intelligence organization. We also have a huge database. As long as you want to know something, there is almost nothing we can't find out. I just made a call to that organization. Is this thing similar to the FBI? Fang Chen asked casually. You are underestimating our intelligence organization. This organization was established in the Tang dynasty. Our personnel are spread across the business, political, and academic circles. What the FBI can investigate, we can investigate, and we even have more detailed information than them. What the FBI can't investigate, we already know. Young master, you must not underestimate the power of your Fang family. There are many things that would surprise you if you knew. Lao Fang, is your family a lineage of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family? Wang Song seemed to have heard some extraordinary news through Zhuang Ying's words. The intelligence organization that took shape in the Tang dynasty has a heritage of at least 1,000 years. After the changes of dynasties and the trials of war, it has managed to survive. Now possessing such power doesn't seem to be an exaggeration. The hotel's elevator is a sightseeing type, where you can see the Azure Sea and Golden Beach at a glance, instantly washing away most of the unpleasantness. Fang Chen's mindset has undergone some subtle changes at some point. In the conflict with Xiang Yu just now, the previous him would never have taken such a strong stance. After passing through the extremely luxurious corridor, the three of them arrived at the presidential suite No. 004. They knocked on the door, and a woman in her 30s in professional attire opened it. Xiao Song, did you go wild again? The tone of the woman was full of indulgence. No, I went to pick up a friend. Wang Song seemed a little afraid of this woman. This is my sister, Lu Yeqian. Wang Song introduced. Chen Jia, this is my friend Fang Chen. My dad asked me to invite him here. Hello? Lu Yeqian reached out her hand generously. Hello. Fang Chen looked at Wang Song in confusion. He had never heard that Wang Song actually had a sister. You guys chat, I have to go out for something. Lu Yeqian politely apologized and left. Hey, Lao Wang, how come I didn't know you had a sister? Could it be that your old man had some secret affairs? Fang Chen looked at him with a mischievous smile. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Song glared at Fang Chen. Chen Jia and I have no blood relation. She was a friend of my dad during his entrepreneurial period. Chen Jia's parents passed away early, and my dad adopted her. But we are like a family. I see. Wang Song's family had such a story. In the suite, there was a study where a middle-aged man was practicing calligraphy at the table. His writing was vigorous and powerful, showing many years of skill. Dad, I've brought Mr. Fang here. Despite Wang Song's usual carefree attitude, he behaved like a good boy in front of his father, Wang Lin. "Oh, Mr. Fong is here?" Wang Lin immediately put down his brush. Although Fong Chen was of the same generation as Wang Song, it was impossible for him to treat him as a junior due to his identity. "You go out first, I have something to discuss with Mr. Fong," Wang Lin said to Wang Song. "Dad, why be so formal?" Wang Song was not happy. Okay, I'm going. Seeing Wang Lin's stern expression, Wang Song immediately backed down. He was fearless of everything except his father, Wang Lin. "Please have a seat, Mr. Fong." Wang Lin invited Fong Chen to sit down. Wang Song has been spoiled by his mother. If he offends you sometimes, please don't take it to heart. Mr. Wang is too polite. Wang Song and I are of the same age, we are friends, there's no need to worry about offending each other. Fong Chen found Wang Lin's attitude somewhat strange. Despite being his senior, Wang Lin was overly polite. "I heard that recently Mr. Fong and Wang Song plan to build a film and television city larger than Hangzhou." "Mr. Wang, please don't call me Mr. Fong. You can call me Uncle Wang, and I'll call you Xiao Fong," Fong Chen said directly. Alright, then I won't be polite either." Wang Lin's face showed a hint of surprise. Although he was a descendant of that person, Fong Chen seemed to be quite approachable. "This is just a little project we're playing around with," Fong Chen said. "This is not a small project." Wang Lin had it estimated that the investment in this project was at least over 80 billion renminbi. If this was considered a small project, then there would be no big projects in the world. "I had someone evaluate it, and although the initial investment in this project is substantial, once it is completed, relying on tourism and film and television attempts to generate revenue, it will take at most 5 to 8 years to recoup the costs." "You really are a business genius." Fong Chen was stunned. He had never thought about making a profit. He just wanted to spend more money in this year. How did he suddenly become a business genius? Although that's the case, how many people can actually come up with such a large sum of money? In business, profits always come from capital. It's really easy for wealthy people to make money, which is why there is a serious two-tier gap where the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. "Xiao Fong, the main reason I'm looking for you this time is to ask for a favor," Wang Lin said sincerely. "As you know, Wang Song has never been interested in the family business. He hopes to make a name for himself in the field he is interested in. So, as a father, I respect his wishes and ask you to help him when you can." "Uncle Wang, you are too kind. Wang Song and I are friends, and we support each other." "It's great that you think that way. It's Wang Song's good fortune to be friends with you." Wang Lin's mood improved. "By the way, I heard you are still in university? Have you thought about your future plans?" Fong Chen thought carefully for a moment. "I have set a small goal for myself, to become the richest person in the world." Wang Lin's forehead immediately sprouted a few black lines. He could tell that Fong Chen was imitating him. You can still find his funny videos on major websites, but Fong Chen's tone was even more exaggerated. "Host, in fact, you are already the richest person in the world. As long as you slightly expose a part of your wealth, your name can immediately top the Forbes list." Xiaoyi said to Fong Chen. "Shut up. I want to show off more." "Is that not allowed?"